Chapter 301, Set foot on the ghost ship. A ship rose from the sea in a spectacular fashion, materializing before Vanna and Nina with its swaying body and otherworldly hue. Nina was dumbfounded, taking several seconds to react before exclaiming, "Ah! A ship! A ship just emerged!" She turned to Vanna and said quickly, "I must tell Uncle Duncan." Before she finished speaking, the girl had already spun around and dashed across the deck like the wind, heading towards the stern. Vanna, however, continued to gaze intently at the eerie ship that had suddenly surfaced, observing the signs of decay and age, as well as every detail of the ship's body. She noticed a row of large letters on one side of the ship's bow. The letters were severely corroded and covered with grime, making them difficult to discern, but she managed to read them: Obsidian. The mysterious ship's sudden appearance on the sea surface caused quite a stir, and Nina and Vanna weren't the only ones who noticed. In no time, the others who had been resting in the cabin also gathered on the deck, including Morris, Shirley, Dog, and Alice. They approached the bow in amazement, gazing at the strange ship not far away, speculating about its origins, and soon, Duncan joined them on the bow's deck with Nina. "Mr. Duncan," Vanna said as soon as she saw him, "there are no signs of life on that ship. It might be a ghost ship." When she uttered the words ghost ship, the young inquisitor's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Fellow travelers," Duncan replied nonchalantly, then looked up at the ghost ship, which seemed to be only half the size of their own vessel. He first noticed the chimney structure on the ship's upper part. "It looks like a steamship. Can you estimate its age and origin?" "No need to guess," Morris's voice suddenly interjected from the side. The old scholar's gaze fixed on the distant sea, his eyes filled with complexity. "I saw its name: Obsidian, a steamboat that sank in the cold sea 6 years ago." "Ah!" Shirley, who was stretching her neck, looked at the old man in surprise. "Sir, you know that ship?" "Scott Brown was on that ship when it had the accident." Morris's voice was slightly somber. "But how did it suddenly appear here? And in this manner?" Alice, who had been listening to the others' conversation, looked at the distant Obsidian and then back at Morris and Duncan. After contemplating for a long time, she finally asked, "Captain, is this normal? Do sunken ships float back up from the sea?" "This is, of course, not normal." Duncan glanced at her. "This is called a ghost ship, and I suspect it's not just any ghost ship." He was speaking when suddenly Goathead's voice echoed in his mind, "Captain, should we fire a couple of shots? The cannons are in an ideal position at this angle and distance, and they're eager to fire a few rounds over there. Hold them off." Duncan cut off Goathead without hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he turned to those around him. "We need to go over there and investigate." "We're going to that ghost ship?" Shirley recoiled upon hearing this. "Isn't that a bit reckless? I'm not afraid of anything else, but what if that ship suddenly sinks again? After all, it surfaced unexpectedly. AI will bring us back." Duncan glanced at the girl indifferently. "Of course, if you don't want to go, you can stay here. It's not compulsory." Shirley opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Dog broke the silence first. "We'll go. We'll go. It's our duty to serve the captain. We're eager to." Taken aback, Shirley started grumbling to her partner telepathically, "Dog, can't you have some principles? What's unprincipled about actively participating in group activities, understanding the situation, and showing initiative?" Dog argued in their mental connection, "With the boss leading, we don't have to worry about safety, so we should show ourselves. What I mean is, can you give me a chance to rely on someone next time? You always snatch it." Dog pondered for a moment. "Shirley, can't you have some principles?" Duncan didn't notice that Shirley and Dog were daydreaming while communicating telepathically. He knew that when these two were silent, they must be muttering in their mental connection. Instead, he looked at the others and asked, "Do you want to join us?" "I want to go." Nina was the first to raise her hand, and she even seemed a bit excited. "A ghost ship, I've only heard of them in legends and stories, but I've never seen one in person." "The Vanished is also a ghost ship," Duncan reminded the girl, then looked at the others. "What about you? Perhaps we can find clues left by Brown before the accident on that ship." Morris nodded. "I'll go with you." "I'll go too," Vanna followed. "The ghost ship phenomenon may be related to heresy or evil corruption, and I have some experience in this area." "I don't know," Alice thought about it and looked at Duncan, "but I want to be with the captain." "Let's all go then, consider it an eye-opener," Duncan said casually, waving to the dove resting and basking in the sun on the mast nearby. "AI, take us to that ghost ship. A ball of dark green flame suddenly appeared on the vanished, and in an instant, the massive skeletal bird took flight, heading towards the obsidian, which swayed gently with the waves. All of a sudden, the deck of the vanished had fallen silent. This quietness was brief though, and a small boat hanging near the side of the vanished suddenly creaked, swaying rather dejectedly. It was a shuttle boat, typically used for quickly transferring personnel between two ships at close range on the water. As they spoke, two ropes coiled at the edge of the deck produced a rustling friction sound, slithering like snakes toward the side of the shuttle boat and tapping the boat's hull with their ends. Of course, the goat head in the captain's cabin sensed the situation on the deck and sighed slightly. It struck up a conversation with the old crewmates it had been with for a century. Maybe, you guys should practice rowing in the sea a bit more. The creaking sound of the rocking boat grew louder. On the other hand, AI, who had flown to the airspace above the obsidian, did not land immediately. Instead, under Duncan's command, she circled above the ghost ship several times, ensuring there were no moving targets on the ship before landing on a relatively clean and stable part of the deck. A green flame shot into the sky and Duncan and his companions emerged from the fire. An unmistakable musty smell immediately assailed everyone's nostrils. The stench of seawater mingled with an indescribable rotten odor. Nina was the first to frown upon arriving on the deck. Ugh, the smell here is so unpleasant. Not all ghost ships are as clean and tidy as the vanished with unlimited fries, Duncan said to Nina with a smile. If this ship really is the Obsidian from back then, it's been submerged in the deep sea for 6 years. As he spoke, he surveyed the eerie steamship. Rusty, broken, and stained, it might have once been a beautiful and advanced mechanical speedboat, but now all that remained was a lifeless mass of steel and wood. Even more bizarrely, the seawater that should have been present on a ship that had just emerged from the sea was nowhere to be found. The deck was dry. Even in many of the dents on the deck, where water should have easily collected, everything was dry. Vanna also noticed this and frowned slightly, squatting down to rub the ground with her finger. She still remembered the scene when the ship emerged from the sea, with the torrent of seawater pouring down from the obsidian, like an endless waterfall washing every corner of the ship. Logically, there shouldn't be any dry spots on this ship. Vanna, Morris turned his head after observing the situation. Do you sense any heresy or evil corruption? No, Vanna shook her head slowly and frowned. She had been paying attention to this issue since she first stepped on the deck, constantly detecting the presence of any supernatural fluctuations around her. There's no trace of any supernatural aura, but that's even more unsettling. The deck is dry, which is obviously abnormal, and some supernatural force must be involved behind the abnormal phenomenon. It could be a supernatural force beyond your perception, Duncan said casually as he walked forward. Anyway, if there's something hidden on this ship, we just need to search more thoroughly, and it's bound to reveal itself. Nina hurriedly took 2 steps to catch up with her uncle Duncan. What if something really jumps out? Duncan stopped and turned around with a smile. In any case, let's try reasoning first. Chapter 302, Confusion. The deck area of the Obsidian was limited and easily visible, so the group quickly completed their search of the entire deck area without finding anything suspicious. Aside from the fact that the areas that should have been damp with accumulated water were now unnaturally dry, the deck of the Obsidian looked no different from an ordinary derelict ship, severely rusted, uneven, damaged in many places, but not to the extent of complete collapse. After inspecting the deck area, Duncan decided to enter the cabin of the ship. Thankfully, they quickly found a large door leading to the cabin. It was a rusty iron door embedded in a white wall. The door handle was severely decayed, and the lock had long been ruined by the seawater, leaving the door tightly shut, obviously impossible to open by conventional means. Morris stepped forward to examine the state of the door, then abandoned the idea of opening it normally and turned to the others. We might have to use a bit of force. Allow me, Vanna volunteered without waiting for others to speak up. Everyone else, step back a bit to avoid being injured by debris. Shirley, Alice, and the others obediently backed away while Duncan merely shifted a couple of steps to the side to avoid getting his clothes dirty. With curious eyes, they watched the female warrior approach the completely rusted iron door and then tapped it lightly with her hand. With a short hum, a large hole collapsed and shattered in the center, sending numerous fragments to scatter and tear apart before the main segment disintegrated into dust. Vanna then reached out and tore a few more pieces of the remaining steel from the door frame, like tearing paper, and casually tossed them aside. Shirley and Dog watched this scene, dumbfounded, and after a while, they broke the silence in unison. Damn, is she even human? Vanna, of course, heard Shirley and Dog's voices, turned her head and smiled, "I always keep up with my physical training." Shirley's mouth twitched noticeably, muttering quietly, "This has nothing to do with physical training anymore, right?" Duncan was also impressed by Vanna's straightforward solution, but having witnessed her feats in the city-states before, he didn't have much of a reaction. He just looked up at the smoke-filled door and asked, "What's the situation inside?" Vanna waved her hand, waiting for the dust to settle a bit before peeking inside. Her expression suddenly became strange. After a few seconds, she stepped back and turned to Duncan, "Inside, there's another door." "Another door?" Duncan was taken aback for a moment, took a few steps to look for himself, and sure enough, he saw another rusty iron door standing right in front of him only a few meters away from the outer door. However, the space between the two doors was neither a corridor nor a foyer, nor did it resemble a specially designed security partition. It was just an empty area with no devices, furnishings, or additional windows, only bare walls and an oddly twisted and distorted ceiling. "I'm not sure if this is the normal structure of the Obsidian." Morris also came over to take a look and shook his head, "I only knew about this ship before, but I've never seen it in person." Duncan frowned slightly, then quickly nodded to Vanna, "Open that door." Vanna immediately went forward and smashed the second door inside in the same manner as before. She then peeked inside and looked back with a bewildered face. "Inside, there's another door." "Another one?" This time, even Shirley was surprised. She didn't care about the safe distance and brought Dog closer. "My God, there really is another one." Inside the second door was a third door with the same structure and the same peculiar compartment. If there had only been a second door, it could be explained as a special design of the Obsidian, but now that there was a completely inexplicable and eerie third door, it was hard to dismiss it as the ship's design concept being ahead of its time. "The structure of this ship is not quite right." Duncan looked back at the two previous doors, his expression becoming slightly serious. "Whether normal or not, there shouldn't be such a design. Vanna, open this door as well." "All right." Vanna didn't hesitate and punched the third door. This time, she only made a large hole before stopping, not continuing to clear the remaining steel on the door frame because through that hole, she could already see the situation inside. "Captain," she spoke the title somewhat awkwardly, her expression even stranger than before. "Inside, there's a wall." "A wall?" Duncan's eyes twitched, and he looked inside the hole, indeed seeing the wall Vanna mentioned. There really was just a wall opposite the door, and the wall was less than half a meter away from the third one that it was almost touching. How could a ship be designed like this? Nina muttered with a puzzled face, 3 doors and only a wall behind them, where's the cabin? How do we get into the cabin? Duncan, however, did not speak. He just quietly looked at this oddly structured overlapping area, his eyes thoughtful as if he had realized something. After a moment, he nodded to Vanna, "Keep making holes." Vanna immediately stepped forward, first kicking away the remaining door panels at the bottom of the third door that were in the way, then punched the strange wall. A hole even larger than before appeared before everyone with a loud rumble. "It's a corridor." Vanna looked inside and turned to the others. "Great," Shirley immediately sighed in relief, "finally, something normal." "It's upside down," Vanna interrupted Shirley before she could finish, "the ceiling is under our feet, and the floor is above our heads." "Shirley, damn!" As Vanna said, there was only an upside-down corridor behind that wall just like the previous 3 repeating doors. There was no normal structure inside the ghost ship's cabin. This ship has been twisted. Even a knowledgeable scholar like Morris was a bit at a loss at this point. He looked at the corridor structure across the wall in disbelief and muttered, "What has twisted the Obsidian like this?" "Let's think differently," Duncan interrupted the old scholar, "is this really the Obsidian?" Morris suddenly looked up, astonished, at Duncan. "You mean? We are near frost, and beneath the ocean of frost, some terrifying things have happened," Duncan said casually, glancing at Alice, who was curiously looking around. "Remember the abyss plan that Tyrion mentioned?" I remember," Alice nodded vigorously, "and a bunch of submarines and stuff." "Remembering that much is enough," Duncan said while patting Alice's head, "don't nod anymore, it's already shaking." He then raised his hand and knocked on the nearby wall. The metal cabin wall made a hollow thud as it was knocked. "Looks normal on the outside, but it's actually a mess inside, with crude imitation and duplication, and overlapping internal spaces. This probably isn't the real Obsidian, but it's hard to say which copy it is." Alice didn't know how much she understood. She just slowly nodded her head with a drawn-out "oh" in a pretentious manner. On the other hand, Vanna quickly reacted, but I remember you saying before that the submarines that surfaced during the Abyss plan only had twisted errors in the copying process of their crew, and the submarines themselves were correctly duplicated. At that time, you speculated that this error should be limited to humans or organisms. Yes, limited to humans or organisms when the Frost Queen was alive half a century ago, Duncan said slowly. So the situation now is obviously worse. The duplication is no longer limited to the third submarine, and the distortion has extended to the inorganic domain. Whatever is in the depths of Frost's ocean, it has clearly become active again after 50 years of silence, and its influence and intensity are far beyond what they were half a century ago. Shirley blinked as she listened. Everyone on the Vanished had heard about the Abyss plan from the captain, so they all knew how strange and sinister it was. This made her subconsciously mutter, I'm getting nervous. Think differently. The captain is investigating this matter. I think it shouldn't be us who should be nervous, Dog also muttered softly, don't scare yourself, my heart rate is going up too. Shirley was startled, Dog, do you have a heart? I'm a demon with a heart. A heart is not the same thing as a heart. Isn't your chest empty? What if there's something inside that's jumping? Do you want to check? No, that won't work. Duncan didn't pay attention to the increasingly bizarre murmurs around him. Instead, he simply speculated about the situation of the ghost ship and focused on the corridor that led to an unknown destination. After a brief moment of contemplation, he walked towards the large hole that Vanna had blasted. Let's go inside and check it out. Chapter 303, The Captain of the Obsidian. Duncan carried AI on his shoulder as he led the way through the large hole and into the twisted corridor. The others followed, with Vanna overseeing the rear to guard against any surprise attacks. Upon entering, they quickly discovered that the place was more bizarre than they had anticipated. The corridor wasn't merely twisted, it was chaotic and peculiar in every way. Doors of various sizes were randomly embedded in the walls on either side, some right side up and others upside down. Round portholes occasionally appeared, but the windows faced a wall, door, or another window. Odd geometric protrusions jutted out from the walls or floor as if they were parts of rooms from elsewhere that had mistakenly merged with the corridor. The interior of the obsidian resembled the entrails of a monstrous beast that had been surgically altered by a terrifying doctor, its organs contorted and piled up, connecting haphazardly. Rooms intersected, doors askew, and exits and entrances were randomly connected in this main artery-like corridor. The end of this corridor held unknown darkness. The ghost ship's interior was eerily quiet, with only the sound of footsteps on the floor, which should have been the ceiling, echoing through the vessel. Amidst these sounds, something else seemed to be mixed in. Nina and Shirley appeared nervous, while Alice remained composed. It wasn't that the doll was courageous, she simply lacked common sense. All her sailing experiences came from the equally eerie and bizarre Vanished, so she wasn't frightened by the ghost ship's interior. They walked for an indeterminate amount of time, the lengthy corridor stretching endlessly into the darkness, and the area ahead grew increasingly dim. Duncan prodded the dove on his shoulder, Light. AI suddenly screeched, take up this solar-powered battle axe. Embrace the glory of battle. With the dove's squawk, a bright green flame erupted from its body, and the blazing fire instantly dispelled the darkness in the corridor. Vanna stared in astonishment, whispering to Morris ahead of her, this dove, can it really be used like this? Morris's tone was particularly indifferent, the captain uses it like this all the time. Sometimes when the dove is not around, he would use himself as a light source. Vanna. But before she could marvel at the disparity between the legendary Captain Duncan and the real Duncan, a sudden noise interrupted everyone's actions. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like muffled knocking coming from behind a nearby door. Everyone stopped instantly, their eyes focusing on the source of the sound. It was a blue door with the words Captain's Room written on it. In a typical ship's structure, the captain's room obviously shouldn't be located here. However, on this ghost ship, where everything was in utter disarray and the various cabin entrances were haphazardly strewn about, any door could appear anywhere. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sound came again, clearer and more urgent than before. It was as if there was a survivor behind the door, trapped after the shipwreck, desperately pounding on the door for help upon hearing the sounds in the corridor. Vanna silently gripped the giant sword on her back, Shirley slightly lifted the black chain in her hand, Nina hid behind Alice, and Alice held her head up with her hands. Duncan, expressionless, approached the door. The knocking continued without pause. However, Duncan didn't seem to have any intention of opening the door. Instead, he bent his fingers and knocked back. The knocking from inside suddenly stopped, as if the person making the noise was startled. After a few seconds of silence, a hoarse, deep voice broke the silence from behind the blue door. "Is there anyone out there?" "Yes," Duncan said flatly. "Ah, thank goodness. I am the captain of the Obsidian. I don't know what happened to the ship, but I am trapped," the hoarse, deep voice immediately said. "Kind sir outside the door, what is your name? Can you help me open the door?" "Just call me Duncan," Duncan said, signaling the others behind him to stay calm. "Before opening the door, I want to confirm, are you really the captain of the Obsidian?" "Of course. My name is Christo Babeli. You can find my name and certificate number at the Port Authority." "My certificate is in the room," the voice said immediately. "But, this cursed door won't budge, and I have no way of coming out to prove my identity to you." "Next question," Duncan ignored the person's ramblings and continued, "What year is it?" "This year." The voice inside the door was taken aback, likely finding the question odd, but still answered, "Of course, it's 1894. Is there a problem with that?" Duncan looked back at Morris, who nodded slightly. 1894, that was the year the Obsidian had been shipwrecked. Recalling the shipwreck, Morris suddenly stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, Captain, do you know of a passenger on your ship named Scott Brown?" "A passenger?" The voice behind the blue door hesitated. "I can't recall the names of every passenger on the ship, but... Scott Brown, you say? Ah, I remember now. He's the folklorist, right? He's quite well known, and I've talked to him a few times. From what I recall, he's a slender gentleman with carefully groomed hair and a beard. He's knowledgeable about funeral customs across various city-states and is particularly interested in the frozen sea area north of Frost." Listening to the voice from behind the blue door, Morris nodded slightly and whispered to Duncan, "No discrepancies." Lucid, with a complete memory and able to accurately state his own name, Vanna, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. "However, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a malevolent creature that has absorbed human memories and emotions to set a trap. Such occurrences aren't rare on ghost ships." "Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as he indeed possesses the captain's memories, it'll be fine," Duncan said indifferently. "Even monsters can try reasoning first. If reasoning doesn't work, we can try force. We'll always find a way through." Vanna was taken aback. "That's true." Duncan placed his hand on the handle of the blue wooden door. "I'm going to open the door, Mr. Babeli," he said to the person inside. Then, he turned the handle. Unlike the completely rusted cabin doors seen before, this door showed no signs of damage. As he turned the handle, the faint sound of the lock turning could be heard immediately. The door opened. Under the slightly tense gazes of everyone, Duncan pushed the door open. A chaotic and upside-down room appeared before their eyes. All the walls were twisted, the ceiling seemed to be collapsing, and the room's original furnishings were randomly fused to the nearby walls and floor as if buried by wood and metal. The exposed parts were all incomplete, like half a table or half a chair. There was a huge hole in the wall facing the door, and it was unclear where the dark hole on the other side led. This chaotic and upside-down room was empty. Duncan glanced into the empty room, but the next second, he heard the voice of Christo Babeli, the captain, coming from behind the blue door again. "Ah, did you open the door? I seem to have felt some movement, but this door is still not budging in my hands. Is there something wrong with my perception or cognition? Can you help me? I might have been trapped at sea for too long and am experiencing some ill effects. It would be even better if there is a priest willing to lend a hand." Duncan furrowed his brow. He entered the chaotic room and slowly turned the door around to look behind it. That's where he saw Christo Babeli. A mass, resembling a disfigured, melted wax figure clung to the door. Within the distorted, collapsing structure, one could vaguely see an arm pressed against the door panel, several fiber bundles connected to the hand, and a large mass of an unidentifiable main body. This horrifying and twisted thing was fused with the door. When Duncan looked at it, it was still slightly swelling and wriggling, and from some part of its structure came a hoarse, deep voice. "Ah, I can't see you, did you come in? The room might be a bit messy. There was a significant tremor earlier, and I haven't tidied up the room since. My vision seems to have some problems, but they're not very serious. The most troublesome thing now is that I can't move my body. It seems like I've forgotten how to control my limbs. Oh, did you bring a doctor with you?" Chapter 304, Mud at the Bottom Cabin. That was the captain of the Obsidian, Christo Babeli, a mass of chaotic matter that was almost unrecognizable as a human, an accumulation of imitations that had emerged from the deep sea. He seemed to be oblivious to his own state, and his thoughts appeared somewhat disjointed. He lacked awareness of time and had no awareness of his own bodily distortion. Yet, despite lacking vision and touch, the creature seemed unusually composed, as if he was trapped in some strange state of lethargy. That slightly squirming, expanding, and contracting mass of biological tissue was still emitting a hoarse, low-pitched voice. Christo Babeli greeted those entering the room, inquiring about the current state of the Obsidian and what had transpired. Upon witnessing this bizarre and frightening scene, Nina let out a muffled gasp of surprise before covering her mouth with one hand and retreating several steps back. This scene was a bit too intense for the 17-year-old girl. The Obsidian had an accident, but we still don't know the cause, Duncan replied to the Captain Christo while contemplating how to address the situation. We were just passing by. Ah, that's unfortunate. I've been trapped here, entirely unaware of the ship's status, the mass of biological tissue adhered to the door panel lamented. Is everything else okay? What about the crew and passengers? Have you found them? No, but we haven't found any bodies either. They might have already escaped, Duncan said nonchalantly. Only this room was locked, and we heard you knocking. I've been knocking on this door, it's the only thing I can touch in the darkness, said Captain Christo. May the storm goddess Gamana bless them, as long as the others are safe. The northern city-states were under the dominion of the god of death, Bartok, but on the boundless sea, the storm goddess's authority was unquestionably supreme. Captains would pray to the storm goddess regardless of their origin or faith. Upon hearing the other party's prayers, Vanna and Morris frowned in unison. How could this warped entity still correctly mention the deity's name and even pray with a lucid mind? Duncan noticed this as well and recalled some information about the Abyss plan he had gleaned from his earlier conversation with Tyrion. During the Abyss plan's loss of control, the clones that surfaced from the No. 3 submersibles emerging one after another from the deep sea had no reasoning or communication abilities. Even the earliest clone, the one that appeared most human-like, had only uttered a few indistinct murmurs. This had been a critical piece of information from the beginning. Based on this, Tyrion had deduced that the uncontrolled supernatural phenomenon in Frost's ocean could only generate imitations devoid of reason or soul. However, despite seemingly having some cognitive impairments, this mass of warped matter before them clearly possessed normal reasoning and memory and could even communicate effectively with others. Where had the problem arisen? Was it because the Obsidian was not like the No. 3 submersibles, as initially suspected, a duplicate? Was it because the twisted phenomena on this ship had a different cause? Or had the out-of-control supernatural phenomenon in Frost's water undergone new changes after half a century, and the imitations it created now began to possess intelligence? Or... Duncan quietly glanced at the Captain Christo attached to the door panel. Or was it that the captain's consciousness was genuinely inside this mass of biological tissue? For whatever reason, his soul had been inserted into this distorted imitation. The more Duncan pondered, the more he believed this was the most plausible explanation. Are you still there? Perhaps Duncan had been silent for too long, and Christo's voice emerged from within the mass of biological tissue again. Can you help me get out of here? Or is my current situation actually quite severe? Is it serious nerve damage? Duncan sighed. He knew he had to tell the truth even if it was harsh. Countless harsh realities had always occurred on the boundless sea. But just as he was about to speak, Vanna's voice suddenly interrupted him from the side. Mr. Christo, your condition is indeed not good, and we can't move you right now. You may need to stay here a bit longer. Once we have completed our search of the other areas, we will find a way to help you. Duncan conveyed his question with his eyes to Vanna, who raised her hand and pointed at the wall across the room. There was a massive hole in the wall, with a slanted passage leading to an unknown location on the other side. It was dark and menacing inside. Duncan immediately grasped Vanna's intention. There were still too many unexplored areas on this ship before determining what had happened to the Obsidian. They could not be entirely sure of the status and origin of this Captain Christo. It would be better to first stabilize this strange imitation, complete the search and investigation of the entire ship, and then consider how to handle it. Duncan nodded gently. Professionals are professionals, and this kind of professional sensitivity could only come from dealing with various heresies and evil spirits. All right. I understand. Christo's voice sounded disappointed and apprehensive. I'll wait here. But how long do you think you'll be gone? It might take a few hours, but we'll be back as soon as possible," Vanna said. "Please rest assured, we won't abandon you. And although your condition is not good, there shouldn't be any issues in the short term. Just stay still, relax, and wait for a while." "Well, okay, hurry back." The writhing, expanding, and contracting mass of biological tissue quieted down. He seemed quite anxious about his condition, but after Vanna expressed her stance, he cooperated and calmed down in an incredible manner. Was it the captain's nature? Or was it the result of his distorted cognition? Duncan couldn't tell. Now, everyone's attention was focused on the large hole in the wall at the end of the room. A regular room would not have such a damaged hole, let alone a twisted slope hidden inside the hole. This hole was clearly also the result of the distorted internal structure of the obsidian. Duncan crossed the topsy-turvy and chaotic room, approached the entrance of the large hole, and peered inside, only to see darkness in the depths of the cave. A passage appeared to be formed from a combination of twisted corridors and staircases that inclined downward, with occasional airflow coming from within, suggesting that there were more passages or larger spaces below. He stepped in, and the others followed closely. AI, whose body was engulfed in ghost flames, once again became the team's searchlight as they moved forward. Under the illumination of the ghost flames, the already dark and gloomy corridor seemed even more bizarre. The distortion and chaos below seemed to be even more severe than above. Morris raised his head, looked at the faintly discernible top of the passage in the interlaced light and shadow, and said thoughtfully. Above the passage, the chaotic overlapping structures could be vaguely recognized: handrails of stairs, cabin doors from unknown origins, mechanical structures, pipes and wires, and even tables and chairs. If the upper cabins could still reveal some semblance of a normal structure, this slope leading to the depths of the obsidian was nothing short of a jumble of everything smashed and glued together, like a chaotic, interwoven nightmare, constantly extending into the bowels of this steel beast. It seems that the closer it is to the duplicate's center, the lower the accuracy of the duplication, Vanna said, and then added, if this ship is really a duplicate like the No. 3 submersible. When we get back, I want to talk to Tyrion, Duncan casually said ahead. He might be interested in what happened to the obsidian. But I think he'll be scared half to death by you first, Vanna couldn't help but mutter. I've talked to him, and I feel like he has quite a significant psychological shadow. Duncan slowed down, looked back at Vanna. Vanna suddenly felt a bit awkward. Did I say something wrong? No, Duncan laughed, I'm just amazed that you can finally talk to me normally. This feels right. Vanna opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something more, but at that moment, the light emitted by AI in front suddenly dimmed, and then the field of view in everyone's eyes widened. The passage had come to an end. There was indeed a large open space below. Is it a cargo hold? Morris frowned, looking at the open and dim space in front of him. He saw that the space was flat and open, incredibly neat compared to the incredibly chaotic slope they had just traversed, but he couldn't determine the space's original purpose. Could it be that the deepest part of this ghost ship is just an empty cavity? Nina looked around and muttered nervously, with everything piled up on the upper 2 levels. No one could answer her question. Alice looked around curiously, taking a few steps forward. Hey! Miss Puppet suddenly halted, emitted a brief gasp, and looked in astonishment at the ground beneath her feet while rubbing her shoe sole on the side. I think I stepped on something. She turned her head back and innocently spoke to Duncan. It's sticky and somewhat nauseating. Sticky? Duncan furrowed his brow, promptly approached Alice's side, and examined the spot where her foot had just landed. He observed a dark, sludge-like substance, with Alice's faint shoe print visible in the thick and sticky material. However, the shoe print was vanishing quickly. This sludge was squirming. It was alive. Chapter 305, 6000 degrees Celsius slap and the sound of heartbeat. Alive. After realizing that what Alice had stepped on was not mud but a type of living organism, most people at the scene instantly felt a chilling sensation. Duncan found the wriggling substance on the floor quite repulsive. Then, he heard Nina's voice coming from nearby, there's some here too. And over here. Shirley immediately exclaimed, there's a large patch of it, and it's still moving. In this mysterious and vast space, there were patches of that dark, mud-like, yet slowly wriggling strange substance everywhere. It's all around us. Vanna had already silently unsheathed the huge sword from her back, and while looking around the extremely spacious cabin with a slightly furrowed brow, she said in an exceptionally serious tone, May the goddess protect us, what on earth is this? Morris suppressed his discomfort and squatted down beside a slightly wriggling mud. Then by unfolding the pocket knife he carried, the old scholar turned over the edge of the sticky substance and frowned deeply. "I've never seen anything like this, nor have I seen any record of it in any book." The knowledgeable old scholar's tone was full of confusion and unease. "It looks like a living thing, but its texture is no different from mud, and it seems to have no trace of intelligence. It does somewhat resemble something described by Tyrion in one of the No. 3 submersibles," Duncan casually said while looking deeper into the spacious cabin. Nina approached the edge of the group, where under the dim light cast by AI's fire, there was a particularly lively mud undulating slowly in a depression in the floor. She stood by the pit, bending to watch the nauseating substance curiously. She was a little nervous, but her curiosity was much stronger than her anxiety. And then, the next second, the mud suddenly moved. As if responding to Nina's gaze or as if a blind, senseless creature had finally been disturbed by the large group of uninvited guests in the cabin, the mud's surging speed suddenly increased. Next, a large amount of gas emerged from within, and bubbles rolled on the surface of the mud. Nina was startled, and before she could react, the mud suddenly stood up. It was as if a low-level soft-bodied creature suddenly had bones. The dark, viscous substance rose straight from the pit, its surface rapidly hardening, coagulating, and changing color. In just the blink of an eye, it took on an almost human silhouette, and in the next instant, its top differentiated into something resembling a skull, even revealing a human face. It was a face that resembled Nina's by about 60 or 70%. Ah! Nina was instantly frightened and screamed. Even if she wasn't timid and cheerful and strong, she was still just a teenage girl. Faced with such a terrifying and bizarre scene, she was naturally hugely frightened, so much so that her mind went blank. Without thinking, she instinctively raised her hand and swung it, trying to push the horrible thing away from her sight. The nearest one to react was Shirley, who heard Nina's exclamation, followed by a deafening explosion before a flash of intense heat filled her and Dog's entire field of vision. Accompanying the flash was a heat shockwave sweeping across, like standing near an erupting volcano. Nina had only slapped it, a very brief slap. However, this slap created a fireball that nearly melted and evaporated the entire spherical space within a 12-meter radius in front of her. Duncan turned his head and saw the fiery ball quickly dissipate in midair in front of Nina, with bright molten metal flowing in front of her, and the girl seemed to be still stunned, standing motionless in front of the terrifying molten pit. What happened? Duncan immediately came to Nina's side, placing a hand on her shoulder as the residual heat waves rose around him. Just now, the mud suddenly stood up and turned into my appearance. I got startled. Nina regained her senses at this moment, shrinking her neck, her face filled with shock, pointing in the direction of the strange object. Then I hit it. And then it was gone, Nina said with a mournful face, seemingly still frightened. I couldn't control my strength, and this whole area turned into molten iron. Duncan expressionlessly glanced at the molten pit on the ground and the molten metal flowing down the nearby walls and then at the still nervous sun fragment. No matter what had just popped up and startled Nina, there was no doubt that it was the most severely injured. A slap at 6,000 degrees Celsius would leave even the evil gods of subspace with a lifelong psychological shadow. But he still patted Nina's hair, comforting the frightened girl. Don't be afraid, it's okay, you've destroyed that thing. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the other shaken people. Shirley was holding Dog, trembling, Morris was quietly pounding his chest, Alice had just picked up her head, only Vanna was the calmest. She looked at Duncan and shrugged. I'll never suddenly talk to Nina from behind again, said the Inquisitor who had once killed her way through an entire city-state with a serious face. It's just a small accident. Duncan helplessly rubbed Nina's hair, and then his gaze fell back on the mud nearby that had not been affected by Nina's solar fist. His expression changed slightly the next second. Wait, something's not right with these things. With Duncan's reminder, the others finally noticed the changes in the mud spread all over the cabin. All the mud had stopped moving. These things, constantly squirming and changing shape like soft-bodied creatures not long ago, had all stopped at some unknown point, becoming dry lumps as if the mud had lost water. All the edges of the lumps extended small, branch-like protrusions as if something had tried to escape from the mud and left a trace indicating its escape direction during the process. Vanna's gaze quickly swept across the surroundings, and within a few seconds, she discovered that the traces extending from the edges of all the mud appeared to point in the same direction in the depths of the dark and vast cabin. There's something in that direction, Vanna said immediately, tightening her grip on the huge sword in her hand. Simultaneously, Duncan also cast his gaze towards the darkest depths. A thin, faint green flame line quietly extended under his feet. When the flame line touched the dried and solidified mud on the floor, it instantly burned brightly, turning into one bonfire after another. These bonfires spread rapidly throughout the cabin, instantly illuminating many previously dark areas. Duncan watched the spread of the bonfires and confirmed his initial guess in his heart: these mud-like substances were the condensation of supernatural powers. And as the ghost flames gradually spread, this cabin, which was too wide to be illuminated by AI's flames, finally revealed more secrets to everyone. They saw the pitted and terrifying cabin walls in the distance as if they had been gnawed on by some acidic substance or corrosive creature. They saw the ropes, pipes, and suspicious dark red fiber bundles hanging from the ceiling. They saw even more lifeless mud lumps, and in the deepest part of the cabin a huge, indistinctly shaped object was lurking there in an unsettling posture, its edges seemingly still slowly squirming. Duncan hesitated briefly before taking steps towards the large and strange pile. He didn't let his ghost flames invade and burn the pile. Although he knew it should also be burnable firewood, he didn't intend to recklessly destroy any clues before figuring out what it was. The others hesitated noticeably, but seeing Duncan stride forward, they quickly followed. Thump! Just as Duncan was halfway there, a sudden sound made everyone subconsciously stop in their tracks. Morris looked up in the direction of the sound, realizing that the thumping sound, like a heartbeat, was coming from deep within the dark pile several meters high. Duncan also stopped, carefully observing the strange object and sensing the fluctuations in the aura around it. It didn't give him any sense of danger. So he took a few more steps forward. Thump! Thump! More distinct and powerful heartbeat sounds came from deep within the pile, its edges seemed to squirm even more noticeably than before, and even the entire surface began to slowly undulate. Duncan furrowed his brows, and just then, he heard Shirley's voice suddenly behind him, "Dog, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 306, Within the Remains. Dog staggered unsteadily for a few steps before finally coming to a stop. Waves of pitch-black smoke rose from the gaps in his bones, and his entire body seemed to tremble spasmodically while those blood-red eye sockets flickered intermittently. Seeing such an obvious and abnormal reaction, Shirley was naturally startled. She immediately stopped and anxiously called out Dog's name while shaking his massive head. After calling out numerous times, Dog finally regained his senses and spoke up with a hoarse, low voice, "Why do I suddenly feel unable to move? Are you okay?" Duncan approached at that moment, frowning at the clearly unwell dark hound, concern evident in his voice. "Is something wrong with you?" "I don't feel unwell." Dog's head wobbled as if it might fall asleep any moment. "I just feel weak, and I really don't want to get close to that pile of stuff." "Really don't want to get close?" Duncan turned to look at the strange, slow-moving pile that resembled mud under the firelight. Could this odd mud be affecting Dog? Was it some kind of instinctive suppression? Dog's unusual reaction captured everyone's attention and set Duncan's mind racing. His first thought was whether Dog's exceptional perception, which far exceeded that of humans, had detected something invisible. However, Dog's reaction indicated that it hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary. Darkhounds are among the more powerful shadow demons, and they rarely become like this just because they face a more powerful individual's pressure. Vanna crouched down and stroked the bone fragments on Dog's body without any hesitation. She then turned back and said, "Besides, that thing doesn't emit any intimidating aura." "You can remove the more part," Shirley mumbled beside her. "Dog is truly powerful." "Not powerful, I'm not powerful at all." Dog quickly shook its head. "This place is a bit too creepy. Should we come back next time?" "Coming back next time is impossible, as this ghost ship might not stay here obediently waiting for us to explore it repeatedly." Duncan shook his head, "But your current condition is indeed not suitable for continuing." Dog was being affected by some inexplicable force, and allowing it to get closer to that pile of stuff might lead to unforeseen consequences. The best course of action now was to have Dog and Shirley temporarily return to the vanished. Duncan gestured to the side, and AI immediately flew over, circling in the air while shouting, "Who's calling the ship? This is a trap. Abandon ship and escape. You take Shirley and Dog back to the vanished first." Duncan ignored the bird's outcry, pointed to Dog lying on the ground and Shirley with a concerned expression beside him, then thought for a moment and pointed to Nina, "Take Nina back, too." "Hey!" Nina didn't react right away. "Why do I have to go back too? I'm in great shape now. Earlier, that thing attempted to replicate you. Although you hit it and interrupted the process, we don't know if those larger entities at the end will have any other reactions when you get closer." Duncan explained succinctly, "It's better to be cautious in such a situation." After listening carefully, Nina nodded obediently, "Ah, all right, I'll go back." Duncan had prepared some persuasive words, expecting that Nina, being a curious girl, would be eager for such adventures. However, he was surprised that she agreed so readily, and soon he just shook his head with a smile. She was still so sensible. The undead bird's flames whisked Shirley, Dog, and Nina out of the obsidian. But the space didn't descend into darkness with AI's departure. The bonfires Duncan lit using the dry and stagnant mud as fuel still illuminated the gloomy and eerie place. The strange substance coiled at the end of the cabin continued to wriggle quietly as if half asleep or dormant in its dreams. But when Duncan's gaze fell on the pile of material again, a distinct thump sound emanated from within. "The kids have left," Duncan breathed a sigh of relief and took a step towards the dark matter. "Now it's time for the adults to deal with this problem." His steps were unhesitant, and as he approached, the previously seemingly asleep wriggling matter immediately responded. The wriggling at its edges became more pronounced, its surface expansion and contraction more frequent, and the pulsating sounds from within grew faster and louder. It had completely turned into a clear rhythmic heartbeat when he was within the last 10 meters. Thump, thump, thump. The distinct and powerful heartbeat resounded clearly in the spacious and dim cabin. But besides the continuous heartbeat and the increasingly intense surface wriggling, the pile of material showed no other reactions. Until Duncan stood before it, it merely maintained this vibrant state. "By the goddess, what on earth is this blasphemous thing?" Vanna frowned deeply, unable to conceal her disgust. Only after getting close enough did she see the material more clearly. It had no outline of a biological entity, its surface flowed like mud, yet from time to time, suspicious indentations emerged in the mud, appearing like half-melted organs, suddenly swollen blood vessels or nerve bundles. While constantly emitting a heartbeat, it also displayed characteristics as if reacting to external stimuli. These characteristics eventually returned to aimless, blind wriggling. From the day she became an inquisitor, Vanna had seen countless heretical evils, but the blasphemy and strangeness of the thing before her still shocked her. Even Alice next to her seemed dazed. The doll-like girl stared at the material for a long time before saying, "It doesn't look like it can be cooked." Vanna immediately stared at Alice with wide eyes. She was shocked once again. On the other hand, Morris displayed the meticulousness and curiosity that a scholar should have. He seemed to ignore the psychological discomfort and aversion, and after getting close to the material, he studied it carefully for a while. Then, he suddenly noticed something during its expansion and contraction process. "It seems there's something wrapped inside." Just now. Duncan hesitated for a moment before noticing the clue Morris had discovered. At the edge of the pile of mud, there seemed to be a small piece of something resembling a fragment of clothing. Was this constantly wriggling mud just a layer of covering? Upon realizing this, Duncan immediately extended his hand and pointed at the wriggling object. Numerous bonfires burning around the cabin instantly emitted lines of fire, and the ghost flames converged almost in the blink of an eye on the pile of living mud. The fire was brilliant yet precisely controlled. Duncan commanded the fire to burn away only the black sludge, careful not to harm the other materials inside. Under his deliberate catalysis and control, the revolting wriggling object was reduced to ashes in just a few seconds. What was previously hidden deep within the pile of material finally revealed itself to everyone. "This is," Morris gazed at the scene before him with some astonishment. A human, a middle-aged man, leaned against a pile of wreckage lying in the ashes left by the ghost flames. He had wide, angry eyes as if he had been fighting a fierce enemy to the dying moments before his end, yet one hand tightly covered his mouth as if suppressing great terror. His body was in a horrifying state, with a large part of the body dissolved by something and turned into a chilling, decomposed structure. Now, only a heart, exposed in the open chest cavity, continued to beat slowly and powerfully. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat echoed throughout the cabin as if containing a strong will. It turned out that the heartbeat Duncan had heard as he approached came from this heart. But this human had clearly been dead for a long time, and his heartbeat did not signify any signs of life. A human. Vanna immediately furrowed her brow and looked cautiously at the middle-aged man who had died in the depths of the obsidian. Is this also a copy created by the obsidian? The body structure is distorted and mutated, which is consistent with the characteristics of a copy, but something seems off, Morris murmured, carefully prodding the remaining limb structure of the corpse with the wand he carried. He examined the fragments of torn clothes, trying to determine their original appearance. These clothes look like a uniform. It is indeed a uniform, Duncan suddenly said, seemingly having discovered something. At this moment, he bent down, ignored the horrifying wreckage, and searched near the beating heart, retrieving something from a piece of broken cloth. It was a small chest badge with an identity and name written on it. "He is the captain of the Obsidian, Christo Babeli," Duncan said softly, glancing at the chest badge. Chapter 307, The Lump of Flesh. On the small metal chest badge, the name Christo Babeli was etched in steel, identifying him as the captain of the Obsidian. This badge left the atmosphere at the scene eerie and silent, with the only sound in the spacious cabin being a heart pounding. "Is his name Christo?" Alice broke the silence after a while, scratching her head, looking puzzled. "But the person we saw behind that blue door also said his name was Christo, right? If this ship is from Frost's deep sea, then everything on board could be distorted replicas. Each pile of twisted things here might represent Christo or anyone else on the Obsidian at that time," Duncan said calmly, his gaze falling on the wide-eyed middle-aged man on the ground with a hand covering his mouth. "The key is this corpse, which is clearly unique. Do you think he's the original?" Vanna quickly reacted, looking at Duncan in astonishment. "But, how could the original be here when the whole ship is obviously twisted and replicated? Our understanding of Frost's deep sea is based on Tyrion's limited memories, and even what Tyrion knows is only part of the information from the early stages of the entire Abyss plan. The entire project has never truly uncovered the secrets of the seabed below 1,000 meters, Duncan shook his head. We know very little about Frost's waters, and our assumptions about the rules for these replicas may be incorrect. Perhaps the original is hidden within the counterfeit shell, or maybe every counterfeit is a manifestation of the original split apart, or even perhaps in the deep sea, there is no distinction between counterfeits and originals." As Vanna listened to Duncan's words, she couldn't help but glance at Alice beside her. But Alice didn't give it much thought. She was just curiously observing the Christo Babeli on the ground. After pondering for a while, she suddenly asked, "Why is he covering his mouth?" "People often react like that when they're scared," Morris said casually, "it's not strange." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duncan's voice chimed in, "No, it's quite strange, it's not because of fear." Morris looked at Duncan in surprise, only to see him squatting down beside the eerie corpse, even bringing his face close to it, carefully examining something. Thump, thump, thump. Christo Babeli's heart continued to pound with Duncan's approach. It beat even faster and more forcefully than before. Duncan noticed the change in the heart, but his main focus was still on Captain Christo's face. After careful observation, he suddenly discovered something. "There's something in his mouth." "Something in his mouth?" Morris was taken aback, then saw Duncan reach out to try to pry the corpse's hand away from its mouth. The resistance from the hand surprised Duncan. This corpse was tightly covering its own mouth, as if, even after years of death, it was still consciously resisting something. Initially, Duncan didn't use much force, and as a result, he failed to pry open the hand. He knew that with more force, he should be able to easily overcome the dead man's grip, but he hesitated before continuing. "Mr. Babeli, if you're guarding a secret, you can let go now," Duncan said calmly, looking into the wide, angry eyes. "Leave the rest to me." The hand loosened. Next, the tightly clenched mouth relaxed as well. Vanna and Morris exchanged surprised glances, and then they saw Duncan reaching out, searching for something in Christo's slightly open mouth. A soft, somewhat repulsive sensation met his fingertips. Duncan frowned, suppressing his discomfort as he extracted a lump from the dead man's mouth. It was a thumb-sized piece, dark with faint blue lines, very soft to the touch, like a piece of flesh torn from a larger being. "What is this thing?" Alice was the first to curiously approach, clinging to Duncan's arm as she examined the motionless, black and blue piece of flesh. Then, her face revealed some revulsion. "Yuck! I don't like this thing." Duncan looked at Alice in surprise. The usually cheerful doll rarely displayed such immediate and clear disgust. As Alice spoke, Vanna quickly frowned as well. "I sense a very disturbing aura from this thing. It reminds me of pollution that has risen from the depths of the world into reality. My intuition tells me that it's best not to keep staring at this thing," Morris added. "This is likely a warning from the God of Wisdom. Don't you feel anything holding it?" "Feel? No," Duncan pinched the piece of flesh in his hand. "The touch is a bit repulsive, but I don't experience the exaggerated reaction you're describing." "Oh, that's normal, as your status is different from ours," Morris showed no surprise, then continued, "but one thing is certain, what you hold in your hand is not meant to exist in the real world. It should be the most important clue in this ghost ship. But then his words were cut off midway because everyone had heard the pulsating heart in the air rapidly weakening. Duncan lowered his head, staring at Christo's corroded and twisted chest, and saw the heart that had been forcefully beating just moments ago now covered in a layer of grey. The pounding sound weakened to near silence within a few seconds, and then, under his gaze, the heart suddenly ignited and turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a low, hoarse, and somewhat familiar voice entered everyone's ears. The source of the voice was unclear, and it seemed as if the entire ship was sighing, "Ah, so that's how it is." Vanna was the first to react. "It's the voice from behind the blue door." Duncan looked at the body on the floor, witnessing the remains of Captain Christo melting like wax. The remnants, which should have been eroded by seawater 6 years ago, appeared to be compensating for the lost time, turning into jagged bone fragments in an instant. He made up his mind immediately and turned back in the direction they had come from. "Let's retrace our steps." Their return was much quicker than their exploration. The group rapidly moved through the eerily silent and open cabin, through the chaotic and twisted sloping passage, and soon arrived back at the captain's quarters with the blue door. The door was slightly open, and behind it, the creature claiming to be Christo Babeli still quietly clung to the wooden plank. Vanna stepped forward, and almost immediately, the creature seemed to sense their presence. Its surface began to wriggle, and it spoke in a hoarse, low voice, "Ah, you're back." "Captain Christo," Vanna steadied herself, trying to keep her tone calm, "we have some matters to discuss." But before she could finish, Christo interrupted her, "I already know, madam, I have remembered." Despite harboring a vague suspicion, Vanna couldn't help but ask, "You, remembered?" "If you're referring to my death, then I remember, albeit only partially," Christo said in a low voice. "I am dead, right?" "Certainly." The obsidian sank, "we encountered a storm and an iceberg, we sank down, descending into the boundless darkness. I had no chance of survival." Duncan was silent for a few seconds before abruptly stepping forward. "Do you know what happened in the depths of this ship?" "Depths?" Christo's voice seemed somewhat confused. "Do you recall the specifics of your death?" Duncan asked again, "Did you ever struggle with something? Did anything occur on the ship after it sank into the deep sea?" Christo fell silent as if in thought, then a slightly regretful voice emerged from the creature, "I'm sorry, I don't remember those details. All I recall is, the ship sinking for a very, very long time. Everyone died, and I should have died too, but I kept drifting in the darkness, surrounded by cold and darkness. It was as if I was searching for something in the dark. I don't know how long this chaotic state lasted. When I finally regained my memory, I was knocking on this door." Duncan exchanged glances with the others. Captain Christo had no reason to lie. The captain had only realized that he was dead, but he didn't remember what had transpired in the depths of the obsidian, nor did he know about the demise of the other self in the mysterious space at the bottom of the ship, let alone the origin of the mysterious piece of flesh. The clue seemed to have run dry. But Duncan glanced at the palm of his hand. The dark-colored piece of flesh still lay silently in his hand. He had already made a significant discovery. Chapter 308, Dog's Fierce Reaction. In the room behind the blue door, Duncan and his companions stood silently while the twisted mass of organic tissue clinging to the door panel remained quiet for a long time. After an undetermined amount of time had passed, Duncan broke the silence. "Is there anything else you need our assistance with?" "I don't seem to have any regrets," Christo's voice came through, "and I can't think of anything to ask for." "What can you do for a soul that has been dead for so many years, kind people?" "What about your family?" Vanna inquired from the side. "Family?" Christo hesitated momentarily, as if memories were surfacing within his twisted shell. "Oh, right, family. My wife and daughter, they live in Frost, at the end of Fireplace Street." Christo murmured softly, his voice growing fainter as if he was drifting to sleep. But suddenly, he awakened, and his voice became more distinct. "Ah, if you have a chance, please visit them on my behalf, even just to deliver a message. They probably already know what happened to the obsidian." "Is there a specific message you want to convey?" Vanna asked. Christo thought for a long while. Just as Vanna assumed he was falling asleep again, the writhing mass of organic tissue abruptly spoke, "I can't think of any. I can't even remember their faces anymore. Just say good morning to them, and tell them I left without regrets or pain. That's it." We will pass on your message if they still live at that address. Duncan nodded gently, and at the same time, his gaze fell on Christo's slightly swelling and contracting shell. It wasn't an illusion, the life force within the organic tissue was gradually diminishing. Christo's consciousness seemed to be slowly leaving this shell, and a faint layer of grey was spreading along the edge of the tissue. All these changes might be related to the heart in the depths of the obsidian ceasing to beat. It was time to leave. We should go, Duncan said calmly. It's about time. Christo's voice grew slower and more indistinct, but it remained clear. I wish you a smooth journey from here on out. Leave me here, a captain should be with his ship. Actually, we're going to sink this ship before we leave. Duncan hesitated for a few seconds but chose to tell the truth about their next course of action. Captain Christo, you must realize that the obsidian has been contaminated. We can't allow this ship to continue drifting on the boundless sea. It's a threat to ordinary sailors. Christo was silent for a moment and then spoke softly, thank you, kind person. Duncan looked at the captain for a few seconds, nodded silently, and prepared to leave. But just as he was about to cross the door, Christo's voice suddenly reached his ears again, among you, is there a follower of the god of death, Bartok? I'm sorry, we don't have any. Vanna shook her head, why do you ask? Ah, I was just hoping that a follower of the god of death could assist me with a prayer for my soul's passing. After all I've experienced, my soul is tainted, and I doubt I can pass through Bartok's door of life and death. If there's a prayer, perhaps my soul can dissipate more quickly. But if not, then so be it. Life is always full of disappointments, isn't it? Vanna and Morris exchanged glances involuntarily. After a brief hesitation, the latter couldn't help but speak up, we are clerics of the storm goddess and the god of wisdom. We will pray for you after we leave. Although it may not be as effective for a follower of the god of death. I'm not familiar with the god of death Bartok, but if what you're saying is the greatest wish of a dying follower of the god of death, Duncan said, stepping forward to grasp the hand attached to the door panel, I hope your wish comes true. Thank you, kind people. The writhing mass of flesh finally fell silent, its movements slowing down and the grey color of death spreading everywhere. He was not yet completely dead, but the last of his vitality could no longer support further conversation. Duncan silently nodded to the captain of the Obsidian and stepped through the door. The group left the captain's quarters, navigated the twisted, chaotic corridor, and crossed the three nested gates to return to the deck of the ghost ship. Outside, the sun had already begun to set for the evening. Accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a spectral undead bird wrapped in flames flew in from the direction of the vanished, circling above Duncan and his companions. A faint green flame rose from the obsidian and transformed into a meteor streaking back to the nearby vanished. Moments later, the vanished slowly adjusted its position. The gun port covers on the side of the ship were lifted, and dark gun barrels extended from the firing holes. Gunfire roared, and fiery meteors rained down. Under the increasingly slanted and pale bloody sunset, the obsidian was almost immediately engulfed in raging green flames and rapidly took on water, disintegrated, and sank amidst a spectacular series of burning and explosions. This ghost ship, which had been thoroughly eroded by supernatural forces, sank into the deep sea in an incredibly short time, leaving only a few whirlpools of various sizes on the surface. At the edge of the vanished deck, Duncan faced the setting sun, watching the direction in which the obsidian sank, and saw the ghost ship off until the last moment. It wasn't until it had completely sunk that he turned his gaze back to Vanna and Morris, who was standing behind him. Sailing on the boundless sea is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, and being a captain of an ocean-going ship is the most perilous position, Morris said with some emotion. More than half of ocean-going captains meet a tragic end. Even if they retire alive and settle on land, they struggle to integrate into ordinary life due to various reasons. Most of them suffer from curses and mental abnormalities, with hallucinations, visions, and even scrambled memories haunting them for the rest of their lives. My daughter, Heidi, deals with this kind of thing often. Duncan didn't respond to the old scholar's sigh. After all, from the perspective of the people, this ship, the vanished, and he, as Captain Duncan, were actually just another example of those who didn't meet a good end. It was just that his bad end was too intense. How are Shirley and Dog? Duncan suddenly asked. I just went to see them. Alice immediately raised her hand. Dog said it's fine now and is currently studying Nina's textbooks from elementary school. Shirley said Dog needed someone to take care of him, so she is dozing off next to Dog. The enigmatic knowledge-seeking hound and its illiterate owner, hey, Duncan's mouth twitched as he walked towards the cabin, I'll go check on them. He went straight to the cabin where Shirley and Dog were staying, knocked on the door, and found it was slightly ajar. Pushing the door open, he saw a dog sitting on its hind legs at the desk, engrossed in a primary school textbook, held by his two front paws, and the illiterate Shirley, who was fast asleep on the bed behind Dog. Duncan's mouth twitched, and although he had just heard Alice say this, seeing this scene for himself made it feel even more surreal. Dog, hearing the noise at the door, looked up. "Oh, Captain, you. Damn." Before it could finish its greeting, the enigmatic hound suddenly let out a loud, cracking scream, and Dog's entire body jumped up from the chair, almost reaching the ceiling. With a clatter, the black chain connecting Dog and Shirley instantly tightened. Shirley, who had been sleeping soundly on the bed, was pulled into the air by the act and slammed into the wall beside her with a loud thud. "Dog, have you lost your mind?" Disoriented from the impact, Shirley immediately jumped up and pounced on Dog. "Why did you suddenly?" She finally noticed Duncan standing at the door and Dog's terrified expression. "Dog, are you all right?" Both Shirley and Duncan spoke almost simultaneously. I'm fine." "No, wait, there's something." Dog seemed not to have recovered yet, still trembling all over, its eyes constantly shifting as if trying to look at Duncan but instinctively avoiding him. After a long pause, it managed to say, "Captain, are you carrying something in your left pocket?" "Something?" Duncan was startled, then realized what Dog was talking about. He reached into his left pocket and pulled out a small metal box that had once held tobacco. Opening the metal box, a thumb-sized, dull-colored strange flesh piece came into everyone's view. I. Damn. Dog became even more anxious when it saw the object and scurried to the corner of the room. Where did this come from?" "From the depths of the obsidian." Duncan frowned. "Why are you reacting like this? Can you sense something from this Netherlord?" "The aura of the Netherlord." Dog trembled as if in vibration mode. "This is the flesh and blood of the Netherlord." Chapter 309, Unlucky Dog. Duncan was genuinely taken aback for a few seconds before he realized what Dog meant by its words, not because he couldn't understand what it was saying, but because he needed to digest the shocking revelation. "Are you sure?" He picked up the small piece of grey-black flesh with a faint blue tint from the small iron box and pinched it. "This thing is part of the Netherlord." You're still pinching it?" Dog's voice changed pitch as it watched Duncan's overly bold action. "Don't you feel the immense pressure and power emanating from it?" "No." Duncan shook his head, then added, "Not only do I not feel it, but Vanna and Morris don't have much of a reaction either. They only think this thing is somewhat dangerous or unsettling, but nothing as dramatic as you." Listening to Duncan's words, Dog unconsciously crouched down, assuming a fully alert posture next to the table, the blood-red glow flickering on and off in its eyes. After a while, it muttered, "It seems to have lost its vitality, or perhaps you've suppressed its vitality, but I can't tell. I'm a shadow demon, and I have an inseparable connection with the Netherlord. In my eyes, there's only endless shadow and pressure." "It might indeed have something to do with your constitution," Duncan said. As he closed the lid of the tobacco box and casually put it back in his pocket, he noticed that Dog's condition had visibly relaxed as he did so. "I'll put it away for now, you might feel better." Thank you, Captain." Dog's trembling finally lessened a bit. It shakily stood up but still looked unsettled, staring at Duncan's pocket. "You just said, this flesh came from the depths of the obsidian." "Yes, and from a mortal's mouth," Duncan sighed, recounting the events that had occurred after sending Dog and Shirley back to the Vanished. "We found this flesh sample in the mouth of Christo Babeli." Upon hearing the full account, Dog's astonishment was evident. It looked up and exchanged glances with Shirley, and then for half a minute, neither of them spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Shirley broke the silence. "You mean to say, that Captain named Christo, bit off a piece of flesh from a deity before he died? Does the Netherlord count as a deity?" "For mortals, there's no difference. Godlike is a very broad concept," Dog said solemnly, shaking his head slowly. "I still can't believe it. I can't imagine how he did it. Mortals don't even have the strength to move a finger in front of the Netherlord, let alone fight back. Moreover, how did he see the Netherlord? Did the obsidian venture into the abyssal part of the ocean?" Duncan frowned. Instead of sinking continuously in the real dimension after it sank in Frost's ocean, was it transported away? Or, beneath Frost's deep sea, is there actually a passage to the realm of shadow demons? "I don't think it's likely," Dog immediately shook its head. I've never heard of a place in the shadow realm that's directly connected to the real dimension, and if there really was a leak between the two places, Frost would have been torn apart by demons that emerged. The sinking of the obsidian happened 6 years ago. Duncan pondered for a moment. However, the information he had now was too scarce, and no matter how much he thought and speculated, it was difficult to find a reasonable explanation. One thing was certain though, the flesh brought out from the obsidian was extremely dangerous, and it seemed best not to take it out casually. Of course, he also considered whether to burn the flesh directly or stuff it into the main cannon of the vanished. Based on the feedback he felt after coming into contact with the flesh, Duncan believed that it could be burned away by his ghost fire as supernatural fuel. But after briefly weighing the options, he decided to keep it for now. What if it could be useful in the future? While thinking, Duncan's attention returned to Dog. The Dark Hound seemed to have recovered a bit and consciously avoided looking at the location of the Nether Lord's flesh, appearing much better now. Are other shadow demons like you? Hey! Dog didn't react immediately. You mean? You've told me before that shadow demons come from the Nether Lord, and the habitats of more powerful shadow demons like you are even closer to the Nether Lord. Duncan looked at Dog's blood-red eyes, but the way you react when you get close to the Nether Lord's aura, how do you normally live next to that deity? Trembling every day. Dog was clearly taken aback, probably not expecting the captain's imagination to be so leaps and bounds, and specific. But after a moment of silence, it shook its head and honestly said, normal shadow demons wouldn't react like me. Reason is the premise of madness, Dog sighed, only with wisdom do you understand fear, and only with humanity can you distinguish animalistic instincts. I've deviated from the normal path of shadow demons and thus lost the qualification to approach the Nether Lord. Shirley, who was beside them, blinked and suddenly realized, Dog, did you just say something very philosophical? Reason is the premise of madness. Duncan ignored Shirley's chatter, murmuring thoughtfully, so, you can't return to your homeland now. Yet, you can't sever your connection with the Nether Lord, and you can't get close to the Nether Lord's aura either. But you're extremely sensitive to it. Dog held its head and sighed. That's about right. You're quite miserable. Dog's voice sounded like it was about to cry. Normally, no one would suddenly hold a piece of the Nether Lord's flesh in front of me. This is a safe and stable real dimension. That was my mistake, Duncan sincerely apologized, I hadn't considered it before. No, please don't apologize to me. Dog was suddenly frightened, quickly crawling under the table, with just a casual apology from you, who knows if I'll be entangled in subspace again. All right, Duncan was taken aback and couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. He shook his head and turned to leave. I won't bother you anymore. Continue reading. Shirley quickly stood up to see him off, but Duncan suddenly stopped and looked back at her. Why don't you learn from Dog? He can even read elementary school stories now, while you still make mistakes 3 out of 5 times when spelling your own name. Aren't you embarrassed? Shirley defended herself confidently, Dog is a demon that pursues knowledge, it's normal for him to have strong learning abilities. How can I compare to him? First of all, the phrase pursuing knowledge isn't used like that, and secondly, even if Dog is a demon that pursues knowledge, don't always avoid knowledge. Duncan sounded a bit helpless. In a few days, I'll have to arrange a test for you to see how much you've learned. After saying this, he turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. As expected, Shirley's wailing and cursing could be heard a few seconds later at the door. A happy smile appeared on Duncan's face as he stepped forward, heading towards his own quarters. Night was falling. In the hidden harbor of the Mist Fleet, blocked by fog, icebergs, and treacherous currents, Tyrion walked slowly on a path at the edge of the harbor. The cold night wind came from the direction of the sea, the sound of waves crashing against the shore was incessant, the world was soaked in the cold and dark light of creation, and in the distance, the bustling noise from the harbor square could be faintly heard. Sailors were having a party, using fine wine, tobacco, and noisy instruments to dispel the emptiness left by the deceased in the world and consuming their cold and endless energy with a night of revelry. But for Tyrion, such gatherings were too noisy. They were not conducive to his calm thinking. Another set of footsteps followed him. It was his loyal first mate, Aidan, who now smelled like a piece of bacon with added cinnamon and clove. This scent made Tyrion marvel, the people of Pland really had a lot of tricks in the tobacco field. You can join the party in the square, Tyrion suddenly said, there's no need to accompany me on a walk in this desolate place. I'm waiting for the late night part, Aiden said, they've invited 12 dancers from Cold Harbor. They have great energy. Captain. In such cold weather, dancing on a pirate island occupied by the undead, and late into the night as well. Tell me honestly, what kind of damned price did you offer? It wasn't actually that much, Aiden scratched his shiny bald head and chuckled. Last week, when the Raven went on a mission, it happened to rescue Curved Knife Martin's ship. As you know, Martin controls a quarter of the theaters and dance troops in Cold Harbor. Tyrion. The commander of the Mist Fleet fell silent for a few seconds in the night wind, pinched his brow, and after a few more seconds, his expression returned to calm. Let's talk about Dagger Island. All right, Captain. Chapter 310, The Pirate Island Under the Night. Ever since the 8th No. 3 submersible was salvaged from Frost's waters and brought to Dagger Island near the city-state, the island had been declared a military restricted zone by the city-state authorities. As a result, the 2 nearby shipping lanes were closed to the public. This naturally sparked speculation among many people, including local Frost residents, shipowners, nearby pirates, and adventurers who were forced to stay away from Dagger Island. They were curious about what had happened on the island and what secrets the Frost authorities were hiding. Many theories emerged, ranging from researching new weapons to conducting dangerous ceremonies, but none were reliable. Very few people in the world still knew about the Abyss Plan. It's becoming increasingly difficult for our people to gather intelligence on Dagger Island, Aiden said seriously to Tyrion on the small path at the harbor's edge. The island's security has been tightened recently, and they are even monitoring every inch of the coast. Approaching by diving is no longer feasible, and our spies and insiders have recently been transferred away from key positions. Not exposed, but Dagger Island's current supply and personnel transfers are all completed within a special list controlled by the authorities. We can't intervene. Has it become entirely a military restricted zone? Tyrion stopped walking. Did they discover something from that No. 3 submersible? Or have they already opened the hatch? It's hard to say, Aiden shook his head. However, the last time we got information about the island, we saw an order issued by Frost authorities specifically mentioning not to open the hatch of the submersible, and any samples taken from the outer shell of the submersible must be incinerated after the research is completed. At least from this order, it seems that the city-state's authorities are still very cautious. But this was several days ago, and no one knows whether there have been any changes since then. If they can't obtain investigation results for a long time, and there are more dangerous experimental accidents, the wisest move for Frost authorities should be to dispose of the submersible directly without continuing any research, just like we did back then, Tyrion frowned. But they're still blockading Dagger Island. It means they definitely want to uncover some secrets from that submersible. In theory, Frost high-ranking officials should know about the Abyss Plan back in the day, or at least they should know about the danger and horror in the deep sea. Knowing is one thing, understanding is another. The descendants can hear the stories of their ancestors from books and oral accounts, but unless they experience it again themselves, they can hardly imagine the fear and helplessness. Tyrion shook his head. In the face of extraordinary uncontrollable events, humanity's greatest strength is the ability to forget, and its greatest weakness is the same. Aiden looked at his captain, and after remaining silent for more than 10 seconds, he finally spoke up. Captain, should we take some more proactive actions? More proactive actions? Contact Frost authorities, warn them, or even more directly, have the fleet raid Dagger Island and seize that No. 3 submersible, Aiden said bluntly. Given Dagger Island's current defense capabilities, it should not be able to withstand a powerful assault from the Mist Fleet. Upon saying this, he paused for a moment and added, otherwise, those clueless individuals tampering with a twisted replica that surfaced from the deep sea might cause significant trouble. It's too worrisome. Tyrion contemplated for a brief moment. After a while, he shook his head. Even if we successfully raid Dagger Island, can you be certain we'll find the location of the No. 3 submersible before Frost's main forces react? The island is quite large. If it takes too long to search, we'll have to face several times the number of city-state navy forces. The sea mist is strong, but not invincible. Besides. He stopped, and the image of the Frost Queen appeared in his mind. The next second, Tyrion immediately halted his wild thoughts, realizing he was drifting off again. It's nothing, he shook his head, I need to think about this more. You'll need to make a decision soon, Aiden nodded, and at that moment, the sound of bells suddenly rang from the direction of the harbor square. The first mate immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Ah, it's late. Captain, why not just go to the square and enjoy yourself? It might help you make a decision. I won't go, Tyrion shook his head instinctively, I'm not interested. It wouldn't hurt to show your face once in a while, Aiden insisted enthusiastically, the dancers aren't something you can see all the time. Their dancing is even more beautiful and agile than the black-tailed rock thrush flying through storms. I meant that I'm not interested in that, Tyrion said helplessly, spreading his hands, and honestly, if I, the captain, were to appear at the party, would the sailors really be able to have fun? Of course they can, Aiden replied casually, you know how thick-skinned those guys are, tough and regenerating. Tyrion. In the end, Aiden still couldn't convince the stubborn captain and went alone to the harbor square to join the party. The pirate island was still bustling with activity after midnight. The sleepless undead had unlimited energy, and the lack of curfews meant plenty to celebrate on the island. A platform on one side of the square had been converted into a stage. Temporary wooden walls blocked the cold wind from the sea, and the blazing fire pits around the stage somewhat resisted the winter night's chill. The undead no longer feared the cold or heat, but the human guests visiting Pirate Island tonight still needed careful protection. Young girls from the cold harbor danced passionately between the bonfire and the cold wind. As their skirts fluttered and the dancers spun, the bonfire burst and leaped in the night, and the sound of the distant waves was endless. The terrifying undead made noise in the audience, and on the fog-covered pirate island, there was a rare bustling night scene in this world. Tyrion stopped at an inconspicuous corner near the square, looking up at the stage. He wasn't here to attend the party but to return to his residence, just passing through the square. The weekly gathering of sailors was a tradition that dated back to their time in the Frost Navy. Even after departing from Frost, the custom persisted within the Mist Fleet. Decades had gone by, and though much had changed, many things remained the same. Tyrion observed his former subordinates creating a ruckus in the square, a smile slowly forming on his face. However, his smile soon diminished. He glanced at the nearby stage where the dancers performed, their passionate dance and graceful movements reminiscent of startled birds, but their eyes appeared dull and lifeless. They had likely consumed a potion beforehand consisting of various herbs and a small amount of supernatural catalysts, a common practice. The potion enabled them to endure the cold to a certain degree but also impaired their cognition and thinking. This prevented them from experiencing fear, leaving only their instinct to dance. Evidently, the masters of these dancers didn't want their instruments to jeopardize the harmonious relationship with the cold sea pirate leaders due to fear. Tyrion clucked his tongue. This was quite typical. Those who dared to engage with pirates, even sending people to Pirate Island, employed similar methods. As the church and authorities wouldn't intervene in their shady dealings, ordinary people could only devise alternative ways to cope with the shadows and horrors of the boundless sea. The lives of pirates and risk speculators were never as romantic or exciting as depicted in adventure tales. In a way, administering the potion also served as protection for the dancers. Tyrion felt a hint of disappointment. He had hoped Curved Blade Martin would have made some progress over the years, but it seemed the man continued to rely on decade-old tactics to run his cold sea entertainment industry. He shook his head, ready to turn and leave. But as he was about to depart, a faint crackling sound of fire unexpectedly caught his attention. This peculiar yet familiar sound caused Tyrion's heart to clench for a moment, nearly making him stumble. He then fixed his gaze on the source of the noise. A ghostly green flame flickered on a nearby ice wall, and as the light and shadow expanded, the center of the icy surface turned pitch black, like night. A tall, imposing figure emerged from it. "Good evening, Tyrion," the figure said, "I hope I haven't interrupted your rest." Tyrion stared at the figure materializing from the ice, holding his breath momentarily before attempting to maintain a composed expression and reply to the other's greeting, Good evening, Father. Why have you suddenly? I have some matters to discuss with you, and I wanted to see how you've been recently," Duncan said nonchalantly. "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he looked up, and his eyes moved past Tyrion's shoulder to focus on the stage in the distance. There, his gaze fell upon the young girls wearing thin dresses while dancing despite the cold wind. 6. It's not what you think. Chapter 311, Information Exchange. The elderly father worried about his children's daily lives and wanted to sneak a peek at his son's activities at home. So, at 12:30 into the night, he saw his son set up a stage on an icy island base and watched over a dozen girls perform belly dances. Talk about a shocking revelation and baptism into fatherhood. At that moment, Tyrion flew into a dumbstruck panic. Truthfully, his current sense of horror and the chaotic thoughts racing through his head even surpassed the time when he heard that a No. 3 submersible had appeared near Frost a few days ago. The infamous pirate captain in the cold sea awkwardly moved aside, attempting to use this clumsy method to block Duncan's view, but he saw another ice-covered wall light up beside him. The father's figure walked directly to another mirror and continued to watch the stage. "Aren't they cold?" Tyrion instinctively replied, "Cold, but they can endure it with a special alchemical potion." "Tyrion," Duncan turned his gaze back and looked at Tyrion, who had become as rigid as an ice sculpture. "Don't be so tense, you're already an adult, and it's your right to have any hobbies. However, this hobby is somewhat surprising. Does your sister know?" "It's not what you think." Tyrion couldn't help but exclaim again this time. Compared to his previous outburst, there was even more helplessness and despair. "Please don't mention it to her if you ever have the chance to contact her in the future." "Oh, it seems she doesn't know," Duncan nodded. "Indeed, it's better not to inform Lucretia about this." "Tyrion, what do I have to say for you two?" Duncan laughed. He could clearly see Tyrion's expression at that moment and had heard his previous outburst. He simply found it amusing witnessing such a reaction from the top pirate in the cold sea was not an everyday occurrence, and it would be a shame to miss such a fantastic scene. The instant Tyrion saw the smile on Duncan's face, he understood. He was first taken aback. His father was joking with him, a somewhat cruel joke, but one that had been missing for a long time. Immediately afterward, he controlled his astonished expression and swiftly turned serious as if his previous lapse in composure had never occurred. "If you're done having fun, let's discuss business," the formidable pirate sighed and said reluctantly, "I don't believe your late-night visit is merely for joking with me. I came across a ship." Duncan's expression also turned serious and he got straight to the point, "The Obsidian. Do you recall this name?" "The Obsidian." Tyrion frowned initially, searching his memory for well-known ships on various routes, finding nothing, but then his expression shifted slightly. "You mean the Obsidian?" "I know only one Obsidian, but it should have sunk already." As Duncan anticipated. No one would know the ship's situation in this cold sea region better than a pirate leader who had been firmly established in the northern area for half a century. And if it were a ship that had sunk due to a maritime disaster, it would leave an even more profound impression on Tyrion's mind. Since shipwrecks resulting from maritime disasters are regarded as the most ominous events on the vast ocean, captains may not pay attention to other vessels, but they will undoubtedly want to know the names of those sunken ships, the cargo they carried, their actions, and their whereabouts. "It's that one, the sunken ship that's been submerged for 6 years, Duncan nodded. "It has resurfaced, entirely transformed into a strange entity with inverted cabin structures, mud-like living substances, and a captain who is neither human nor inhuman." As Duncan finished speaking, Tyrion's eyes gradually widened, and after a brief reflection, the renowned pirate's face showed a mix of astonishment and seriousness. He did not doubt, for he knew his father would not deceive him at this time. On this matter he wouldn't engage in such a trivial act. However, he still found it hard to believe because the situation had entirely exceeded his expectations. "Doesn't it sound familiar?" Duncan's voice continued to emanate from the ice as if carrying the chill of the cold sea. "It's somewhat reminiscent of the No. 3 submersible situation but more severe. It's a replica that has returned from the deep sea, and what has been distorted is not only the crew inside but also the ship itself. You were involved in the Abyss plan, so I want to hear your judgment." "My judgment," Tyrion began but then realized something else. "Wait, where did you encounter that ship?" He suddenly reacted. The Obsidian had sunk near Frost, so theoretically, the replica should have surfaced around Frost too. How could his father have encountered that ship? Duncan, in the ice, revealed a faint smile. "Are you at a high enough vantage point?" "A high enough vantage point?" Tyrion looked around, somewhat puzzled. "The terrain here is not bad. The port area is generally elevated. Is there anything obstructing the view to the southwest?" "No." "Oh, look in that direction and wait a moment." Tyrion instinctively looked towards the island's southwest, a gentle slope with terrain slightly inclined towards the sea. The main residential facilities of the port area were situated on this slope, which ended at the coast. A few kilometers beyond the coast lay the dense fog and turbulent currents enveloping this secret base. Something flickered in the thick fog. It was a ghostly green flame, rising and glowing like a spectre in the fog. Tyrion blinked. After a while, he heard a distant, muffled, yet undeniably real roar. It was the sound of an ancient muzzle-loading cannon being fired. "You're in the cold sea." Tyrion felt his muscles tense, a subtle yet pervasive chill seeming to gradually encircle him. He hesitated and turned back to look at Duncan in the eyes. You found this place? Not easy to find. Your island is surrounded by thick fog, floating ice, and erratic currents. Luckily, the spirit realm is serene with secure roots, Duncan smiled. But don't worry, I won't bring the vanished directly to your island, that would make your subordinates anxious. The vanished will hide in the dense fog beside you. Tyrion thought for a moment and suddenly felt that his father's last words were even more unnerving. It might be better to bring the vanished directly to the harbor. Yet, in the end, he didn't dare say it out loud. For he feared that the moment he opened his eyes the next day, he would see the vanished's flagpole looming over the harbor. Your expression is tense and disheartened, Duncan's voice suddenly emerged. Did I cause you any trouble? No, I didn't mean that. Tyrion quickly responded, trying to adjust his expression as he continued, it's just that things are a bit unexpected, and I'm still not used to interacting with you. As he said this, he paused and hastily asked before Duncan could speak again, why did you suddenly come to the cold sea? It's not just to give me a surprise, is it? Some things happened, Duncan nodded. A person who should have been dead for years suddenly sent a message from Frost, which piqued my interest. Upon arriving here, I quickly saw the obsidian, which confirmed my suspicions. Now I suspect that the lingering remnants of the Abyss Plan are stirring beneath Frost. The Abyss Plan. Tyrion's cheek muscles twitched uncontrollably as memories flooded his heart, some from half a century ago, some from recent events. The sudden news from his father was like a sharp blade, slicing open the veil that had only been slightly lifted. Tyrion abruptly realized that what was happening was far more complex than he had imagined. It wasn't just a No. 3 submersible, not just a dagger island, and beneath Frost's deep sea, the Abyss Plan was not only reviving. I think your suspicions are correct, he said, his expression troubled. There truly is an issue beneath Frost. The obsidian you encountered is not an isolated incident. Do you know? Just recently, Frost authorities salvaged something from the nearby sea area. The voice in the ice fell silent for a few seconds. Judging by your expression, I think I can guess what it is. Yes, the No. 3 submersible, the 8th clone. It has now been sent to a desolate island near Frost called Dagger Island. The authorities have designated it as a military-restricted area, attempting to uncover the secret of the clones, Tyrion said, shaking his head. But that's not the only news. Recently, there have been rumors of the dead returning to life in Frost. It is said that the dead suddenly broke free from their graves, and even people who had died or disappeared for years suddenly appeared on the city streets. However, there are also conflicting reports that they are just ordinary city residents and that the overly anxious church guards are indiscriminately arresting passers-by during curfew hours. Tyrion shrugged. The information on Dagger Island is difficult to obtain due to the news blockade. As for the situation in Frost, I do have some informants. According to their reports, strange things have indeed been happening in the city recently, and unfamiliar faces have been coming and going. But as for the dead returning to life, I don't think there's much credibility to it. Chapter 312, An Invitation from the Old Father. No one understood the boundary between life and death better than Tyrion and his undead sailors. The god of death, Bartok, had a door that anchored the boundary between life and death. In short, once the soul of the living passed through that door, it would enter the world of the dead, and the door was one way. In other words, as long as one did not pass through that door, neither a temporary corpse reanimation nor a persistent undead curse could be considered a true resurrection. Many people in the world confuse undead with dead, even thinking that the former have exploited a loophole in the god of death's door. Tyrion turned his head, looking at the noisy sailors on the square, and spoke calmly, but in fact, they are just souls polluted and rejected by that door, stuck at the boundary between life and death. According to the strict concept of the Church of Death, undead actually belong to the world of the living. Duncan didn't speak for a moment but recalled his own experience in the cemetery. Waking up in the coffin, being called a restless one by the cemetery caretaker, a group of annihilators came to steal the corpse, seeming to have anticipated that the body would stir, the sudden self-collapse of the body, as if reaching some kind of limit. Frost may not have experienced a real resurrection of the dead, but there may indeed be witnesses to the dead appearing in the city, and behind these incidents, it is very likely related to a group of annihilators, Duncan said slowly after pondering. But it's hard to say how much they have infiltrated and what they want to do. Annihilators. Tyrion was surprised, not expecting the matter to suddenly involve cultists. How can you be sure it's related to them? They tried to take a corpse from the city-state cemetery, appeared well prepared, and even anticipated in advance that the body would stir. Although the actual situation was a little different from what they expected. Tyrion listened, his gaze shifting between doubt and surprise, looking at his father. How do you know this information? And in such detail? That corpse was me. Tyrion, what? Just an evening stroll when I happened upon the grave robbers. Duncan didn't elaborate further. That's not important. What's important is whether the return of the dead incidents are related to the deep sea beneath frost. Return of the dead and the deep sea. Tyrion frowned, having never associated the two things before. Hearing his father suddenly mention it, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Why do you say that? What's the connection between these two things? It's simple. The body I borrowed experienced a bizarre collapse in the end, and the state it presented during the collapse was very similar to the clones that appeared in the abyss plan you described. The state during the collapse. Tyrion's tone was surprised, followed by confusion. But, the clones of the abyss plan come from a depth of 1,000 meters below the sea. How could the dead in the city be related to that place? He stopped, his face becoming complex and solemn. After a moment, he raised his head. Could it be that this replication power has already spread within the city, and the cultists you mentioned are the promoters? But there shouldn't be any connection between the cultists and the deep sea. Listening to Tyrion's muttering, Duncan suddenly thought of another matter. In the depths of the obsidian, in the mouth of Captain Christo, that small piece of flesh containing the aura of the Netherlord. If the ghost ship truly came from the deep sea beneath frost, if Captain Christo, regardless of whether he was a copy or the original, had truly come into contact with the Netherlord, then the cultists in the city would be connected to the deep sea. Tyrion curiously looked at the reflection in the ice. Father, what are you thinking about? What do you know about the Netherlord? And the cultists? Duncan suddenly asked, how much have you dealt with them? I haven't dealt with them much. Although the Annihilators aren't as elusive as the Enders, they're still a low-profile and mysterious group. They're obsessed with researching demonic knowledge and purifying themselves through it, generally not involving outsiders. Tyrion shook his head and continued, as for the Netherlord. I heard that its status is equivalent to that of a deity but without the authority of one. In a few descriptions, it is a massive flesh mass crawling in the depths of the abyss realm, guarding a great rift to subspace with countless tentacles. However, there are also claims that it is actually stuck in that rift, sealed there by some great power. Information on this subject has always been vague and bizarre since mortals in the world have almost no means to observe the situation in the abyss realm. All research in this area is based on indirect observation of spiritual projections and the soul interrogation of certain cultists. At this point, Tyrion couldn't help but ask curiously, why did you suddenly bring up the Netherlord? In the deepest part of the obsidian, I found a small piece of flesh that most likely came from the Netherlord. Tyrion. His astonishment tonight had clearly exceeded the number of times his father had been surprised when he saw 12 belly dancers dancing on stage earlier. I know you don't believe me, but it's true. Duncan could see the disbelief on Tyrion's face. I have a shadow demon here that can help identify it. Tyrion still sounded bewildered. A shadow demon? Help identify? A dark hound? You've seen him before, Duncan casually said, although you only caught a glimpse at the time. Tyrion paused as if remembering something and then touched his forehead. Duncan nodded. Yes, that's the one. Tyrion didn't know what to say. Duncan looked up, his gaze passing over Tyrion's shoulder, looking in the direction of the square. After several rounds of dancing, even the dancers who had taken the potion in advance needed to rest. The conversation should end now, Duncan suddenly said. This matter seems more complicated than you and I imagined. It's difficult to come to any conclusions through this kind of discussion separated by a mirror. You mean? I'll send a messenger to you. The messenger will take you to the vanished. Here, we can talk more conveniently and let you see for yourself the things I brought out from the depths of the obsidian. Going to the vanished. Despite the calm invitation, Tyrion couldn't help but feel a chill and tension. He tried to control his facial expressions, but his momentary reaction still caught Duncan's eye. If you don't want to, I can come directly, the voice in the ice said indifferently, but that would require you to prepare your subordinates first. Tyrion's expression was somewhat tense. To go to the vanished himself or to let the vanished enter the Sea Mist Fleet's base. Both options seemed challenging. But after a brief weighing of options, he made a rational decision. Send the messenger. It'll be more convenient for me to go there. Tyrion looked openly at his father in the ice. Reason told him that if his father had truly regained his humanity, then even the vanished returning from subspace, theoretically shouldn't be a dangerous forbidden place. What was there not to go to? He only needed to prepare himself mentally, but if he let the vanished enter the port directly, then more than just him would need to be prepared. He just needed to confront a little bit of nervous instinct. That's good, Duncan nodded, seemingly satisfied with Tyrion's answer. He then took a slight step back, and his figure quickly faded and blurred in the ice. I'll leave first, there's still some business to attend to. Before the messenger departs, I'll notify you. Tyrion slightly bowed in front of the ice that was gradually returning to normal. When the last trace of green flame disappeared, he stood up straight. He then collected himself, turned around, and walked towards the square. On the square, the late-night hustle and bustle had not yet subsided. The undead sailors were either feasting or talking merrily, and some rude people near the stage were trying to whistle at the dancers, but because of leaks in their mouths or throats, they could only make funny sounds. On the stage, the dancers had finished their performance. Under the direction of their leader, they stood in a row, seemingly waiting for the next dismissal order. The cold wind blew through the gaps between the bonfire and the windbreak, and several of the girls seemed to be shivering. In their numb and dull eyes, lively expressions gradually began to emerge. The effects of the alchemical potion were about to end, and normal emotions would return to their minds. Two of the girls gradually showed a bit of curiosity on their faces, but fear was what emerged in the eyes of many more. The undead in various strange shapes and forms across the square, even with mental preparation, this was not a scene that ordinary people could bear. First Mate Aiden ran out. He had been keeping an eye on the activity on the stage and now came directly to the highest point of the square. With a hoarse voice, he shouted at the sailors who were still making a commotion, "Disperse, disperse! No more dancing! Those with the scariest faces, cover them up! Those with missing arms and legs, crawl under the tables! The girls are leaving clear the path beside the stage. Wylan! You get under the table! Your face scares me just looking at it!" The sailors on the square responded loudly, covering their faces and hiding where they could. Amidst the noise and laughter, the dance troupe leader on the stage first looked at the scene, somewhat bewildered. Then, realizing what was happening, she hastily and awkwardly bowed to Aiden and quickly led the girls off the stage. The girls, with tense and fearful expressions, tried to hide behind others as they hurried towards their temporary accommodations. However, two exceptionally brave girls deliberately stopped, blinking curiously at the undead on the square. One girl even looked up as she passed Aiden, saying something with a smile that made the first mate feel incredibly awkward, almost falling off the platform. Once the dancers from Cold Harbor had left the scene, Aiden finally noticed Tyrion, who had come to the square. Chapter 313, The debt has been cleared. Noticing the captain's unusually solemn expression, Aiden jumped down from the stage. "Captain, what happened?" "An invitation I cannot refuse." Tyrion glanced around and sighed. "Tomorrow or the day after, I may have to leave here for a while." Aiden's eyes widened. "A message was sent to the island? Just now? And, how could there be an invitation you can't refuse in this cold sea?" Tyrion sighed again. "It's my father." Aiden blinked, hesitated for a moment. "How long will you be gone, approximately?" "I should be back soon, in a day or two." Tyrion didn't mind the subtle change in Aiden's tone. His mind was filled with complicated thoughts, and he didn't have the energy to say anything else. "A messenger will come to the port to take me to the vanished. Keep this matter quiet for now. In my absence, you will be in charge of everything." Aiden immediately bowed his head in compliance. "Yes, Captain." Then, the first mate paused for 2 seconds, seemingly hesitant, before he couldn't help but look around and approach Tyrion, whispering, "Is he nearby?" Tyrion thought for a moment, then patted Aiden on the shoulder. "The vanished is hidden in the mist around us." Visibly, Aiden's muscles tensed up. "Captain, after not breathing for so many years, I finally know what cold means again today." First mate Aiden's voice became noticeably cautious. "Are you sure the old captain just wants to meet with you?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know, but my instinct tells me that this journey should be safe," Tyrion said softly, then looked back at the square where the sailors were still unwilling to disperse and planning to party until sunrise, before turning back to the first mate. "But the other sailors may not think so. You know what I mean." Hearing the captain's solemn words, Aiden slowly nodded. He knew what his captain was concerned about. The Sea Mist fleet was vast, and apart from a few ordinary people who were bought or hired by contract as peripheral members, most of the fleet's members were undead like himself. Strictly speaking, these undead sailors could be divided into two groups. A large portion of them were former Frost Navy members, who had once been loyal to the Frost Queen. They were ordinary people who, after the Frostbite Rebellion, gradually transformed into their current state as they remained devoted to the cause. In the endless battles over half a century, in the constant skirmishes with the rebels, death and the curse of the sea mist itself turned them bit by bit into the undead sailors they are today, becoming part of the sea mist fleet. The other small group of sailors were the true original backbone of Iron Admiral Tyrion's forces. They were former members of the vanished fleet. Duncan Abnemar was their old captain. They had witnessed the transformation and fall of the vanished, experienced the storms of the past century, and had once followed Tyrion in loyalty to Frost. These sailors loyal for a century were known as the first phase, while those loyal for half a century were called the second phase. Aidan himself, as well as the half-witted old priest with a sunken head, were members of the first phase. A century of experience allowed Aidan to see many things hidden beneath the surface. The vanished and Captain Duncan held different meanings for the two groups of sailors, and the same news would evoke complex and uncontrollable reactions from them. And now, even Captain Tyrion couldn't be sure of the true state of the vanished and the old captain, let alone whether this state was genuinely stable for an extended period. So until the situation was clear and controllable, news of the captain's visit to the vanished could not be released. Otherwise, the island would undoubtedly be plunged into chaos. Just then, Tyrion's voice came again, interrupting Aidan's thoughts. Tomorrow morning, send the dancers back to Cold Harbor. Send them back tomorrow. Aidan didn't know why the captain suddenly mentioned this. Are you dissatisfied with them? The vanished is nearby, and it's best not to let ordinary people near the island for now. Tyrion shook his head, making up an excuse. After all, the shock of seeing my father was too embarrassing to mention. He paused, then added, but you did remind me of something. Sending them back directly might cause that harsh curved blade Martin to chastise the girls. I'll write a letter later, and you'll give it to the head of the dancers. Aidan immediately bowed. Yes, Captain. Tyrion nodded and then seemed to remember something. By the way, when I came earlier, I saw a dancer stop and say something to you. Based on your bewildered expression. What did she say to you? Aidan was somewhat embarrassed for a moment. She said my head shape is very sexy. Tyrion blandly eyed the first mate's shiny bald head. Cold Harbor's dancers are indeed passionate and unrestrained, passionate in personality and bold in aesthetics. Darkness, loneliness, coldness, silence. An endless barren wasteland stretched out in the darkness, with no plants or animals in the wasteland, only jagged rocks and bizarre ruins that had been weathered and decayed for countless years. They stood in eternal silence in a desolate atmosphere, with strange phantom lights occasionally flashing across the sky, sometimes illuminating the wasteland and sometimes casting mottled, twisted shadows on the ground. A hollow shadow was trekking through the wasteland. He didn't know how long he had been trekking, nor did he remember his name when he set out. He only remembered that he seemed to have embarked a very long time ago, and the faint impressions left behind told him that he should have reached his destination by now, and should have been resting in some peaceful place. What caused the delay in his journey and compelled him to persist in traversing this desolate land? The obscure, empty spectre contemplated, but soon his sporadic thoughts were consumed by a larger void, leaving him to instinctively progress onward. Unexpectedly, he faltered. Had he tripped on something or bumped into an unseen obstacle? The empty spectre glanced down at himself and observed that colors began to emerge on his indistinct form. He lifted his gaze and pressed forward. As more colors materialized on him, his previously vaporous, wavering surface took on more solid details. Clothing manifested on the human-like dark mist, a sailor's attire. Slowly, he acquired a face that of a black-haired man in his middle years. His strides grew firm and nimble, and the jagged stones beneath his feet appeared to have somehow leveled out. An increasing number of memories surfaced from the depths of his being. First came his name, followed by the moment of his death, his radiant youth, his hazy childhood recollections, and the scattered, warm glimpses from his infancy. He journeyed toward the edge of the desolate land, and in the darkness, shadows of varying sizes materialized, silently fusing with him. These appeared to be individual entities that had been ripped away and separated from him, now returning to their rightful places one by one. Suddenly, the figure halted at the road's end. Christo Babeli gazed up in astonishment, realizing he had unwittingly ventured onto a magnificent avenue bordered by ancient stone pillars on both sides. At the avenue's conclusion, an enormous, regal door embellished with elaborate designs hovered in midair. The door stood ajar, yet its interior remained obscured and undefined, concealing any details of what lay beyond. A powerful urge arose from deep within his soul to cross through that door and find solace on the other side. The middle-aged man dressed in a captain's uniform instinctively advanced. There was no one nearby, but it felt as though innumerable souls were treading the same path toward the imposing door in the mortal realm. The deceased departed every second, yet before this solitary gate of life and death, the souls seemed incapable of seeing each other. However, just as he was about to make contact with the door, Christo came to a halt. A towering figure materialized suddenly before the door, obstructing his way. It was a guardian, draped in bandages, donning a somber, ornate robe, a hood, and wielding a lengthy staff. The sentinel of this realm. Christo gazed at this nearly 3-meter-tall giant with slight apprehension as memories from his mortal existence surged back, granting him the capacity to communicate with others. Are you, the sovereign of death? No, the guardian replied, his raspy, deep voice emanating from beneath the bandages. I am merely his emissary. Christo's voice carried a hint of sadness. I am not deserving of passing through this gateway, am I? He remembered even more specifics, including the context of his own demise. Nonetheless, the majestic guardian simply observed the soul at the entrance for a moment before stepping aside slightly. Please enter, your debt has been settled. Chapter 314, Dagger Island. To the east of Frost, at the brink of the sea cliff as far as one's eyes could reach, a towering rocky island was visible. It was slender and arched, resembling a thin, curved blade or an oddly shaped dagger. The entire island was blanketed in rough rocks and barren sandy soil, leading the people of Frost to name it Dagger Island based on its form. In the vast, limitless ocean, land was the most valuable asset for habitation. Even the most desolate and narrow solitary islands were utilized by people, and Dagger Island was no exception. The island had sources of fresh water but lacked arable land or extensive flat terrain. As a result, it couldn't function as a stable dwelling or grain-producing region, and no useful plants or animals existed. However, the island once possessed a modest amount of ore deposits. The people of Frost constructed mining fields and refineries on the island, and after the ore was extracted, it served as a transit port for some time. Following the Frostbite Rebellion, the routes around the city-state were modified, and the island's port was repurposed into specialized storage facilities for housing dangerous items that needed to be kept at a distance from the civilized world. As the years passed and circumstances evolved, this desolate island strewn with peculiar rocks changed ownership multiple times. Now, under the control of Frost's military, it had become a clandestine temporary research base for investigating the enigmatic object retrieved from the ocean depths. The sealing mechanisms for storing hazardous items and the stringent security measures on the island provided robust assurances for such research. At midday, a mechanical speedboat departed from Frost towards Dagger Island, nearing the military port on the island's recessed side. The flag on the speedboat signified its association with the Frost Navy. After completing a series of intricate and rigorous verification, detection, and registration processes, the speedboat named Sea Swallow was granted permission to dock. As the steam core gradually reduced its rumble, the vessel moored beside the pier and extended a gangplank. Several soldiers clad in blue and black Navy uniforms disembarked first, followed by a tall and sturdy officer with short gray hair. A number of military personnel stationed on the island were already awaiting their arrival on shore. The robust officer with short gray hair surveyed the pier and then proceeded ashore along the gangplank. The waiting personnel promptly approached and saluted. One of them spoke, "General, you are 25 minutes behind schedule. This must be documented and explained. You are required to visit the registration room in person." "Understood," the sturdy officer, addressed as the general, nodded. He didn't take offense at an ordinary non-commissioned officer speaking these words to him, a general, since this was a special research facility, and all stringent approval regulations were standard and justifiable security measures. "We'll proceed immediately. How is the professor's situation?" "Professor Maelson is in the secret chamber. He found something while analyzing and testing a new batch of samples. It appears that the material scraped from the object's surface exhibits unusual properties under specific experimental conditions," the liaison officer explained. "However, the particulars will be discussed after entering the secret chamber." "Very well, guide me to the registration room." Not far from the Dagger Island military port, in a bay on the inner side, intensive and bustling research was underway in a robust building constructed from reinforced concrete and massive rocks. This seemingly mundane and inconspicuous building was the so-called secret chamber, and also one of the most secure and structurally sound laboratories on the island. The building's interior hall was brightly illuminated, revealing a large hexagonal room with each wall made of the sturdiest concrete. At the top of the walls, symbols and religious imagery with mystical significance were engraved. Large scripture banners hung from the ceiling, suspended amidst the gas lamps' shadows. Steam pipes crossed the ceiling, with some valves softly hissing. Incense burners burned quietly in the corners, their sacred smoke slowly blending into the air. Researchers in robes bustled about the hall. A metal device approximately 5 to 6 meters in diameter, round and resembling a large bell, hung in the center of the room from thick chains. The metal device's surface was weathered and aged as though it had been submerged in seawater for an extended period. Its intricate valves and connecting structure at the top indicated its function. It was a diving bell. Directly beneath the suspended diving bell, a large circular grate was embedded in the center of the hall's floor. The grate's diameter was significantly larger than the diving bell's long axis, and through it, a faint red glow could be seen deep underground. A tall, slender, and impeccably groomed silver-haired elderly scholar stood in front of the suspended diving bell, overseeing several assistants as they carefully scraped samples from its surface. A clergyman dressed in a priest's robe walked slowly behind the assistants, carrying a brass incense burner. The subtle incense smoke rose from the burner, accompanied by gentle murmurs of prayers, and wafted slowly through the air. "Professor, General Belazov has arrived at the port," an assistant approached and spoke to the tall and slender old scholar. "After completing the necessary registration and handover, he will come directly here to see you." "Oh. Belazov, I received word that he wanted to come in person. It seems City Hall is finally getting a bit anxious," Professor Maelson said with a touch of helplessness in his voice. "Let him come. How are the samples sent to the lab this morning?" "After the final round of testing, it's now confirmed that although it looks like rust, it's not any known material, and its properties are continuously changing over time," the assistant replied. "It feels as if it is still undergoing some evolutionary process, so it cannot consistently display its own properties." Professor Maelson nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the suspended diving bell. The diving bell's exterior was severely corroded, but the round hatch structure on its side was still clearly visible. The hatch was tightly closed, and since it had been brought into this secret chamber, it had never been opened. On the other side of the diving bell, there was a round window with an incredibly thick piece of specialized glass embedded in it. However, for some unknown reason, the interior of the round window was obscured with grime, and the dark, dirty substances almost covered the entire glass, making it impossible to clearly see the situation inside the diving bell. One could only vaguely make out a disordered cavity inside and something that appeared to be liquid. What was inside the diving bell? Professor Maelson had been curious about this more than once, but regardless of his curiosity, he had no intention of opening the hatch. The year the Abyss Plan began, he was 16. He knew what warranted curiosity and what demanded caution. While thinking, his assistant's voice came from behind. "Professor, do you think the higher UPS will order us to open that hatch?" "Honestly, I don't want to receive such an order at all." Professor Maelson shook his head, looking at his assistant. "Courage and the spirit of exploration have allowed humans to survive on the boundless sea, but once these traits are pushed too far, they become recklessness and death." The assistant blinked, then blinked his third and fourth eyes. "But our progress is too slow now. What if another submersible surface as you predict?" Maelson pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "By that time, I'm afraid we'll have to do more than just open the hatch. We'll have to be prepared to face the deep sea." The assistant seemed to understand, but not quite. The assistant was still too young, but then again, how many people could comprehend the horror of the Abyss Plan half a century later? Professor Maelson looked up at the bustling figures surrounding the diving bell. Some of them appeared different from when they first arrived on the island. And some other figures occasionally made the old professor feel somewhat unfamiliar. It seemed that many unknown figures had unconsciously appeared in this research facility. But that wasn't strange, as personnel changes in research teams were normal, especially for complex special projects involving multiple experts. Everything was reasonable. The cleric with a brass incense burner in his hand approached and nodded slightly in front of Professor Maelson. But then the incense burner in his hand opened its eyes slightly, discreetly sizing up the old scholar while letting the wondrous scent of the incense to waft through the air. "Today's blessing is complete," the cleric whispered. "I will come here again at this time tomorrow to pray for the machines." "Thank you, percent at asterisk priest," the old professor smiled and nodded, naturally addressing the other. "If it weren't for a bunch of trouble in the afternoon, I'd have to invite you for a drink." Better attend to the general first, the priest laughed. He's a big shot representing Frost who came here to supervise the project. Chapter 315, Greatly Shocked. General Belazov stepped into the mysterious chamber. Upon entering the massive building, made of sturdy reinforced concrete and a fusion of colossal stone foundations, the stocky, grey-haired soldier felt an atmosphere of grandeur, solemnity, and deep mystery. This ambience stemmed from the rune inscriptions scattered throughout the structure and the numerous closed doors that lined the hallways. The pervasive runes functioned as the building's security system, designed to resist supernatural attacks from outside and prevent unwelcome visitors from delving into its depths. However, hidden behind the closed doors were a network of shadowy corridors, each potentially leading to an anomaly containment room, dangerous specimen storage, temporarily unhinged researchers, or ancient archives that were off-limits yet indestructible. Navigating the building was akin to being caught between reality and a chaotic abyss, as if standing on an invisible boundary and gazing into another treacherous world. Even ordinary people without supernatural abilities or spiritual talents might feel their nerves tense and their hair stand on end. Is the security here truly sufficient to ensure that thing won't cause any problems? General Belazov couldn't help but ask as he followed the military scholar leading him past a dark alloy door. The secret chamber facility is Dagger Island's most heavily fortified building. Each room has individual security and supernatural barriers, and any object with a danger level above 3 is directly connected to the furnace below, the head scholar proudly stated. Even without considering the supernatural barriers, the building's structural integrity could withstand a full-scale attack from a saint-level adversary. It is impregnable unless an ancient deity decides to exert its power here. After a brief pause, the leading scholar continued, moreover, despite the unusual nature of that thing, it has proven to be much more stable than initially expected, even docile. Stable? Docile? General Belazov unconsciously furrowed his brow and inquired. Yes, although it might not be entirely accurate to describe it that way, the guiding scholar nodded. For several days now, it has been suspended in the center of the secret chamber. Usually, such peculiar entities would display signs of life and affect their surroundings in various ways, but this one has remained inert. It hasn't emitted any substances, released any energy, or shown any properties beyond the realm of reality. Although samples obtained from it exhibit some unusual physical properties, they remain confined to the physical world. Compared to most other hazardous items of the same level, it is as docile as a rock. That's a fascinating situation. I'll report it to the city-state's executive officer, General Belazov casually commented. A researcher in a blue coat approached from the opposite direction, briskly walking past. As he passed the general, he respectfully nodded but continued without stopping, causing a soft, squelching noise reminiscent of the wriggling limbs of a soft-bodied creature. Everyone here seems to be quite busy, General Belazov remarked casually. Yes, the secret chamber is always bustling. Our work isn't limited to analyzing the diving bell, we also oversee other aspects of the facility, the guiding scholar responded with a shrug. Please excuse any perceived impoliteness. It's fine, I'm not concerned with formalities, the general said, his brow furrowing slightly. Is it just me, or is there a strange smell in here? I've noticed it since I arrived, it reminds me of the scent of a sea creature. This is the Bay Area of Dagger Island. The building's ventilation system connects directly to the outdoors, so such a smell is expected. Moreover, the odors from disinfectants and sedimentation tanks add to the scent, the guiding scholar explained, sighing. We've been meaning to request funding to renovate the ventilation ducts, but the higher UPS always say if it works, it's fine. The general refrained from commenting further, instead looking up at the end of the corridor. Professor Mailson was already standing at the door. Tyrion checked his coat and hair one last time in the mirror before moving away and approaching a nearby shelf containing a few items. He pondered for a while, deciding what to bring with him. Should he take his sword? His gun? His amulet? Weapons seemed impractical, as neither a sword nor a gun would provide reliable protection on the vanished. Furthermore, he was invited as a guest aboard the ship, and carrying weapons could seem insincere and potentially provoke his father. The amulet might not offer any tangible advantages, but it could provide emotional reassurance. However, he was unsure about his father's current views on the gods. Would he scorn them? Or merely be indifferent? For the first time, the most renowned pirate leader in the Cold Sea found himself deeply troubled about setting out. He was going to the vanished, or more accurately, he was returning to the vanished. That was where he spent his childhood, where most of his cherished memories resided, and where the aspects he both longed to avoid and confront existed. After a century apart, he suddenly found himself unable to imagine his appearance when he stepped onto that ship. At that moment, First Mate Aiden's voice interrupted Tyrion's thoughts from outside the door. "Captain, are you ready?" Tyrion scowled and called out, "Almost ready, don't rush me." "I mean, you should hurry," Aiden's voice returned, now tinged with urgency. "For the sake of Her Majesty the Queen, the messenger is here." "The messenger is here." Tyrion was taken aback, only then noticing the strangeness in Aiden's tone. He hurried to the door and opened it in one smooth motion. Aiden's voice continued to echo outside, "Captain, if you don't open the door soon, I'll..." "Ah, thank goodness, you finally opened it." Tyrion stared in amazement at the scene in the doorway. His unwavering first mate stood rigidly there with a terrifying skeletal bird shrouded in green flames perching atop his bald head. Meanwhile, on the chest of the skeletal bird floated a bronze compass in mid-air. He recognized it as his father's possession anomaly 022, Spirit World Compass. "Captain, can you stop staring and help me get this bird off my head?" Aiden's voice trembled, "These flames keep landing on me." The skeletal bird tilted its head, seeming to study Tyrion. Suddenly, it opened its beak and produced a peculiar female voice, "Go to Chinjua Avenue, walk to Erxian Bridge, get on. There are seats, big seats. Move back a bit, peanuts, beverages and mineral water." Tyrion was startled by the sequence of sounds, and his first thought was how could his father's messenger be like this? Next, he considered the strange words that had just emerged from the bizarre bird. After pondering for a moment, he remained equally perplexed. It wasn't until he noticed Aiden was on the verge of passing out that he came back to attention. "Let's go," Tyrion shook his head, forcibly pushing aside the jumbled thoughts. He stopped thinking about how to confront his father upon reaching the vanished ship. Adopting a go-with-the-flow attitude, he glanced at the odd skeletal bird. "How do we?" Before he could finish his sentence, the enormous bird suddenly soared into the air, stepping on Aiden's head. It then dove down, and with a burst of green flames obscuring his vision, Tyrion heard an odd scream, "Your father is coming." The next moment, he experienced the world spinning as if all his senses were being scrambled and reassembled. He then felt his whole being hurled into the sky, traveling through darkness and cold. Right now, time seemed to lose its meaning, and this peculiar disorientation and detachment vanished abruptly. The sensation of solid ground returned before he knew it, and the darkness and weightlessness dissipated. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist and bathed him once more. As his familiar senses reappeared, the landscape before Tyrion's eyes gradually came into focus. There seemed to be a tall figure standing before him. But it wasn't his father compared to his father, this figure was far too slender, resembling a woman. She looked familiar. Tyrion blinked hard, ultimately sharpening his vision, and recognized the person in front of him. Long white hair flowed over her shoulders, a scar marred her left eye, and she was a tall, beautiful woman. Vanna, wearing a peculiar expression, looked at the pirate captain, then awkwardly glanced at the spectators anticipating the spectacle. Finally, she sighed and said to Tyrion, "Captain Tyrion, I know you have many questions." Before Vanna could finish, Tyrion recoiled in astonishment, his eyes wide as he gazed at the Inquisitor lady. He Concord planned. The most renowned pirate leader in the Cold Sea was in shock. Chapter 316, Returning Home. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly turned somewhat awkward as an inexplicable silence shrouded Vanna and Tyrion. The latter's astonished expression hadn't yet subsided, while the former was already covering her forehead with her hand. This silence was eventually disrupted by a voice from nearby. A few meters away, Shirley nudged Nina with her elbow. "You see, I told you the first sentence would definitely be that you owe me 2 scoops of ice cream." Fine, you were right," Nina grumbled, 2 it is. I'll get them for you at Frost." Shirley's eyes widened instantly, "I'm not an idiot. Eat ice cream in a freezing place? Let's wait until we get back to planned." Tyrion blinked, only now noticing the others on the deck and the subtly different atmosphere from what he had anticipated. He first spotted the girl named Shirley, whom he had encountered before, and then observed the enigmatic hunting dog lazily sunbathing at her feet. Next to them was another girl who appeared to be 16 or 17 and a white-haired, distinguished elderly man. Everyone was smiling. Behind these individuals was the deck of the Vanished, the railing, the mast, and the sails. The faded and fragmented images from his childhood, the memories of siblings playing together, and all the pleasant and unpleasant impressions seemed to gradually emerge from a dark, hidden cavern and slowly regain their vibrancy in the sunlight filtering through the mist. Though there were a few unfamiliar faces, the ship remained as he remembered it, not the somber, dilapidated, chaotic ghost ship he had initially envisioned. At the very least, the deck still appeared quite familiar. Tyrion knew he was daydreaming and understood that he ought to say something at this point, but he couldn't prevent his thoughts from wandering. He was aware of his tendency to daydream since childhood, and each time he daydreamed on the deck, his father would suddenly materialize from somewhere behind him and scold him. "Tyrion, what are you daydreaming about?" The pirate captain visibly shuddered, and the momentary confusion between memory and reality even made his mind freeze for a few seconds before he hesitated and turned around to see a tall, commanding figure standing behind him. It wasn't a phantom reflected in a mirror or a hazy silhouette seen through distant seas and gunfire, but an individual standing face to face. "I'm sorry, father," Tyrion said instinctively, "I got a little lost in thought." Duncan frowned. He wasn't certain if it was an illusion, but he constantly sensed that Tyrion's current state was quite delicate, significantly different from the impressions their previous encounters had left, yet somehow familiar. However, he soon felt reassured. After all, this was their first direct conversation after a century apart and the first time returning to this ship, so it was only natural for Tyrion to have such a response. Simultaneously, Vanna, who had been quiet and uneasy for a while, finally spoke up. "Captain Tyrion, concerning my presence here, I need to clarify first of all, the situation isn't what you think. I came to the Vanished because I was assigned by the church." "Church assignment?" Tyrion was even more astonished than before and immediately turned to look at his father. "You? I didn't overthrow the church." "Hold your thoughts, Tyrion," Duncan interjected before he could continue, aware of what he was thinking. "Do I need to stress it again? I am not an enemy of the civilized world now. You should approach me more calmly rather than being on guard as if I were a catastrophe ready to unleash chaos at any moment." "Tyrion, I'm sorry. I accept your apology. Let's converse as we walk." Duncan gestured and strode towards the rear of the deck. "Concerning Miss Vanna's presence here, the Obsidian situation, and Dagger Island, we have much to discuss." He then turned back and waved to the onlookers nearby. "Those not involved, carry on with your tasks and cease crowding around here." Tyrion, somewhat perplexed, trailed Duncan, heading towards the captain's quarters he recalled from his youth. Meanwhile, Vanna walked silently on the other side. Memories and present surroundings intermingled and detached, occasionally overlapping and sometimes creating a stark contrast. Upon returning to the Vanished, everything appeared to have veered off the anticipated path from the outset. Tyrion instinctively surveyed the ship's state, seeking elements that matched his memories and searching for a figure who should, in theory, be present. Duncan, naturally, observed his subtle actions. "Are you looking for Alice?" Tyrion hesitated momentarily before recalling that it was the name of the puppet girl he had always assumed she still went by. "Rhaenora? Ah, yes, is she on board?" "She is, but she's likely occupied in the kitchen at the moment," Duncan nodded. "Alice is responsible for the meals on board, so you can sample her cooking today. We have fresh vegetables, recently caught fish, and rarities on typical long-distance sailing vessels." "Meals," Tyrion unconsciously echoed the word, nearly blurting out "Father actually eats human food" when, suddenly, a series of exclamations and frantic footsteps emerged from nearby, disrupting his daydream. "Help, help, 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 help!" It was Alice's cry. Tyrion gazed in amazement towards the sound's origin and saw the gothic puppet sprinting across the deck nearby, brandishing a kitchen knife in her hand and a wooden barrel filled with carrots and greens bounding behind her. Duncan impassively observed Alice racing around the deck as Nina and Shirley attempted to assist but failed. Ultimately, a barrel of vegetables chased the trio and a dog around the deck. He turned back and patted Tyrion's shoulder. "Occasionally, things can become quite lively here." Tyrion faced him again with a puzzled expression, his mouth twitching a few times. "Are the ingredients on the ship overly fresh?" "It's due to the barrel. It has its own opinions about storing vegetables, so it often clashes with Alice's ideas." "Do you not require assistance?" "No need," Alice is open-minded. "But it seems like she's asking for your help." "It's all right, I'm open-minded too." Tyrion's expression appeared somewhat stiff, as if even commanding an entire undead fleet as a pirate leader, he still couldn't quite adapt to the daily rhythm of the Vanished. However, Duncan wasn't surprised by this. He simply patted Tyrion on the shoulder. "You have to learn to adapt. If I went to help every time Alice cried for help, then I wouldn't have time for anything else each day. As it turns out, her adaptability and resilience are actually quite strong." Tyrion wanted to say something, but they had already arrived at the captain's quarters. This was the most memorable place on the entire ship in all his childhood and adult memories. During his childhood, his father's captain's quarters were a mysterious and slightly frightening room. He and his sister Lucretia could play around in most parts of the ship but were strictly prohibited from entering this place. Even the most garrulous sailors on the ship wouldn't hesitate to block the siblings at the door. As adults, their father's captain's quarters became a tense and serious place. Even after they each became captains of the Sea Mist and the Bright Star, Tyrion and Lucretia would still instinctively tense up when stepping in here. Their father formulated all the grand exploration plans here, marked newly discovered islands and anomalies on the nautical charts, and completed the planning and scheduling for the entire fleet. Most of the time, Tyrion and his sister were only responsible for listening and executing orders. Their father did not appreciate the opinions of others. In his memory, he was a resolute and stubborn man. The door opened, and the dim interior environment, unlike the deck, appeared before Tyrion. The next second, his gaze fell on the edge of the navigation table, on the pitch-black and peculiar goat head. The black goat head, with a wooden texture, creaked as it turned, its hollow and deep obsidian eyes staring fixedly at the visitor who entered the room. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Tyrion." Tyrion was startled and turned his head subconsciously. This is the current first mate of the Vanished, someone you can trust," Duncan introduced. "You can simply call him Goathead." "First mate?" Tyrion blinked, then looked back at the peculiar wood carving. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, he accepted his father's explanation and cautiously greeted, "Hello, Goathead, sir." Goathead shook its neck as if to say something, but the next second, Duncan interrupted it smoothly, "Quiet down and stay silent while we talk." Tyrion looked at Duncan in astonishment. When conversing with it, you must be familiar with the process of interrupting beforehand. Don't let it speak without restraint, that's my advice. Heeding his father's warning, Tyrion's expression quickly grew serious. For the formidable Captain Duncan to treat Goathead with such caution and solemnity, it must indeed be as strange and dangerous as it appeared. Naturally, Tyrion regarded Goathead as an extremely hazardous anomaly, and silencing it was apparently the containment requirement for this anomalous object. Chapter 317, Confronting Terror. As Tyrion spent more time on board the ship, he discovered numerous discrepancies between his memories and the present reality. For instance, there were animate objects scurrying about the vessel. Additionally, there were ethereal spirit sails that had lost their tangible form, now resembling gossamer fabric floating on the mast. Moreover, there was an odd sculpture in the captain's cabin, which his father called Goathead. Tyrion sat across the navigation table, observing the eerie objects in the room. Many of them were familiar, albeit aged. His father faced him, recounting the events that transpired between the Storm Church and the Vanished, while the young inquisitor from Planned occasionally chimed in. The situation had evolved beyond his expectations. A secret envoy, the legendary pirate echoed the phrase Vanna had just used, his expression a mix of intrigue and concern. "The Storm Church is more audacious than I thought." "To be honest, I was taken aback at first," Duncan admitted with a smile. "The Storm Pope is a mysterious figure. It's hard to discern how much of her speech is sincere and how much is influenced by the Church's interests or the directives of the Storm Goddess Gamana. Nevertheless, this turn of events aligns with my intentions since I do require a liaison to engage with the 4 divine churches and an assistant proficient in handling cultists." "Handling cultists, you say?" Tyrion mused thoughtfully. "I recall you mentioning the annihilation cultists and the evidence discovered on the obsidian." Duncan nodded gently. "That's why I brought you here." He retrieved a tobacco box from his pocket and, upon opening the lid, revealed its contents to Tyrion. "This is the clue I found deep within the obsidian, the Netherlord's flesh." Tyrion involuntarily held his breath. Despite knowing he should be safe with his father nearby, he couldn't suppress a shiver of apprehension when the box was opened. Inside, he saw a piece of flesh the size of a thumb. An overwhelming sense of dread and revulsion washed over him, akin to the primal reaction one might experience when confronting a ferocious beast unarmed. Even though the flesh was lifeless in the metal container, Tyrion felt as if he were being scrutinized by a living, formidable, and intimidating entity. Swiftly averting his eyes, Tyrion realized that he was drenched in cold sweat. "Are you all right?" Duncan observed Tyrion's state and furrowed his brows. "Why is your reaction more intense than Morris and Vanna's?" Still reeling, Tyrion replied almost reflexively, "They didn't react as much. We experienced resistance and a sense of danger, but nothing as extreme as your reaction, Vanna clarified from the side. What did you feel just now? Tyrion conveyed his earlier sensations and then examined the piece of flesh with a furrowed brow as numerous thoughts raced through his mind. I'm unsure if it's just an illusion, but it felt like this thing was watching me intently, he explained, as though it's still alive, or something beyond it is casting its gaze. Duncan and Vanna shared a knowing glance. Bringing Tyrion here had indeed been a wise decision without direct interaction, certain subtle cues might have remained hidden. This piece of flesh, believed to be a remnant of the Netherlord, exhibited a unique reaction to Tyrion's proximity and attention. Could your involvement in the Abyss plan years ago be the reason? Duncan speculated, considering the plan to be Tyrion's most distinctive connection to this incident. Tyrion remained silent for a moment, reflecting for a few seconds before raising his head. Can you confirm whether the obsidian truly journeyed to Frost's deep sea? I cannot, as there's no concrete evidence, but my intuition tells me it returned from there, Duncan answered honestly. The ship's behavior closely resembles the replicas you described. Tyrion said nothing for a while, his eyes fixed on the small, dark iron box on the table, seemingly contemplating and weighing his choices. After an indeterminate period, he suddenly inquired, "May I take another look?" "Are you certain?" Duncan peered into Tyrion's eyes. This could be dangerous. If the Abyss plan indeed forged a link between you and this thing, each contact you make with it strengthens that connection. Tyrion was quiet for 2 seconds before a faint smile emerged on his face. On your ship, things shouldn't spiral out of control, right? If something does arise, I'll handle it. Duncan nodded slightly, sliding the small iron box he had just retrieved back toward Tyrion. Exercise caution, and inform us right away if anything occurs. Tyrion nodded, took a deep breath, and once more focused on the Netherlord's mysterious piece of flesh. Almost instantly, the feelings of opposition and tension resurfaced, accompanied by the sensation of being observed by an imposing presence. The overwhelming power established a connection, engulfing his mind like a tidal wave, and Tyrion's survival instincts nearly compelled him to shut his eyes. But this time, he forcefully resisted his instincts, neither looking away nor actively disrupting or challenging the will that materialized in his mind. Through this prolonged persistence, Tyrion finally confirmed his earlier suspicion. The will and power radiating from this Netherlord's flesh were astonishingly non-threatening. The fear, danger, and resistance he experienced stemmed solely from the natural awe induced by the immense power. The gaze concealed beyond the flesh was actually quite benign. Tyrion's heart stirred, and he raised his head, ready to share his discovery with his father. However, in the next instant, Tyrion found himself enveloped in darkness and chaos. The familiar cabin and its occupants had vanished from his sight. Astonished, he stood up, instinctively reaching for a weapon, only to realize he was unarmed. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, attempting to see clearly amid the darkness and turmoil, but it was as if his vision had been obscured by a veil of shadows. Even when he held his hands before his eyes, he could only discern blurry outlines. This was potent mental interference. His consciousness was being guided and disrupted by something. Yet, he sensed no hostility. Feeling disoriented in the darkness, Tyrion suddenly thought he detected a sound. A rustling movement emanated from behind him, indicating that something enormous was shifting, and a faintly cold breath neared the nape of his neck. Tyrion's heart clenched, and he swiftly turned his head. A massive, peculiar limb adorned with faint blue patterns intermingled with dark brown extended before him in the darkness. The limb, resembling a tentacle but spanning hundreds of meters, rose like a supple pillar in the darkness. The amorphous bulge at the tentacle's tip hovered less than a meter from Tyrion's face. Further along the limb, an even more colossal, indescribable structure gradually emerged from the shadows. It appeared to be a mountain, a city, or a chaotic entity capable of instantly driving mortals insane. It could not have originated from the real world, nor could it have been the creation of any rational deity. The structure resembled some deep-sea mollusk, a fusion of starfish and squid. But the following instant, its misty surface began to roil, sprouting innumerable tentacles, limbs, eyes, and throats that continuously morphed. In this fleeting moment, Tyrion's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and tumultuous thoughts surged through his mind. He was unsure whether he felt fear or had momentarily lost the capacity to scrutinize his emotions. He simply gazed at the undulating tentacle before him as though it was attempting to communicate or convey information. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend the cacophony intertwined with the tsunami of data. Numerous eyes opened on the tentacle's surface. As Tyrion stared into them, it seemed as though he finally heard some intelligible information from those eyes and the distant, mountainous main body. "Run!" Boom! A horrifying roar detonated within his mind as if an immense repulsive force was tearing his spirit asunder and forcibly hurling it back into the real world. Tyrion nearly lost consciousness immediately, but just when he believed his soul would shatter amid the boundless darkness and chaos, a flicker of green flame materialized in his line of sight. The flames roared, engulfing him and dissolving the terrifying imagery. Before he had a chance to react, the dreadful illusions and sounds had dissipated like a dream. He was once more in the captain's cabin aboard the Vanished. Chapter 318, Gradually Distorted. In the following moments, Tyrion found himself immersed in the brief chaos and fatigue that ensued from the enormous impact. Struggling to focus his vision, a barrage of sounds overwhelmed his mind as they twisted and churned from the raging storm. Yet, in spite of this, his rational mind remained clear. He realized that the ghostly flames emanating from the darkness were what kept his sanity intact, preventing it from being corrupted by the enigmatic power of the Netherlord. Gradually, he managed to steady his breathing. As he hadn't experienced severe mental pollution, the illusions in his mind quickly dissipated. At the same time, he heard a composed voice from the other side, "It seems you've recovered." Tyrion lifted his head, looking at the towering figure across the navigation table. "It was you who pulled me out just now. You stared at it for too long." "Vanna said you were succumbing to a nightmare," Duncan stated calmly. "Fortunately, I've recently studied interfering with dreams." "A nightmare?" Tyrion instinctively rubbed his brow. "Did I appear to be falling into a nightmare just now?" "It seems you had a remarkable experience," Duncan's tone was inquisitive. He had indeed interfered in Tyrion's spiritual state, but unlike the usual scenes he saw when using the power of the spirit realm to enter someone's dreams, he didn't see anything this time. Tyrion's nightmare was only darkness, as if the source of the nightmare had left before he intervened, which further aroused his curiosity about the events that occurred. "I encountered an indescribable entity," Tyrion recalled the visions he had just witnessed, carefully depicting them. "I can't describe its exact form and don't dare to remember every detail, but I think it was the Netherlord." Tyrion recounted what he had seen and experienced in the darkness, providing details about his various spiritual encounters. Apart from being unable to accurately remember the full silhouette of the mountain-like shadow, he held nothing back. Upon hearing Tyrion's story, Duncan's brow furrowed. "So you're saying that the only message this Netherlord conveyed to you was to run?" "Strictly speaking, it was the only thing I could understand." Tyrion spread his hands. It seemed to say much, but everything was drowned out by the overpowering noise. Eventually, it appeared to give up and spoke the shortest word I could barely discern. Duncan pondered, "So when a person is in a state of heightened inspiration, they can't hear the whispers of the ancient gods?" Tyrion didn't quite comprehend. "Father, what are you talking about?" "Ah, it's nothing, never mind." Duncan dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand, returning his focus to the issue at hand. After thinking it over, he turned to Vanna. "Do you believe Tyrion encountered the Netherlord? Could it have been trying to protect him by telling him to run?" Based on Captain Tyrion's account and his emotions, even if it wasn't the Netherlord, it was at least an entity similar to a heretical deity, Vanna promptly replied. "As for the run aspect, I apologize, Mr. Duncan, I can't make a hasty judgment." During the ensuing conversation, she hesitated briefly, as though feeling her answer was not sufficiently accountable, and added, "Information about the Netherlord has always been scarce, with even the 4 major churches possessing limited knowledge. The prevailing belief is that the Netherlord is an enormous, singular entity located at the core of an abyss in the deep sea. It lacks the ability to move or exert its power in the real world. It can't communicate and seems not to think, like." Vanna tapped her temple, seemingly struggling to find the right words to describe such a being, and Duncan casually remarked, "Like a mass of slime submerged in the deep sea? Alive, vast, but neither thinking nor moving." "You might be the only person in the world to refer to the Netherlord as slime," Vanna said with an unusual expression, but she nodded gently. "Indeed, as you mentioned, if the information we've obtained from the tormented souls of demons and heretics is accurate, the Netherlord is such a silent heretical god. Its sole activity is to continuously create more shadow demons from its body or absorb those who have perished in battle." Duncan couldn't help rubbing his forehead. "It sounds like some sort of fungal mass." The captain was once again using an incomprehensible subspace dialect. However, Vanna was no longer surprised by this, and she ignored the unintelligible words and smoothly continued the conversation. "In general, the Netherlord can actually be considered a relatively benign heretical deity because it has never shown any intent to encroach on the real world. Nevertheless, it is still classified as a wicked god by the 4 divine churches. So, regardless of its subjective awareness, its mere existence poses a threat. Yes, whether it's the shadow demons that emerge from it or the fervent annihilators who have formed contracts with the shadow demons, they all pose a significant danger to the civilized world. Duncan remained silent, deep in thought. For some reason, what came to his mind at that moment was the black sun that sustained the false corona and was dying in the flames. However, he only considered it briefly and refrained from forming any opinions about the nature of the Netherlord for a simple reason: insufficient evidence. He would not draw conclusions about matters he had not personally experienced. Tyrion massaged his temples, the noise in his head had completely dissipated, leaving only slight dizziness and fatigue as though he had been awake for several nights. As Vanna shared information about the Netherlord, he pondered his own thoughts. Whether the run indicated goodwill or not, one thing is certain: the Obsidian's current situation is clearly a result of the Netherlord's power, and now there are annihilators active in Frost, likely involved in this matter, Tyrion said slowly. If the influence I just experienced is genuinely connected to those who participated in the project back then even the Abyss project is now tied to this issue. Moreover, I believe our primary concern at the moment should be Dagger Island, the lingering aftermath of the Abyss project from half a century ago. The 8th No. 3 submersible, Duncan said gravely. How much do you know about the situation on Dagger Island? There is currently a military restricted area there, and even with the Sea Mist fleet's capabilities, approaching it is difficult. The Vanished might be able to force a landing on the island due to its unique nature, but locating the submarine in a short time could prove challenging. After all, the island is vast, and the research facility has a complex structure. The military personnel on the island may directly order its destruction in an emergency situation. Duncan listened and sensed that something was off, so he quickly interrupted the pirate leader. Hold on, when did I say we were going to break in directly? Tyrion paused for a moment and suddenly realized. I'm sorry, father, I thought. Duncan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for an explanation. Let's not discuss this, just give me a brief overview of what you know about Dagger Island. It might be useful. All right, about that small island. Bolazov gazed solemnly at the diving bell suspended in the center of the hall. He had been in this research facility for 2 days, and during that time, he spent half of it in the hall, working with the diving bell. He was not a professional researcher and didn't understand the mechanical aspects or the significance of the various physical and chemical tests that scholars had conducted on the samples. He stayed here simply because of his curiosity about this mysterious, eerie device. An irresistible curiosity. As a Frostian under 40 years old, he had not experienced the significant event from half a century ago, but as a high-ranking official of the city-state, he had at least learned about the Abyss plan from confidential files. The third submarine held the most critical position in all files, and it was the most terrifying aspect of the entire Abyss plan. Rusty and dirty inside and out, it hung quietly on an iron hook resembling a piece of scrap iron that appeared unremarkable. Professor Maelson stood beside the general, explaining the laboratory's safety measures. The rope below leads directly to the furnace. In case of an emergency, the hook will release instantly, and the submarine will crash through the grate and fall into the furnace. On the other hand, suppose the release device is activated but the submarine doesn't fall into the channel. In that case, a connected mechanism will initiate, and the entire room will be detached from the vault frame and slide into a cave behind the bay, filled with nitroglycerin explosives. What about the personnel in the laboratory? We have 30 seconds to evacuate. After that, the evacuation passages will be locked, said Professor Maelson. However, in the worst-case scenario, the person in charge, which is me, can choose not to open the evacuation passage. Bolazov nodded slightly and slowly approached the diving bell. He looked at the dirty circular glass window, curiously peering inside. Dark red muddy sludge swirled slightly inside the submarine, and something resembling an eyeball pressed against the glass window, looking at Bolazov through the gaps in the dirt. After a while, the general withdrew his gaze. It's pitch black inside, I can't see anything. Yes, we haven't opened its hatch yet, Professor Maelson nodded. So naturally, we cannot clean the inside. General Bolazov smiled, as it should be. Chapter 319, The Hidden Shadow. Bolazov had completed his inspection of Dagger Island and supervised the research work. Now, it was time for the military representative to leave. Near the pier at Dagger Island Bay, Professor Maelson, who had personally come to bid him farewell, watched the Seagull as it prepared for departure. Sailors were boarding the ship, Port officials were checking procedures, and robed clergy with incense burners in hand strolled near the ropes, gently swinging the incense as they prayed for the ship's machinery. The weather was clear, making it a perfect day for sailing. Bolazov stood on the dock, observing the sailors as they boarded the Seagull one by one. He then spoke to Professor Maelson. "Professor, I commend your research efforts, but I must remind you that the project's progress on Dagger Island is slow, and some individuals in the city-state are growing impatient." The old professor calmly replied, "I have been instructed to investigate the various properties of the submarine while ensuring safety, attempt to decipher its material composition, and strive to understand its operating principle in the next stage. We are currently following the schedule. If the higher UPS in the government are truly concerned, they can try to locate the blueprints left by the Frost Queen and construct the fourth or even fifth submarine. It's much more efficient for someone to descend directly than for us to collect samples in the lab daily. They won't appreciate your response, but I'd be happy to relay it on your behalf," General Bolazov chuckled. "They won't dare to build a submarine, and their reactions will be even more amusing." Professor Maelson shrugged and fell silent for a moment before speaking with a complex tone. "Joking aside, I must admit that I am also concerned about the progress of this matter." Bolazov remained silent, observing the experienced old professor who had lived through the Queen's era. Collecting samples and analyzing their physical and chemical properties daily are indeed essential components of the standard research process. However, as you've witnessed, there is only so much we can deduce from those samples, the old professor sighed. "Even if we manage to open that hatch someday, I fear we won't uncover any more secrets from the submarine. The true secret isn't here, General, you know what I'm implying. Below a kilometer, Professor, your thoughts are somewhat perilous." Maelson sighed. "I assumed you, as a soldier, would be more prone to such dangerous thoughts than me, a scholar. My responsibility is to safeguard the city-state's security, which makes me more inclined toward a cautious and conservative approach," Bolazov stated calmly. "So, do you actually intend to reactivate those submarine devices? You meant resuming the Abyss plan, didn't you?" The old professor chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry, I haven't been that reckless. Nevertheless, there's an inescapable truth: the crux of the matter lies beneath the deep waters, and a laboratory replica of a submarine bell won't solve any mysteries. We might genuinely need to consider a backup plan, not necessarily diving proactively, but in the event a 9th or even 10th replica emerges, we should at least be prepared with countermeasures. I will relay your suggestion to the government office." General Bolazov hesitated for a moment and took a gentle breath. "Until a clear directive is given, the secret chamber project will continue as planned." The old professor nodded. "Thank you." The Seagull departed. The steam-powered ship cut through the tranquil waves, leaving an elegant wake that extended across the vast ocean. Dagger Island's steep and winding coastline gradually receded from sight and slowly vanished into the thin fog typical of northern waters. On deck, Bolazov shifted his attention from the island and made his way to the captain's quarters. Although Dagger Island was not far from Frost, traveling between them still took several hours. During this monotonous journey, he needed to organize his thoughts and consider how to report to the city-state's leaders about the third submarine and how to present Professor Maelson's suggestions. The Abyss Plan. This half-century-old case had left a chilling legacy that had slowly become an unspoken taboo, but now that new replicas were emerging from the depths, perhaps it was time to adopt a more proactive strategy. A sailor stood near the captain's quarters and nodded to the general. "The steam core is functioning properly. We will arrive at Frost Harbor No. 1 in 4 hours. Bolazov glanced at the somewhat unfamiliar sailor and nodded gently. "I need to rest for a bit. Do not disturb me unless it's necessary." "Yes, General." Bolazov entered the captain's quarters, sat at the desk, and listened to the low hum of the machinery emanating from the floor below. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he would be back on the main island soon. Gathering his thoughts, he casually opened the desk drawer and retrieved the notebook he had concealed in the hidden compartment. There had been no irregularities during his visit to Dagger Island, and the return trip had proceeded smoothly. Nonetheless, certain procedural matters could not be overlooked. These were both orders and responsibilities. Upon opening the notebook, the first sentence that stood out to him was, "Even if everything appears normal, confirm your sanity and judgment. Even if nothing seems suspicious, verify the following content." Bolazov flipped through the pages, skillfully performing a series of actions. The sound of pages turning filled the room. "You are left-handed. Confirm this now. Recall a color, then turn to the next page. It should be blue or black. Keyword, dagger, visualize, and confirm that the image in your mind matches the picture on the next page. Your name, Bolazov, try spelling it in the blank space on the next page. On this trip, the accompanying personnel have been reduced. There are only 32 people on the boat, including yourself. If there is a significant discrepancy in personnel, conduct a roll call immediately. Your deputy on this trip is Benjamin Yordan. He has a burn scar near his right eye. As Bolazov flipped through the pages, performing simple recollections, confirmations, or subconscious repetitions, his movements suddenly stopped. His gaze landed on the final sentence of the page in the notebook. A burn scar near the right eye. Bolazov quietly repeated the sentence, a sense of inexplicable uncertainty stirring in his mind. The right eye. He slowly closed the notebook, returned it to the hidden compartment, and calmly stood up to open the door of the captain's cabin. Benjamin, he called out to his adjutant. A middle-aged officer quickly emerged from a nearby room and approached Bolazov. General. Bolazov examined Benjamin's face, only to find one eye in the center. A faint sense of discord throbbed in his heart, and Bolazov's rationale told him that what he saw seemed incorrect. However, a hazy veil appeared to envelop his thoughts, and he couldn't pinpoint the issue, feeling that everything was logical. This subtle inconsistency in his consciousness gradually made the general more alert. He stared at Benjamin for an extended period, attempting to locate the source of the discord in his heart until the adjutant's voice reached his ears again. General? Is something wrong? Benjamin, how many eyes should a person have? Bolazov suddenly asked. The adjutant momentarily froze, seemingly bewildered by the question. Observing this, Bolazov quickly spoke, never mind the question, it was just a passing thought. Go back to your room and rest. I'll go downstairs and take a look. Though puzzled, the adjutant nodded, yes, General. The one-eyed man named Benjamin returned to his room, appearing entirely normal. Bolazov watched his retreating figure, sighed with relief, then turned around and swiftly walked to the end of the corridor. He knew he had been slightly reckless just now. He shouldn't have posed such an odd question to someone who seemed a bit off, even if it was one of his most trusted adjutants. But without that inquiry, he couldn't verify the existence of the strangeness he had faintly sensed. Now, he was certain. Something was amiss on the ship, and something, concealed and dangerous, had come aboard. He quickly walked through the corridor and arrived at the sailors' mess hall, where he was met with surprise and unease at the man's sudden appearance. Bolazov's gaze swept over everyone present, then waved his hand and quickly headed to the bridge. People were there too. And many more people were on deck. Yet, the Seagull had only 32 people on this streamlined journey. The number of people was incorrect, very, very incorrect. However, the thought that everything is normal persisted in his mind as though it were battling against the discordant facts that had already surfaced. Bolazov stood on the stairs leading to the engine room, calmly observing the descending slope. The conflicting thoughts were battling, but he no longer needed to fret over the minute differences between the two. There were still over 2 hours left until they reached Frost, meaning he still had some time. He took a gentle breath and proceeded to the engine room in the deepest part of the ship. Chapter 320, Contingency 22. The final corridor leading to the engine room was stuffy and dim. The incessant and irritating mechanical vibrations and roaring sounds seemed to burrow into one's brain, and the lights on the walls appeared to be affected by unstable air currents, causing the flames inside the lampshades to flicker. However, these were nothing compared to the increasing sense of unease and tension and the dizziness caused by the gradual tearing of thoughts. Bolazov controlled his steps and his expression. The closer he got to the depths of the Seagull, the more he maintained his steady pace and his expression as calm as usual. Crew members lingered in the corridor, chatting while wearing strange leather coats, with folds of skin piled up on their faces and their voices sounding like buzzing noises. Bolazov approached them, and his mind told him that these sailors were his soldiers, but he couldn't recall their names. General. One of the soldiers stepped forward, curiously looking at Bolazov. Do you have any orders? I'm just here to check on the engine room, Bolazov calmly replied to the unfamiliar soldier. Stay at your posts. The soldier looked at him, saluted, and stepped back. Yes, General. Bolazov walked through the group of people, his steps steady as usual. He could feel the soldier's gaze linger on him for a moment, but they quickly turned away. Were they really his soldiers? Were they the crew of the Seagull? Were they the hidden entities? Or were they some kind of minions? Had they noticed? Or were they already on guard? Would these soldiers, whose names he couldn't remember, pounce on him in the next second. Belozov suppressed all his thoughts until he reached the entrance to the engine room and opened the unlocked gate. An even more piercing mechanical noise rushed toward him. The steam core was running at full power, brewing an astonishing surge of energy within the spherical container. A complex piping system hissed on the ceiling of the engine room while massive connecting rods and gears quickly rotated in the steel frame at the end of the chamber. The machinery seemed to be running very happily, even happy to the point of fanaticism. It was as if a restless soul was driving the heavy steel gears to spin rapidly, pushing the ship towards the civilized world at its limit. The hissing sound from the steam pipes seemed to be mixed with indistinct whispers. Belozov's body swayed slightly, but he soon steadied himself and walked towards the steam core. A priest was waving incense in front of the valve. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the general entering the engine room. The church emblem pinned to his chest seemed to be smeared with a layer of grease, making the sacred symbol on it blurry. "General." The priest looked at him curiously. "Why did you suddenly come here?" "This place is. I came to check on the steam core," Belozov said, his eyes falling on the sensor in the priest's hand. The small, fleshy orb swayed gently in the air, its pale eye opening wide at the general's presence. He raised his head again, looking at the running steam engines and the hissing pipe systems. The gas escaping from the steam pipes had a bloody hue, and the edges of the rapidly spinning gears were blurry and distorted as if something was parasitizing this massive machine, replacing the originally sacred steam with its malicious soul. The machine had been contaminated. In a state of desecration, this thought flashed through Belozov's mind for a second, but it quickly disappeared. Nevertheless, he still walked toward the control panel of the steam core. Even though the colossal steel heart seemed normal in his eyes at the moment, he slowly reached out his hand to the control panel. "General," a greasy mechanic suddenly walked over from the side, reaching out his hand to block the control lever. "Don't touch these, sometimes machines can be quite fragile." Belozov looked up at the mechanic. The latter just calmly met his gaze. But suddenly, the mechanic's lips wriggled a few times. Belozov frowned slightly, reading a few words from the mechanic's lip movements. "The machine is possessed, cannot be shut down or destroyed." Belozov was taken aback for a moment, and then saw the mechanic turn to the side, fiddling with the levers while his lips wriggled slightly. The priest is not to be trusted. Situation out of control. Contingency 22. Contingency 22. Belozov's heart tightened, but soon, he knew what he had to do. The mechanic knew the ship's heart better than anyone else. He turned and left the engine room, not heading to any other cabin, but maintained a calm demeanor after leaving the lower corridor, returning to his captain's quarters. From time to time, soldiers came forward to greet him, some of whom gave him a vague impression, while others he could not remember their names at all. There must be still sane and normal human beings among these soldiers, but Belozov had no way to distinguish them, nor the time to contact or discern the other 30 humans on board besides himself and the mechanic. He locked the door to his captain's quarters, went to the safe by the desk, and began turning the combination lock. With the crisp and pleasant clicking sound, his fingers grew increasingly pale from the force. As the latch opened with a soft click, the safe door opened. Belozov's gaze skipped over the compartments where the documents were stored and fell on the red button at the bottom of the box. Beside the button, a line of small text was marked, Contingency 22, for use only in extreme situations. Belozov reached out for the button, and almost at the same time, he heard a knock on the door. "General, are you in there? We have received instructions from Frost, and they need your personal attention." It was the voice of his executive officer. A moment of hesitation suddenly surged in Belozov's heart about the possibility of him making a wrong judgment. What if there was actually no problem on the ship, and the only problem was with himself? What if he had suffered mild contamination, causing cognitive and memory biases and even hallucinations all the way? If that was the case, he was about to bury an entire ship for his own paranoia. "General, are you in there? We have received orders from Frost." The knocking on the door grew more urgent. Suddenly, Belozov snapped out of his thoughts, realizing that those ideas might not be in line with his character. He wasn't the type of person to hesitate at the final step of an action. Someone was injecting impurities into his thoughts. Damn heretics! Without any hesitation, Belozov immediately pressed the red button. After an extremely short delay, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire ship. The mechanical ship Seagull was instantly enveloped in a flash of light and flames, torn apart by the powerful blast of explosives. The burning wreckage of the Seagull floated on the surface for a while before being gradually pushed towards the northern waters of Frost by the ocean currents. Eventually, the fiery remains began to sink faster, as if being dragged down by some invisible force, disappearing entirely beneath the waves. Simultaneously, within the Frost City state, near Cemetery No. 3, an elderly, slightly hunchbacked caretaker wearing a black coat was slowly making his way back from the city district. He had just bought some daily necessities from a nearby street and was now hurrying back to his post before his shift change. The path to the cemetery was quiet and secluded, with few passers-by. Even so, the few who did pass by would unconsciously adjust their pace to keep some distance from the somber, hunchbacked old man. It wasn't that they disliked the caretaker, rather, they instinctively felt a touch of fear. This wasn't solely due to the eerie atmosphere surrounding the cemetery, it was also because of the old man's cold and reclusive nature. Even when compared to other caretakers in the cemetery, who were also somewhat gloomy, this old man from Cemetery No. 3 was the most intimidating. He had been at this post for so long that he seemed to have absorbed some of the aura of the dead. This even led to terrifying rumors. People often claimed to see pale lights floating above the cemetery fence at night, suggesting the caretaker's soul had already left his body. Others said that the frightening old man would lie down in a coffin at midnight, stopping his breath to join the dead, only to awaken when the sun rose the next day. These eerie and horrifying rumors surrounded the cemetery and its caretaker, but the reclusive and eccentric old man seemed to have never cared. In fact, he hardly interacted with the nearby residents, spending most of his time in the caretaker's cottage within the cemetery, only occasionally venturing out to purchase daily necessities like he did today. Naturally, he saw nothing wrong with this. Keeping the living away from the world of the dead, ensuring the former didn't harbor excessive curiosity to avoid harm, and allowing the latter to rest in peace was his responsibility. He guarded the cemetery, as well as the city outside it. The old man looked up at the cemetery gate not far away and suddenly stopped. Today's situation seemed a bit unusual. There was a small visitor. Chapter 321, Snowy Day. A small figure stood at the cemetery entrance, a girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a dark brown woolen coat, a black skirt, cozy cotton boots, and thick gloves. She seemed to have been waiting at the cemetery gate for quite some time. Snow had started to fall in the frosty city during the evening, and numerous snowflakes had already settled on her grey knitted hat, with faint hints of warmth emanating from the twilight snow. The little girl tapped her feet lightly in place, occasionally glancing down the slope opposite the cemetery. When the caretaker came into view, she immediately smiled and energetically waved at him. "Here again." Upon seeing the girl, the elderly caretaker couldn't help but mutter, his tone sounding somewhat impatient, but he still hastened his steps and approached her. "Annie," the old man frowned, examining the girl before him, "you've come alone once more. I've told you countless times that a cemetery is no place for a child like you to visit alone, especially near dusk." "I already informed my mom," the girl named Annie responded cheerfully. "She said it's all right as long as I return home before curfew." The old caretaker quietly observed the smiling girl before him. Most people in the area disliked the cemetery caretaker and avoided getting close to this creepy and perilous place, but there were always exceptions, like a little girl who wasn't afraid of him. "Mr. Caretaker, has my dad been here yet?" Annie looked up expectantly at the stooped old man in black. His cloudy eyes, which typically frightened others, didn't make her uneasy. "No," the old caretaker replied as usual, his voice as cold and unyielding as the wind echoing through the cemetery. "He won't be here today." Annie didn't appear disappointed but merely smiled as she always did. "Then I'll return tomorrow and ask again." "He won't be here tomorrow either." Annie continued to look up, "But he'll come eventually, right?" This time, the consistently cold and unyielding old man finally paused for a moment. It wasn't until snowflakes landed on his eyebrows that his murky eyes shifted slightly. "The deceased will eventually gather in a cemetery and experience eternal peace beyond that door, but not necessarily in a cemetery of this world, and not necessarily in this cemetery." "Oh," Annie responded, but it seemed as if she didn't take it to heart. She merely turned her head, glanced at the locked fence gate, and asked curiously, "May I go in and take a look? I want to warm up by the fire in your little house." "Not today," the old man shook his head. "Cemetery No. 3 is in a unique situation, with the church's guardians stationed inside, and it's not open to the public today. You should head home, girl." "All right," Annie nodded, slightly disappointed. She then rummaged through her small bag and pulled out a small package wrapped in rough paper to give to the old man. "Then this is for you, it's cookies my mom baked. She said I can't always be causing trouble." The old man looked at the item in the girl's hand and then at the snowflakes on her body. He reached out, accepted the cookies, and casually brushed the snowflakes off her knitted hat. I'll accept it. You should head home early. All right, you take care too, Grandpa, Annie said. With a smile and nod, she adjusted her scarf and gloves before walking down the path towards the city's residential area. However, after taking just a few steps, the old caretaker suddenly called out, Annie. Hey! Annie, you're already 12 years old, the old man stated, calmly gazing into the girl's eyes as he stood in the twilight. Do you still believe the things I told you when you were 6? The girl paused and looked at the cemetery caretaker, puzzled. The dead would all come to this cemetery no matter how scattered they were in life. Bartok's foyer would be their final gathering place. This assertion was written in the church's scriptures, but when faced with the same proverb, adults and 6-year-old children would always have different interpretations. 12-year-old Annie stood there, bewildered for a long time, while the black-clad cemetery caretaker stood like a cold, rigid iron statue by the tall, locked gate, with tiny snowflakes dancing between them and the winter chill enveloping the dusk. Suddenly, Annie laughed and waved at the old man. Then you can just think I came here to see you. My mom said that elderly people need someone to talk to regularly. The girl turned around and sprinted away, gracefully skimming over the increasingly snowy path like a swallow. She slipped at the bottom of the slope but quickly stood up, dusting the snow off her skirt and thermal pants, and hurriedly departed. Elderly people, the old caretaker watched the girl's receding figure, only grumbling after she had run far away, this child is becoming somewhat mischievous. Shattering a child's expectations is even worse, a young, slightly hoarse female voice suddenly emerged from the side, interrupting the old caretaker's grumbling. You didn't have to say that just now. The 12-year-old child will gradually understand what she needs to, and sometimes we hard-hearted adults don't need to expose any truths. The old caretaker turned and saw the black-clad, bandaged gatekeeper Agatha, who had somehow already appeared at the cemetery entrance, with the previously locked cemetery gate now open. He shook his head, let her continue hoping her father will be sent to this cemetery, and then have her come here alone in the snowy cold. Is that bad? At least when you talk to her, you seem to have some warmth. That's not something a gatekeeper should say. Agatha shook her head, said nothing, and turned to walk toward the cemetery's inner path. The old caretaker followed her, first locking the gate, then going to his caretaker's hut to store the items he had purchased. After completing the shift change with the daytime caretaker, he went to the cemetery's mortuary area, where he found the gatekeeper who had already walked ahead. Compared to before, the mortuary was now significantly emptier, with the majority of the stone platforms unoccupied. Only a few simple coffins were placed on the platforms at the edges. Around those few coffins, at least 2 church guardians stood by each platform, and black staves were scattered throughout the open space between the platforms. The black staves were the signature equipment of the Death Church's guardians. They inserted the staves into the ground nearby and hung sacred lanterns at the top of the tips to maintain a small holy area that could effectively counteract the corrupting forces from higher beings. At this moment, the twilight had deepened, and the snowy weather made the sky darker than usual at this time. In the increasingly dim cemetery, the lanterns hanging at the top of the staves burned silently like phosphorus fires, creating a serene yet eerie atmosphere. We have prepared extensively here, but it seems that the visitor has no intention of returning to this place soon, Agatha remarked casually as she saw the old caretaker appear. Are you sure the visitor has revealed information about coming back? You should trust the hypnotic skills of professional psychiatrists. The old caretaker shrugged, paused, and then added, I can't remember most of what happened that day, and the buzzing noise is gradually fading from my mind. However, after several hypnosis sessions, I can recall some things, the clearest being the visitor's intention to return before leaving. Agatha was silent for 2 or 3 seconds before she spoke softly, but there is another possibility. A higher being like that may have a different perception of time than humans. Its return visit could be tomorrow, in a few years, or even after your death, contacting you in a way that transcends life and death. Can't you be more optimistic? This is the result of the church advisory group's discussion. The old caretaker snorted noncommittally, his gaze sweeping over the black-clad guardians in the cemetery and the quietly burning lanterns atop the staves. I just hope that these arrangements don't anger the visitor and aren't considered an offense or a trap. After all, we know too little about it. All these arrangements are merely for our own protection, Agatha said. After all, although you claim that your loss of control in your visions was due to inhaling too much incense, none of us knows whether the visitor has a tendency to release mental contamination intentionally. To face a higher supernatural being, we must at least ensure our own sanity. The old caretaker remained noncommittal and changed the subject after a brief contemplation. What conclusions did you come to with the samples you took earlier? Do you mean those cultists, or the bodies that melted into sludge? Both. As for the cultists, there's not much to say. They were the minions of the Annihilation sect, supernatural beings who have deeply symbiosed with demons. They were quite powerful, and ordinary church guardians would be in great danger facing them. Fortunately for us, those heretics seemed to lack good fortune. As for the sludge. Agatha paused here, her expression somewhat strange. Their evolution has, in fact, not stopped even until now. As of when I left the cathedral, those things were still constantly presenting new forms and properties. In the past period, they even briefly displayed a state similar to metal and rock, giving the impression, as if it were something often mentioned by the Annihilation sect in their heretical teachings. The old caretaker furrowed his brow slowly. You mean, primal essence? The true essence, the purest and most sacred material, the droplet of truth bestowed by the Nether Lord upon the mortal world. That's how the heretics describe it. Agatha's tone was laden with undisguised disgust and sarcasm. Such beautiful words, yet hearing them uttered by these heretics is absolutely repulsive. Chapter 322, Revisiting the Old Place by opening the mystery box again. As Agatha expressed her undisguised contempt for the Annihilation cultists, the old caretaker's expression remained mostly unchanged. His focus was still on the latest intelligence. The samples taken from the cemetery, in the laboratory, they demonstrated properties akin to the primal essence described by the heretical cultists. No matter how insane and misguided the heretics were, and regardless of how their warped theories defied morality, as a member of the Orthodox Church, the old caretaker had to comprehend the heretics' information, their fanatical doctrines, and their highly tainted knowledge system. At the heart of the Annihilation cultists' entire heretical system was one thing: the shadowy Nether Lord and the various miracles he created. The Annihilation cultists firmly believed that the world, now blessed by the gods, was not a peaceful paradise but a deeply corroded and twisted land of exiles at its core. They believed that the real world's prosperity was an illusion crafted by the gods and that the true destination of human souls and the untarnished real world was not here but in the depths of the world, the abyss realm. Based on this belief, they considered the Nether Lord and the demons to represent the purest, most primal and uncontaminated state of the world. They thought that humans could only return to the abyss realm and regain their original purity by purifying their tainted flesh. However, the mortal world was sealed by the gods, and there was a barrier between the distorted real world and the true real world, the abyss deep sea. The flesh and blood of mortals represented this barrier. As long as human souls were trapped in this shell and continuously subjected to contamination throughout their lives, they could not return to the abyss realm. Therefore, the Nether Lord would bestow a miracle called the primal essence. The heretics believed that this sacred substance was the foundation of everything at the beginning of the world. The blueprint for the real world was hidden in the microscopic scale of the primal essence. Only the primal essence could counteract the curse in the flesh and blood of mortals and bring them back to the pure state of their birth. As for the substance called primal essence, the Annihilation cultists described it like this: it will display all the characteristics of everything in the world and will always be in a constant cycle of evolution. It represents all the plans and blueprints of the Nether Lord when shaping reality. Short-sighted mortals can never measure any accurate nature of the primal essence. The old caretaker abruptly looked up, staring into Agatha's eyes. So that is the primal essence? Agatha replied without hesitation, the primal essence is just nonsense from those heretics. It's likely just a new substance that we can't explain with our current knowledge system. Its property changes may be a natural phenomenon or perhaps some extraordinary power, but it can't be a miracle bestowed by the Nether Lord. However, faced with such an answer, the old caretaker's expression didn't change at all, still quietly gazing into the gatekeeper's eyes. But do you believe that is the primal essence? Confronted with the question a second time, Agatha finally fell silent for a brief moment. After 2 or 3 seconds, she let out a gentle sigh. I must admit, at least in terms of properties, the samples we brought back do match the description provided by those heretics. The old caretaker looked up, gazing at the distant morgue. The fine snow had grown larger after nightfall, with snowflakes continuously falling from the dark night sky. Staves stood in the dim cemetery, their lanterns at the top illuminating the surrounding scattered snowflakes, as if adding a hazy texture to everything. His gaze, however, went through these scattered snowflakes and lights, landing on an empty autopsy table not far away. There was once a unique corpse placed there. Those samples used to be a person, or at least looked like one, the old caretaker said, as if talking to himself. You personally led the team to bring him here. You should still remember. Of course I remember, Agatha said softly. Very few corpses require the gatekeeper to transport personally, and that body was found in the deepest part of the mine, the deepest place in the entire city-state. The deceased brought out from there were very special. But the extent of his uniqueness still exceeded everyone's expectations. The old caretaker turned his head, looking at the young gatekeeper. You found the actual victim of the fall on the second day, so that corpse was clearly just a copy of the real victim. A copy made of primordial matter. No wonder it attracted the attention of those annihilation heretics. Perhaps it wasn't that it attracted their attention, but rather the whole incident was their doing. Agatha shook her head. We suspect that the fall accident was the work of the cultists, with the purpose of using the victims to create copies in the depths of the mine, like some kind of sacrificial ritual. However, their plan obviously went awry, leading to the accidental discovery of the copy, which was even sent to your cemetery. The old caretaker shrugged. It also attracted the attention of an indescribable visitor. Yes, an indescribable visitor. Agatha's usually calm expression finally showed some change, and her tone became cautious. We still don't know what its intentions are. The old caretaker looked up at the sky and said after a moment of silence, the night is deep. The cemetery fell quiet for a while, with a creepy and tranquil atmosphere enveloping the paths and platforms, permeating the night wind carrying snowflakes. Everyone was waiting for an indescribable visitor or a peaceful sunrise. The silence lasted for an unknown amount of time. Just as Agatha was about to persuade the old caretaker to rest in the cabin first, a gentle knocking sound suddenly rang out in the darkness. From a nearby coffin, a clear and low voice emerged. Why did you stop talking? As such a voice suddenly came from the silent cemetery, even the well-trained church guardians couldn't help but be momentarily startled and taken aback. Agatha even felt that the snowflakes floating in the lamplight seemed to stagnate for a second or two. The next second, all the guardians swiftly gathered around the coffin that emitted the sound, with the noise of boots stepping on the snow intensifying. Agatha almost instantly transformed into a pale shadow, appearing next to the autopsy table in the blink of an eye, staring intently at the coffin that had made the sound. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she managed to ask in as calm a voice as possible, "Are you the visitor from 2 days ago? Please excuse my intrusion, I hope I didn't scare you." Duncan thought for a moment, then casually greeted from inside the coffin, "I did come by a couple of days ago, but there were some cultists causing trouble, so my interaction with the caretaker wasn't very smooth." Footsteps sounded nearby, and the old caretaker, with a cautious look in his eyes, carefully approached the coffin. He quickly glanced at the dark wooden coffin and then just as quickly looked away. Although this time he was not affected by the incense, his clairvoyance didn't spiral out of control, and he even took a potion to resist spiritual contamination in advance. However, the psychological shadow from the last contact was severe, making the experienced old soldier extremely cautious. "Did you just arrive?" After calming down a bit, the old caretaker finally broke the silence. "I've been here since you started discussing that essence thing." Duncan's voice came from the coffin. "I felt like I heard some interesting information, but you suddenly stopped talking." Agatha looked up, puzzled, and exchanged glances with the old caretaker. Her lips moved slightly, but her voice went directly into the old caretaker's mind. "Is this visitor really so approachable?" The old caretaker shrugged, also moving his lips slightly. "How would I know?" The two church officials briefly communicated before Agatha gestured gently to their surroundings, signaling the guardians to step back. Duncan had actually sensed the atmosphere around him from inside the coffin long before. He had been lying there for more than a few minutes, listening patiently and curiously since the old caretaker and the young woman started discussing the essence. Now, feeling the atmosphere dissipating, he casually said with a smile, "There are quite a few people here tonight." "We mean no offense," Agatha immediately responded cautiously, as she could not yet determine the origins of this visitor. But at least the other party had not shown any initial hostility, so being polite was the first step in dealing with a superior, non-hostile godlike existence. "The arrangements here are just to protect our own sanity." "Oh, I understand. People often start talking to me and suddenly go crazy. To be honest, it's quite troublesome." Duncan's voice carried a hint of amusement. "It's good that you know how to protect yourselves." Agatha furrowed her brow. She had dealt with many supernatural beings before, some of which were extremely malicious or chaotic and dangerous, but this was the first time she had ever encountered one that was chatting with her so casually. "May we know who you are?" After a moment's hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to ask. Duncan pondered seriously inside the coffin. Then he recalled the glorious achievement of the Vanished dragging the 13 islands of Witherland into subspace and the connection between the 13 islands and the Death Church. Just an unnamed traveler. Don't be curious about my name, it's better for both of us. Chapter 323, On the Verge of Death. After thorough consideration, Duncan decided to keep his identity hidden for now since learning about the extraordinary history of the Vanished. A century ago, he had single-handedly destroyed the Death Church's primary gathering spot by employing a horrifying technique that dragged it into subspace. This act could be compared to annihilating plant in front of Gamana, leaving no trace behind. Duncan thought that if he revealed himself as Captain Duncan now, those outside the coffin might start fervently chanting and sacrificing themselves immediately. At that point, it would be too late to clarify anything. He had witnessed the unwavering faith of followers before, like Vanna, who had no deep grudge against him but became agitated at his mere sight. The current Death Church devotees and the Vanished shared a century-old blood feud. However, Duncan's evasiveness took on a different meaning for Agatha and the elderly caretaker. The young gatekeeper and the old cemetery caretaker shared a knowing look. It's a form of protection, whispered the former, the names of higher transcendence carry power. The latter gently nodded, a benevolent force, at least for now. Agatha then refocused, her eyes returning to the coffin, as an unconscious doubt arose, why did this visitor consistently use the deceased as a medium to interact with the real world? Could it be that the other party held power in the realm of death? As a high-ranking priestess of the god of death, she had never come across such an entity in the realm of death, a transcendent being capable of driving a seasoned cemetery caretaker into temporary madness after just one encounter should have left traces in various records. Despite her doubts, Agatha hid her confusion and asked in a collected tone, "What brings you here?" "I happened to be passing by and noticed that this city-state is shrouded in shadows." Duncan casually provided his prepared explanation, "I don't like those shadows." "Shadows?" Agatha furrowed her brow, quickly linking the recent cemetery disturbances to her thoughts. "You mean the annihilation cultists? Their actions? They aren't the shadows, the real shadows lurk behind them," Duncan calmly replied, knowing that the young woman's voice outside represented the church's influence in Frost. Guiding her served as an effective warning to Frost authorities, and he had already prepared a comprehensive set of accusations. "Haven't you realized? The power of the Netherlord is spreading beneath your city." "You mean, what?" Agatha's composure faltered for the first time, as her various prepared responses did not cover this. "The Netherlord. His power is spreading beneath the city, what does that mean?" The issue had escalated from the annihilation cultists directly to the Netherlord controlling them, signifying a drastically different level of severity. "I suggest expanding your investigation." Duncan didn't answer Agatha's question but continued, "The annihilation cultists active in the city are merely minor disruptions preceding a massive upheaval. Something far more significant lies beneath the surface. Concentrate on the deep sea, a nearly forgotten ancient deep-sea exploration project, and the recent emergence from the depths. All these aspects are interconnected." Agatha and the elderly caretaker exchanged glances. The young gatekeeper was at a loss for words, but the old caretaker, having experienced a certain era, quickly made a connection. "Are you referring to the Abyss Project?" the old man asked, hesitating slightly when mentioning the term. "How do you know about?" He halted mid-sentence. It wasn't too surprising that a higher being with a clearly elevated status would be privy to some secrets of the mortal world. Agatha's eyes widened, her gaze shifting between the old caretaker and the coffin several times before stopping. She hurriedly whispered to the old man beside her, "I need to inform City Hall. Dagger Island could be at risk." The old caretaker responded softly and urgently, "You should go immediately." As they whispered, Duncan's voice came from the shadowy coffin again, "Well, I've delivered my warning, so I won't stay any longer." Agatha, taken by surprise, instinctively inquired, "Are you leaving already?" "I have other matters to address," the voice from the coffin answered, seemingly pressed for time. "If the chance presents itself, I will visit again." With that, the coffin fell silent. The visitor had left, rather abruptly, in fact. Agatha and the old caretaker were somewhat puzzled, not expecting the mysterious guest to arrive and depart so suddenly after giving a warning. This enigmatic behavior seemed even more perplexing to them. As the two stood bewildered in the cemetery, Duncan had already returned to the dark, turbulent space. His departure was indeed hasty. In his initial plan, Duncan intended to stay in the cemetery for a while. However, just moments before, he unexpectedly sensed something unusual while he was in the spirit world. Amid the boundless darkness filled with starlight, Duncan looked up, his gaze focusing on a nearby spot. The fine, dense stars representing the beings of frost sparkled in the void, and one of those stars exhibited an irregular fluctuation, emanating a peculiar aura. Duncan approached and examined that star, finding the light rapidly dimming as if signifying that a once lively life was quickly fading. Yet, something stealthily drew near on the edge of the weakening light, attempting to entangle the starlight. After a moment of consideration, Duncan reached for the starlight. On the icy sea's surface, shrouded in darkness, a few pieces of debris that had escaped the whirlpool's clutches floated with the waves. They drifted toward the northern part of Frost, carried by the currents. Among these was a larger piece of the wreckage that resembled a solitary wooden boat. On it, a burly, barely recognizable body suddenly twitched twice. The body was dressed in ragged military attire, with horrifying burn marks covering it. Its hair was singed away, its face utterly disfigured, its left hand unnaturally bent, evidently broken by a massive impact, and its legs twisted and misshapen, with torn skin and exposed flesh. However, almost no blood seeped from the wounds. The explosion's intense heat had sealed all the injuries. These injuries were gruesome, but this body was still alive. Bolazov tried to open his eyes, struggling several times. It felt as if he had ripped a part of his eyelid before finally seeing a faint, dim light. A dull and disorienting pain spread throughout his body. His internal organs felt as though a rusty saw had torn them apart. Yet, all these sensations merged into an odd numbness, making it nearly impossible for him to distinguish the source of each pain. He couldn't even tell if his limbs were still connected to his body. Then, he realized his nervous system had likely collapsed, his internal organs rapidly deteriorating, and the last of his adrenaline was working as hard as it could to maintain brain function. He hadn't survived, he just hadn't died yet. Memories slowly emerged in his mind. He remembered what had happened on Dagger Island and the moment he had detected something wrong on the ship and activated Contingency 22. He was somewhat surprised that he hadn't perished instantly in such a colossal explosion but instead had been left with a final breath, able to recall parts of his life during his final moments. Perhaps it was because the captain's cabin was exceptionally sturdy, partially withstanding the explosion's impact, or maybe it was because he had failed to save the potential 31 crew members on board, that he now had to suffer this punishment for his errors. But none of that mattered anymore. He could barely see the wreckage floating nearby on the sea, and from that, he inferred that the Seagull had been completely destroyed, and the ship's main structure should have sunk into the ocean by now. He had no time to contemplate whether the wreckage that had plunged into the ocean would trigger other unforeseen consequences. He had fulfilled his duty and had done everything in his power to honor his oath of loyalty. The rest was beyond his reach. Bolazov slowly exhaled, calmly waiting for the god of death, Bartok, to open his doors to him amidst the ripping sensation in his chest. However, the first to arrive to guide him was not a messenger of death. Under the cold light of the world creation hanging in the night sky, a tall young man in a blue coat, holding a cane, materialized at the edge of the floating wreckage. He could see the dark chain extending from the young man's temple, hovering in the dust-filled air while connected to a peculiar creature with an outline resembling a jellyfish. Chapter 324, Crucial Information. In his final moments of awareness, Bolazov glimpsed the figure standing at the edge of the debris. The tall, slender, and somewhat pallid face of the stranger was mirrored in his eyes. Along with it, the hovering dark chain in midair and the shadow demon at the chain's end, the jellyfish, came into his view. After a short instant of bewilderment, Bolazov finally remembered a sequence of events. He recognized the figure and the moments that had been consistently hidden from his awareness. He recalled that when he arrived at Dagger Island, the tall, gaunt heretic stood on the shoreline. When he entered the secret chamber, the stranger walked beside him. When he returned to the Seagull, the stranger stood inside the cabin. Bolazov's eyes widened, and his burnt skin appeared to fracture. He wanted to shout, to speak, but all he could manage was a faint hissing noise from his chest. Simultaneously, the tall, slender figure with a pale face finally lowered his gaze and looked down at the dying general. "I concede, I was careless," the tall, slender, pallid man spoke composedly, with virtually no emotion in his tone, as if he were addressing a decaying log rather than a person. "When you were wandering the ship, I assumed you were merely inspecting the various stations. General Bolazov, I must admit, your performance was quite convincing." Bolazov simply stared at the stranger, fury simmering within him, but he could no longer command his once powerful body. "What a shame, you were on the verge of becoming a messenger," the tall, slender man shook his head regretfully. introducing the Netherlord's glory to the city-states, liberating the tormented commoners from their corrupted shells, and ushering in the first paradise in this defiled and twisted reality. Such a magnificent opportunity, and you squandered it. Just a little further to go. Reddick, Belazov finally forced a faint sound from his chest. His teeth and bones ground together. You will not touch. Conserve your energy, General. The tall, slender man took a step forward, gazing down at the dying man amidst the wreckage. Embrace your demise peacefully, and the Netherlord's blessings will grant your pitiful body new life. You have forfeited your chance to become a messenger, but the compassionate Netherlord will not abandon your anguished soul. With this seemingly enchanting murmur, the tall, slender man slowly extended his right hand, and the jellyfish floating behind him also ascended and squirmed, progressively emitting an increasingly bright red radiance from its vapor-like form. The crimson light reflected in Belazov's progressively dimming eyes, and his body chilled. His consciousness seemed to have entirely vanished, no longer responsive to the external world. It required a bit more effort than expected. The tall, slender man shook his head, eventually revealing some emotion in his voice. Damn it, if it weren't for that queen. Tisk. The eerie, viscous slithering and sliding sounds commenced, and the seawater surrounding the debris began to generate abnormal black foam. Within the foam, odd mud-like substances slowly emerged and steadily spread towards Belazov's body. Yet, just a second before the mud-like substances were about to make contact with his body, they came to an abrupt halt. Even the turbulent seawater nearby seemed to freeze and stagnate. The tall, slender man gazed in astonishment at the scene, instinctively trying to reconnect with the jellyfish again, hoping to harness the power of the enigmatic spell to complete the impending ritual. But in the following moment, he saw the previously unresponsive general suddenly stir. Your resilience is truly remarkable. The tall, slender man couldn't help but furrow his brow. Wouldn't it be wiser to accept your fate peacefully, General Duncan? No. The muscular body lying in the wreckage's center, nearly charred to a crisp, opened its eyes again, calmly staring at the annihilator, who shared a symbiotic relationship with the shadow demon. Continue. If not for that queen, what were you going to say next? The tall, slender man blinked. Something was amiss. He didn't know what had transpired, but all his instincts suddenly screamed with alarm at that instant. A dreadful sense of impending danger seemed to inundate his soul, saturating his mind. He stared intently at the body that had reopened its eyes, instinctively wanting to retreat, but discovered that his legs momentarily refused to obey. Soon after, the tall, slender man finally observed the peculiar transformation in General Duncan's body. His breathing was steady and robust, his voice was deep and composed, and his eyes were brimming with vigor. The man who had been on the brink of death just moments ago now appeared to have regained all his life force. The general even sat up. If not for that queen, what were you going to say next? Duncan slowly rose to his feet, his imposing height allowing him to look down on the cultist before him. He stared into the man's eyes, his tone solemn and composed. The queen you mentioned, is it the Frost Queen Raynora? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the jellyfish hovering in midair, which had already begun to react. The shadow demon could detect things ordinary people could not. Although the jellyfish lacked sensory organs, it seemed to see the truth within the scorched body. Now it trembled, the quivering growing increasingly intense, and tendrils of black shadow were already escaping its edges, prying open the passage between the enigmatic deep sea and the real world. Duncan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret in his heart. If it weren't for this shadow demon, it would have been easier for him to maintain the facade of a dying general and gather more information. Who are you? The annihilator finally grasped what was happening. The intense sense of incongruity and the persistent danger signals from the symbiotic demon were enough to alert him to the situation's gravity. Even if he couldn't deduce what had occurred, he could be certain that the soul within the body before him was no longer the original one. If you're just passing through, I have no intention of instigating conflict with you. Resorting to civility now. Duncan raised an eyebrow, sensing that the cultist before him was more cunning than the two he had encountered in the graveyard. Then you might as well tell me what you and your comrades have planned, and how it involves the Frost Queen. As he spoke, he suddenly glanced up at the jellyfish hovering in midair. Don't even think about escaping. The vaporous jellyfish trembled violently, and the black fissures surrounding it shattered and dissipated in an instant, emitting a sharp tearing sound. The enigmatic demonic chaos was simple-minded, but driven by instinct, it seemed to heed advice. The tall and thin man realized then that his symbiotic demon had just attempted to open a hidden passage, causing a delayed fear to grip his mind. However, He had no time to communicate with his symbiotic demon now, as the intruder occupying the general's body was casting a calm but cold gaze at him. "I am merely a nameless pawn," he raised his head, looking into Duncan's eyes, his face seemingly trying to muster a smile. "I don't know the entire plan, you. Then who knows the whole plan?" Duncan asked impassively, "And where are they hiding?" "My comrades, they," the tall and thin man spread his hands, his face displaying a strained smile, "they will be honored because of me." Duncan's brow suddenly furrowed, and before he could react, a surge of intense energy erupted from the cultist's body. The next moment, his entire body swelled like a balloon and exploded into a fireball. Duncan barely had time to raise his hand, the dark green flames transformed into a barrier, blocking and neutralizing the incoming flames and impact. By the time the explosion subsided and the surrounding sea surface gradually calmed, the cultist had already been reduced to ashes. Only a dissipating black cloud of smoke remained in midair, that was the jellyfish rapidly disintegrating and vanishing after losing its symbiotic host. Duncan stared in disbelief at the scene, taking some time to process it, but he could only sigh at the few fragments floating near the wreckage. These depraved individuals are truly tenacious. What am I saying? They wouldn't have fallen for a cult if their minds were sound. As he spoke, he shook his head. The cultist had been obliterated, and there was no point in lamenting. Although he hadn't obtained more clues from him, his own possession had already yielded considerable information. And the most useful piece of this information was undoubtedly the mention of the Queen. It appeared that the Frost Queen, who perished in a rebellion half a century ago, had somehow caused significant trouble for the cultists. This trouble persisted until today, to the extent that they had to exert extra effort when taking action. Duncan raised his hand to stroke his chin, musing as he looked up. The night was dark, and the faint glow of the world's creation dimly lit the distant sea surface. At the sea's edge, one could see the lights of the city-state coastline. The location of Dagger Island remained a mystery, but it was evidently not far from the Frost mainland. Duncan resolved to use this body to travel to Frost. It appeared terrible, but at least it wouldn't disintegrate like the previous one while walking. Taking a breath, he walked to the edge of the wreckage and mentally called out to AI, preparing to have her transport him to the nearby coast. However, the next second, his movement abruptly halted, causing him to look down with bewilderment. This body was resisting his commands. Chapter 325, Handover. A feeble yet strange force was defying Duncan's commands to the body. In fact, it even tried to force him out of the body. This force seemed to have been there from the start but only grew more noticeable after Duncan considered going to Frost. Despite the persistent presence of the opposing force, he slowly moved his feet to the edge of the wreckage and gazed down at the tranquil sea surface. Speaking softly, "I assumed you had vanished. Typically, the soul departs swiftly once the heart ceases to beat." He then fell quiet, sensing that weak yet tenacious force. Finally, after a moment of silence, the lips of this body twitched slightly. "Leave." Knowing what must be done, Duncan closed his eyes gently. On the oil-stained sea surface, this body's reflection was suddenly enveloped by a layer of dark green flames. The disfigured face from the fire and explosion in the reflection trembled within the flames, morphing into Duncan Abnemar's grave and profound visage. "Hello," the reflection of Duncan in the water looked at the body standing at the edge of the seagull's wreckage, speaking calmly, "I believe this method will make it easier for us to converse." The disfigured body stood upright, with Bolazov's last sliver of consciousness gazing at the reflection in the water and the dark green flames. His lips moved again, producing a monotone, resolute sound, "Leave." In the reflection, Duncan contemplated, "You're not telling me to leave your body, you want me to stay away from Frost." Bolazov's body remained silent. The theoretically dead body still stood erect, refusing to obey the order to return to Frost. "You're the first to resist, or at least, the first whose resistance was strong enough for me to perceive," Duncan said calmly, "but you should understand that this feeble resistance is futile. You're merely hastening the consumption of your soul, and at most, this would only delay me by a few moments." Bolazov remained silent, standing as if he were already deceased, but within his half-opened eyes, a faint glimmer of lingering light persisted. "I retract my previous statement, your resistance does have meaning," Duncan sighed after a moment of silence. "Rest assured, I am not an enemy of Frost. I am here to aid your city-state and your people." He then fell silent for a few seconds, gazing at the still-standing body. Finally, after brief reflection, he whispered, "Reinforcements have arrived." Bolazov's body swayed slightly then. Perhaps Duncan's words had truly taken effect, or perhaps the obstinate, lingering soul had finally vanished entirely. The sturdy body looked up at the distant city lights one last time before falling backward. The weak resistance had vanished as Duncan sat up and adjusted the charred strips of cloth on his body. A swirling flame suddenly materialized beside him, accompanied by the sound of wings flapping from the vortex created by the flames. Then a large skeletal bird burst forth from the vortex, circling above the nearby sea surface. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the goat head entered Duncan's mind. There was no real need to negotiate with him, that was merely a frail mortal soul. Weak, yet worthy of respect, Duncan said as he extended his hand to the side. AI immediately flew to his side, and the blazing green flames transformed into a doorway, rising beside him. I'm heading to Frost, which will be my main focus. You'll be responsible for the vanished. Also, tell Alice to prepare some bandages and a coat, and be ready for my command at any moment. The spiritual flames erupted, and Duncan's body fused with the fire. In the next instant, they transformed into the ascending flames beside AI. Then, a meteor-like streak of light shot into the sky from the sea, flying directly towards Frost. Simultaneously, in the warm southern seas, the elven-governed technological city-state of Wind Harbor was situated. It was still the middle of the night, and the majority of the city lay enveloped in darkness. However, on the eastern edge of Wind Harbor, a hazy and warm glow illuminated all the buildings and streets. Elegant pointed towers and houses with high ridges, characteristic of elven architecture, seemed to bask in a rosy radiance. The hanging vines between the houses and the trees growing in narrow spaces appeared lush in the light. This dreamlike scene could easily evoke memories of ancient times described in elven texts, filled with tales of forests and fantasies. This unusual scene was not a natural part of the cityscape. The warm glow enveloping the eastern district emanated from the sea near Wind Harbor. A mountainous, endlessly shining geometric structure floated serenely near the elven city-state. Although its largest boundary was still over 10 nautical miles away from the city, the marvelous glow it emitted was sufficient to affect nearly half the city. At the edge of the colossal geometric structure was a temporary research facility established by the city-state authorities. A massive floating-like port floated on the calm sea, with its edges power device spewing steam and smoke into the sky. Complex mechanical work towers loaded and unloaded cargo ships docked at the port, and small speedboats constantly shuttled between the floating base and the glowing geometric structure, working tirelessly. These small speedboats entered the glowing geometric structure to transport personnel, supplies, or exchange vital information with research vessels near the core stone sphere. All these intricate, bustling, and efficient processes were calculated and coordinated by the enormous steam-powered differential engine at the center of the floating base. At that moment, a magic battleship with a completely different style from the local vessels was docked next to the elven-built floating base. It was the ship of the sea witch Lucretia, the Bright Star. The clockwork doll, Loony, walked briskly onto the upper deck of the Bright Star, where her mistress stood on the deck, gazing at the beautiful and elaborate tower at the center of the sea base. Mistress, Loony approached Lucretia from behind and bowed slightly. Scholar Terranel's research team has returned from the vicinity of the core stone sphere and is currently resting at the base. When do you plan to meet with him? In the afternoon, Lucretia replied without turning her head. Let the elven scholar rest for a while. Ever since we towed this glowing object to Wind Harbor, he hasn't had much rest. I'm genuinely concerned he might collapse on my ship. Clockwork doll Loony considered for a moment. We can meet him at the sea base without having him board the ship. Lucretia, Loony. Yes. Your sense of humor has improved. Thank you for the compliment. The corner of Lucretia's mouth twitched, and she looked once more at the central tower of the base. The pressure release pipes on both sides of the tower were currently spewing out mist, indicating that the differential machine's power device was automatically balancing the overall load. It seemed that Master Terranel had indeed brought back a wealth of valuable information this time. The elves truly possess remarkable mathematical and mechanical abilities. Bringing that object to Wind Harbor was the right decision, Lucretia sighed softly. Only here could such a large-scale research team be organized at any time, and such high-level facilities be provided. Mock could also do it, Loony said. After all, it is the headquarters of the Academy of Truth. The number of scholars and research conditions there are even better than here. It's too far away and too close to the central seas. I don't intend to let the Bright Star tow a massive extraterrestrial object through the main shipping routes. It would disturb the inland city-states that haven't experienced much turbulence. Lucretia shook her head. Not to mention that the Church of the Four Gods is speculating that it's a fragment that fell off from Vision 001. Objects of this caliber. It's better to study them on the outskirts of civilization. Looney thought for a moment and bowed slightly. Your judgment is well reasoned. Lucretia had no reaction to the clockwork maid's compliment, silently contemplating other matters. However, suddenly, it seemed as if she sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. I need to step away for a moment. My brother is looking for me. With that, the sea witch transformed into a flurry of colorful confetti, swirling across the deck like a whirlwind, and spiraling through an open window in the distance, returning to the captain's quarters. In the center of the captain's quarters, the intricate lens and crystal ball device on the table began to emit a faint glow and a continuous, slight vibrating sound. Lucretia's figure emerged from the colorful confetti. She walked over to the crystal device, raised her hand, and activated the image within the crystal ball. The face of the Iron Admiral Tyrion appeared inside, and the background behind him seemed to be different from the familiar room she usually saw. Brother. Lucretia furrowed her brow, not immediately noticing the background behind him. Why are you suddenly looking for me? Tyrion smiled enigmatically. Can you guess where I am? Chapter 326, Siblings with a Great Relationship. For a fleeting moment, Lucretia found herself at a loss for words in response to her elder brother's late-night jest. The vast expanse separating them was bridged instantly by the magic of the crystal ball, through which his voice had suddenly echoed in the stillness of the night, bringing with it an unexpected joke. However, Lucretia, known far and wide as the Sea Witch, quickly felt an inkling of unease despite the unexpected humor. It was out of character for her usually grave and solemn brother to act this way, especially when he wasn't alone like her. He was the captain of a whole fleet, a responsibility that demanded constant vigilance. Furthermore, the backdrop of his location, as visible through the crystal ball, wasn't the familiar sight of his ship, the sea mist. Instead, it seemed uncannily recognizable. Through the crystal ball's ethereal connection, Tyrion observed the shift in his sister's demeanor. He understood her concern well, considering he had sailed back to their home port expressly to retrieve the crystal ball from the vanished. Chances are, you won't believe this, the pirate captain paused for effect, wore a cryptic smile, and then stepped aside, revealing a panoramic view of the cabin he was currently in through the crystal ball's lens assembly. But I'm in my own room. As Lucretia processed her brother's conspicuous emphasis and the image projected in the crystal ball, her initial confusion gradually gave way to thoughtful contemplation, which then transformed into palpable shock and anxiety. Rising abruptly from her chair, she stammered, struggling to maintain her previous composure, you. Tyrion returned to the view of the crystal ball, raised his hands in a placating gesture, and smiled bitterly. As you can see, a series of unexpected events transpired, and the final outcome is... I'm here. Lucretia was momentarily rooted to the spot, her reflection in the crystal ball remaining silent for a whole 6 or 7 seconds before she collected herself and slowly regained her seat. Rest assured, she said with a newfound calmness, I'll look after the mist fleet in your stead, along with your 27 offshore bank accounts in Cold Harbor, Mach, Momenso, and Zarbustro, and the 62 treasure troves scattered across the northern seas. Now it was Tyrion's turn to be taken aback. He jerked up in surprise, the color draining from his face. How on earth did you, he began, a look of sheer terror etched on his face. But he quickly pieced the puzzle together, you marked the sea mist, didn't you? I don't need to resort to such rudimentary tactics, Lucretia countered coolly, your hide-and-seek skills were never exactly exemplary. Do you recall any hidden stash of your childhood treats that ever survived your sister's search? Tyrion's features briefly morphed into a mask of surprise before he exhaled a resigned sigh. I assumed my hiding spots were carefully chosen, considering they remained undisturbed for all these years. Undeniably, the point you make carries weight, Tyrion responded, subtly sidestepping the conversation that was inching towards a certain level of discomfort, yet, you don't seem unduly concerned about my well-being, do you? Initial apprehensions aside, I know you wouldn't engage in light-hearted banter if you were truly in peril, Lucretia reasoned with a cool detachment. Now, would you care to elaborate on the circumstances? Why exactly are you aboard the Vanished? What about father, what? Tyrion exhaled deeply, his sigh heavy with underlying implications. Your conjectures were accurate. My ability to conceal has always been subpar. Father discovered my clandestine port. Concurrently, there's been some unexpected developments brewing within Frost's domain. It seems that the deep sea has stirred something that has piqued Father's interest. He's currently occupied with a hands-on investigation and felt compelled to reach out to me. Lucretia's forehead creased into a tight frown. So, you've already encountered him, directly. Tyrion spread his hands out, a hint of irony in his voice. Isn't it rather evident? I am already aboard his ship. Lucretia lapsed into a thoughtful silence, her mind apparently grappling with some internal debate. After a lengthy pause, she raised the subject with noticeable hesitancy. How is father faring these days? Tyrion took a moment, cautiously selecting his words so as not to color his response with the intriguing incidents he'd come across on the Vanished. He is faring better than we'd anticipated. He's managed to reclaim his human essence, becoming an even more tranquil individual than we recall. We had quite an extensive conversation about the Mist Fleet, the cold seas, our individual lives, and surprisingly, even a few vague references to subspace. Lucretia's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Subspace? Has your sanity taken a leave of absence? Father was the one who brought it up. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. My query about the peculiar locking mechanism of the lower cabin led to the revelation that the Vanished's entire lower structure is submerged within subspace. The door's primary function, apparently, is to prevent inadvertent falls into subspace. Lucretia inhaled deeply, her pupils visibly quivering, a sight Tyrion didn't miss. You're feeling a blend of astonishment, unease, incredulity, and a thrilling realization of expanded boundaries, aren't you? Tyrion offered a drawn smile. Believe me, I know. I've already been down that path. Lucretia, however, remained silent, her thoughts seemingly far away. In the ensuing pause, she couldn't help but contemplate the potential influence of subspace on her brother. Was he now a lunatic entranced by the power of the crystal ball? After what felt like an eternity, she finally broke the silence, her voice echoing with concern. What is father occupied with now? I can't be certain. He retreated to the privacy of the captain's cabin. The crew mentioned something about him employing a special technique to probe frost. I didn't delve into the specifics. There are others aboard the ship. Lucretia's surprise echoed through the crystal ball. Tyrion appeared ready to respond, his mouth opening to form words, but his intended reply was thwarted by an abrupt knock on the door. Rising from his seat, he excused himself from the crystal ball's view, leaving Lucretia to strain her ears, attempting to make out the faint murmurings of an off-screen conversation. It seemed as though someone had arrived at the room with a delivery. After what seemed an eternity, Tyrion reappeared on screen with a plate bearing a piping hot apple pie in front of him. Lucretia couldn't hide her astonishment. You even managed to get apple pie over there. We have access to hot water and a fresh supply of goods from planned, Tyrion responded nonchalantly. I realize it may be a stretch for your imagination, but father even mused about the prospect of fitting the ship with a steam core, ensuring round-the-clock hot water supply, and the addition of extra generators. As he shared this news, he spread his hands in an open gesture. The silver lining is that it seems father is no longer opposed to my modifications to the sea mist. Lucretia. The chill of the night breeze whispered across the coastal region, carrying with it a sudden streak of spectral green fire across the sky. Before anyone could register its arrival, it descended into an uninhabited corner near the harbor. A figure of towering stature emerged from the flames, his form charred beyond recognition, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight to behold. He stepped forth from the fire. Feeling the biting cold of the night air, Duncan inhaled deeply, the coolness of the ground seeping into his feet. Physiologically, his body no longer necessitated breathing, but he could still perceive the sensation of air filling his chest and the steady rhythm of his exhalation. Frost. Duncan lifted his gaze to the distant city, bathed in the glow of countless lights, shook his head, and slowly made his way towards the coast. He found a still puddle and, aided by the soft light from the world's creation, studied his reflection in the water. With this visage, I'd be apprehended by the law enforcement officers and guardians the moment they spot me. Reflected in the water was a magnificent and horrifying image, possessing an imposing aura that would undeniably trigger an alarmed report to the authorities at first sight. It was almost inconceivable to fathom that the original possessor of this body had managed to preserve his terminal lucidity in the very last fraction of a second of his existence, driven solely by an unyielding determination. Belazov, is it? May your spirit find tranquility in the afterlife. Duncan cast his gaze into the shimmering reflection of the puddle, paying his final respects to the preceding inhabitant of the body before shifting his attention to the barely distant surroundings. Perched atop a fragmented stone nearby was Ai, the dove, vociferously cooing with wings fully extended. A swift wave of Duncan's hand saw the dove morph into a stream of brilliant fire, vanishing into the shroud of the night sky with a blink and you miss its speed. An intimate connection embedded deep within his psyche confirmed Ai's successful arrival on the Vanished. From earlier experimental efforts, it had been ascertained that once the return beacons were in place, AI was capable of employing a similar teleportation technique to instantly bridge the vast expanse and appear directly at the beacon locations. Lowering his gaze, Duncan scrutinized the body he was currently occupying. The avatar he utilized in his ethereal walks within the spiritual realm also served as the return beacon for AI. In doing so, memories of the transient body he had inhabited on his maiden night in Frost were triggered. Debilitated beyond measure, perceptual anomalies and an instinctive self-destruction soon after emerging from the coffin. Back then, he hadn't had the luxury of extensive trials. However, in retrospect, he realized that the body hadn't provided him with any feedback regarding the establishment of a beacon. Is it a trait inherent to a copy, perhaps? Duncan murmured contemplatively. Could it be due to its incomplete mortal form that it can't sustain the power? Mid-musing, the crackling sound of a flame jolted him from his thoughts. Almost instantly, an eerie green fire door materialized from the nothingness beside him on the coast. AI was making her return from the vanished. Duncan swiveled to face the flaming portal suspended mid-air. As the fire danced and cast wavering shadows, 3 figures gradually began to take form within its flickering illumination. These were the assistants he had requested AI to fetch from the vanished. Chapter 327, Disguise Ashore. Emerging from the flaming portal was an intriguing trio: Alice, who cleverly disguised her unmistakable features, Vanna, the towering figure outfitted in her usual understated fashion, and Morris, a distinguished gentleman gripping an arcane staff in his hand while wrapped in a shadowy grey coat that gave him an air of mystery. Duncan, who had summoned this unusual group, required each for different purposes. Morris, with his vast knowledge, was invaluable for understanding the layout of the labyrinthine city and pinpointing the elusive Scott Brown. Vanna, known for her relentless pursuit of enemies, was essential for trailing the cultists and potentially forging ties with the local church. Alice's inclusion, however, was a bit of an oddity. While Duncan did not particularly need Alice's assistance, her interest in this adventure was so fervent he couldn't dissuade her. Besides, given that she wore the disguise of the Frost Queen, he figured her presence could add a dash of unexpected entertainment. With the eerie spectral flames of the gate dissolving abruptly into thin air, AI, the faithful dove-like companion, settled onto a branch of a nearby tree. The chill of the chilly wind seemed to seep through Morris' coat, causing him to draw it tighter around him as he studied the city's brightly lit expanses. Alice wore an expression of curiosity, inspecting the unfamiliar surroundings, while Vanna, with her sharp instincts, had already spotted the ominous figure lurking in the shadows. It was a figure that defied nature, a body that shouldn't have been able to stand, yet did so with calm assurance. The faint remnants of its former attire suggested an identity lost to time. An inexplicable sense of connection welled up within Vanna's heart, and with an uncanny certainty, she concluded that this figure she encountered for the first time was indeed the captain. Approaching Duncan, Vanna scrutinized him again, her brow furrowed in worry. Though she knew Duncan used avatars to navigate city-states, she found the state of this body unsettling. Your body. Dismissing her concern with a quiet voice, Duncan replied, in truth, it's in pretty decent condition. The appearance is just a tad disturbing. Locating an appropriate and compatible avatar is a game of chance. This one's definitely an improvement on that sacrifice you saw in the sewer. His words spurred an unpleasant flashback, causing Vanna's eyes to twitch involuntarily. Whispering, she said, I'd prefer not to recall that. With a chuckle, Duncan turned his gaze to Alice, still engrossed in surveying their surroundings. Quit gawking and lend a hand. Have you brought everything? He asked. Snapping back to the task at hand, Alice scurried over to Duncan, brandishing a small box she had been carrying. I have it, I have it. There's clothes and bandages. Oh my! Captain, your face looks dreadful. Ignoring the puppet's dramatic reaction, Duncan accepted the box, revealing its contents: a black trench coat perfect for hiding any physical aberrations, a large collar capable of covering the face and neck when raised, gloves, shoes, a matching black wide-brimmed hat, bandages, a stash of cash, and a meticulously folded city map. The contents were more extensive than he had anticipated. Absorbed in acclimating to his new body, Duncan had allocated most of his focus here, neglecting the situation on the ship. When he'd sent the message to Alice through Goathead, he only mentioned the necessity of clothes and bandages. The additional items, including the cash, did not seem like something Alice would have thought of on her own. Before he could voice his thoughts, Alice explained, Mr. Tyrion assisted with the preparations. He found out you were venturing into the city-state and asked me to bring these along. He also said the map is updated and marked with the mist fleet's covered contact points, and something about lines. Oh, what did he call them? Those would be informants. Individuals on the periphery of the mist fleet still living in the city, Duncan added with a touch of nostalgia in his tone. He may have said he wouldn't set foot on Frost again, but he can't tear his gaze away from this city. It's as if he's here in spirit. Upon Duncan's clarification, Alice nodded in understanding. Right, informants. Will these things be of any use? Affirming her question, Duncan responded, indeed, they will be. Tyrion has been very thoughtful. Handing the bandages to Vanna, Duncan asked her for help. Vanna had predicted Duncan's intentions from the contents of the box. With a hint of apprehension, she still asked before attending to Duncan, is this really all right? You still stand out. The intention is mere camouflage. I don't plan to make a life in Frost with this facade, Duncan said, cooperating with Vanna's actions. As long as I don't draw unnecessary attention from city guardians on the streets, it'll suffice. In circumstances where my mobility is restricted, I'll rely on your assistance and Morris's. After ensuring Vanna was up to the task, she skillfully began to wrap the bandages around Duncan. Her adept hands demonstrated her familiarity with the job. Dealing with injuries was an inevitable part of life on the front lines of their struggle. Meanwhile, Alice watched Vanna's work with eager eyes. May I assist? Evaluating the height disparity between the petite puppet and the towering Vanna, Duncan then looked at his own stature, which exceeded 6 feet. He chuckled at the notion. I'm afraid not. Your head might tumble off from looking up, and then added a word of caution. Remember, we are in a city-state, and Frost at that. Be careful with your disguise. Ensure your wig and head stay put, and don't remove your face veil. Got it? Your appearance could startle anyone over 50 around here. Alice instantly obliged. Understood. Duncan then turned to Vanna, who had altered her appearance for their mission in the unfamiliar city. Her usual eye-catching armor and giant sword were swapped for ordinary clothes, which was more fitting for moving around the city undetected. She wore a belted, long grey coat for women, coupled with black pants and boots. Her long, grey-white hair still flowed freely behind her, making her appear energetic as always, but without her armor and sword, she seemed somewhat softer. Nonetheless, standing at a lofty 6'3", her current outfit may have deflected questions, but going unnoticed was still a tall order. Before long, Duncan's face was concealed beneath a layer of bandages, leaving only his eyes and a small area of skin near his left eye visible. He then donned the high-collared black trench coat, gloves, shoes, and wide-brimmed hat. Remarkably, these items fit him perfectly, mirroring his own robust build. Duncan meticulously buttoned up his trench coat, envisioning his current appearance, a black trench coat enveloping him from head to toe, a wide-brimmed hat and high collar concealing most of his face, black leather gloves on his hands, and the bandages peeping out from the gaps in his clothes. With a pause, he addressed the young inquisitor beside him. Vanna, tell me honestly. With a sigh, Vanna responded, inexperienced city guardians or sheriffs might immediately stop you for questioning. Momentarily taken aback, Duncan asked. And the experienced ones? They would likely call for reinforcements. Duncan was silent for a moment. Vanna quickly added, actually, it's not as serious as it sounds. She broke into a smile, shaking her head. The situations I mentioned would only occur in the high-security core city areas, which are heavily guarded. In ordinary urban areas, you should be fine. I'm basing my assumptions on experiences in planned, but Frost should be similar. The only potential problem could be your bandages. However, before she could finish her thought, Morris interrupted, the bandages might actually prove beneficial in terms of camouflage. They could help avoid a lot of unnecessary attention. Upon this statement, Duncan turned towards him, seeking an explanation. Morris elaborated, Frost primarily worships the god of death, hence symbols and customs related to death are commonplace here. Devout followers even intentionally add bandage-like decorations to their clothing, while the daily attire of priests incorporates similar elements. At most, you might be mistaken for an eccentric death worshipper. Vanna, surprised at this revelation, admitted, I was not aware of this. I'm only familiar with the doctrines and taboos of the other 3 churches. Morris chuckled, understanding the unique customs and practices of each city-state requires in-depth study. Duncan directed his gaze at the elder scholar, is this knowledge from your old friend? A moment of silence ensued before Morris responded with a soft sigh, yes, indeed. Scott Brown, a renowned folklorist, spent his life traveling through the central and northern city-states, particularly Frost and Cold Harbor. He often sent me letters detailing the unique customs and practices found in these places. Chapter 328, Heading to Dagger Island. After finalizing the essential subterfuges and carefully orchestrating the strategic plans, Duncan redirected his attention towards the luminous city district, alive with a thrum of activity. Vanna, benefiting from her extensive experience, assessed the ongoing circumstances within the metropolis. She declared, "The city is now under curfew. Guardians will be conducting patrols, but their numbers will be relatively limited in certain outlying areas. Even in an urbanized locale like planned, the lower city's security personnel cannot maintain surveillance over every nook and cranny. The general alert protocol for the city's fringes involves ensuring a response team can arrive on the scene within 20 minutes in case of a serious breach of control and that casualties don't spill over into neighboring streets." Regarding the Seagull incident, the ship exploded in the waters nearby the city-state, leaving no survivors on board. This event can't be concealed. The authorities of Frost should be preoccupied with it as we speak, but it's likely they won't draw any conclusions soon, Morris chimed in from his corner. "We ought to issue them a warning." "Fair enough, I'm well versed in diverse modes of reporting which invariably unsettle the local departments," Duncan responded nonchalantly. "But beyond issuing a warning, we should undertake our own investigation. There's something strange about this event. It reminds me of the scenario back in Planned and the activities of those cultists, they're likely far from insignificant." With that, he reached for the map that Tyrion had meticulously prepared. This map was extraordinarily detailed, filled with unique markings. It was clearly not something made available by the regular city-state inhabitants. It was evident that Tyrion's network of informers within this city-state had made substantial contributions to the map's creation. Duncan rapidly singled out two notable locations, the Fireplace Street bordering the inner city and the cemetery zone closer to the heart of the inner city. His gaze zeroed in on the unique block designated as the Cemetery District. He studied the whole area that was divided into 9 sections, each one numbered and denoting a cemetery. They were almost symmetrically distributed around the central city's church district, creating a subtle circular pattern. It didn't reflect the usual urban planning design. Could this have been a necessity for the followers of the god of death, Bartok? "We'll make a pit stop at Fireplace Street first to meet your old friend," Duncan looked up at Morris. "Following that, once the curfew is lifted, you and Vanna should find accommodation within the city. Alice and I will proceed to Cemetery No. 3. "Cemetery?" Morris queried reflexively. "Wasn't the plan to give the city authorities a subtle warning? We can't exactly waltz into the city hall or the cathedral to report, can we?" Duncan offered a knowing smile. "A single channel to transmit the message is sufficient, and I happen to know of such a channel located in Cemetery No. 3. Unable to resist commenting, Vanna interjected, "Delivering the message is one thing, but ensuring we capture sufficient attention is equally critical." Turning his head, Duncan wore a self-assured smile, "Don't worry, they'll be all ears." Underneath the quiet, moonless night sky, a solitary white dove took flight from the coastline, soaring into the night towards the distant city lights. Meanwhile, aboard the Vanished, nested in the icy depths of the ocean, the captain's cabin door finally swung open, and out came Duncan's main body. Beneath the crisp night sky, he stretched his arms, legs, and shoulders, savoring the unique sensation of his consciousness controlling multiple bodies autonomously. As the time-lagged sensation gradually diminished, he softly exhaled. He had just taken a moment to adjust to his new physical form in Frost. Compared to the initial clumsiness when he first attempted multitasking in Planned, the process of assimilating an additional body this time was considerably quicker and smoother. In a short span, he managed to orchestrate affairs on the Vanished while concurrently maintaining his physical activities in Frost. Gathering himself slightly, he mentally queried, "Where is Tyrion?" Goathead responded promptly, "He is near the stern of the deck. Do you need me to summon him?" "No need, I'm headed there," Duncan dismissed the offer, shaking his head, then casually commanded, "Change course to Dagger Island, full speed ahead." "Understood, Captain." The creaking sounds of strained ropes and masts filled the air as the colossal ship altered its course, disrupting the hush of the night by making waves. Startled by the sudden noise, Tyrion, who had been standing on the stern deck, gazing pensively into the distance, looked up in surprise. He saw the black steering wheel on the elevated platform slowly turning under the faint light of the world's creation as if manipulated by an unseen entity. Despite not being the first time he had witnessed such an event since his return aboard, he couldn't suppress a furrow of his brows. Many facets of the vanished were indeed as he remembered, but the ship continually reminded him, through various subtle nuances, that it had transformed into a haunted vessel baptized by subspace. As Tyrion was engrossed in his thoughts, he heard the steady, strong footsteps approaching. He looked towards the sound and saw his father's figure materializing on the deck under the night sky. Startled by the sudden movement, Duncan noticed Tyrion's gaze fixated on the steering wheel and joked with a half-smile, "Goathead is the one navigating." "I'm aware, I've witnessed it twice." Tyrion regained his composure, his expression returning to its usual demeanor. "It's just a bit unsettling still. While the sea mist did exhibit some living characteristics, the liveliness of your ship is significantly more intense." "It does provide unexpected conveniences," Duncan casually commented. After observing the ship's sailing position, Tyrion tried to refrain from responding but couldn't help asking, "The Vanished is accelerating and shifting course. What are you intending to do?" "I came here to inform you we're charting course to Dagger Island." "Dagger Island?" Tyrion was taken aback, then instantly realized, has an incident occurred there? A Frost military vessel sunk due to self-implosion on its route back to the main island. It had made a brief halt at Dagger Island, and by the time it returned, it had turned into a vessel of contamination. Duncan didn't hold back the information. "Now I suspect that the situation on Dagger Island may have spiraled out of control, but for reasons unknown, the entire alert system on the island has remained unresponsive, and the Frost's main island has not received any abnormal reports. A thorough contamination, something has silently breached the defense system of Dagger Island." Tyrion immediately understood but found it hard to believe, "But, the defense system there isn't supposed to be so easily compromised." "No defense system is infallible, especially when the contamination originates from the deep sea and is likely associated with the Netherlord." Duncan shook his head. "The Frost authorities should be on high alert following the self-implosion of the military vessel, but I don't place much faith in them, hence our need to personally investigate." "What about me?" Tyrion asked after a moment, vaguely grasping his father's intention. "What do you require of me?" "I will dispatch AI to escort you back later. You mobilize your team and stand by in the vicinity of Frost." Duncan pondered for a moment, his decision firm. "Prepare for the worst-case scenario." "The worst-case scenario?" "The contaminated military vessel sank, and it sank at an unusually rapid pace," Duncan elaborated as he accessed valuable memories and intelligence from the body he had recently assumed, as if something from the sea bottom was dragging it down. Tyrion's expression gradually transformed, and a layer of solemnity surfaced in his one eye. "You mean, since the Frostbite Rebellion ended, half a century has passed? Let's assume that the entity disturbed by the Abyss Project has never actually been dormant during this half-century but has been active, even consciously accumulating power." Duncan's gaze traveled into the distance, his voice calm yet seemingly presaging a storm. "Tyrion, how many vessels have sunk into the sea near Frost in this half-century, and what might be lurking beneath that city-state now?" Underneath the tranquil and chilly night sky, the pirate suddenly shivered. A white dove flew into the city, and in the depths of the cold, deserted streets during the curfew, a dim green light streaked by. A patrol of guards had just vacated the area, and the citizens of the city-state wouldn't dare venture out at such an ungodly hour. No one noticed the abrupt illumination in the shadows of the alley, nor the strangers stepping out from the darkness. An old-fashioned house stood at the corner of Fireplace Street. With its grey exterior walls, a dark-colored slanting roof, a black door, and a gas lamp with iron art decoration on the external wall, this design represented the typical architecture in a northern city-state. It also seemed to have been recently occupied. Morris advanced 2 steps, utilizing the light from the gas lamp to confirm the door plate number next to the main entrance. This was indeed the dwelling mentioned by Scott Brown in his letter. "I'll accompany Morris to inspect the situation." Duncan, clad in a black trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, turned to Vanna and Alice beside him, his low and muffled voice emanating from beneath the thick bandages. "You two remain nearby, just ensure you don't alert the patrolling guardians." Investigating a house's interior didn't necessitate a large number of people, and if Scott Brown was indeed inside and in a communicable state, having too many people might incite unforeseen complications. After all, Duncan's intention for today wasn't a killing spree, he was here to collect information. Chapter 329, The Student. Enshrouded in the inky darkness, Alice and Vanna sought refuge in an obscure alleyway corner. There, they would remain concealed, waiting with bated breath for the directives that were soon to come. As they waited, their eyes attentively monitored the surrounding vicinity of the looming building before them. Concurrently, Duncan and Morris, acting as the advance team, moved with caution towards the structure's foreboding black door. The group was bathed in silence, a natural occurrence given that the pre-dawn hours hadn't yet given way to the light of day. In this realm, the inky blanket of night wasn't a time for the average person to be stirring. As soon as twilight settled, regular folks would retreat to their abodes, succumbing to the allure of sleep and the promise of a new day at dawn. Yet, the question arose whether the so-called clones returning from their deep-sea voyage would follow the same quotidian rhythms as their ordinary counterparts. Duncan, eyes scanning the structure, caught sight of an unmistakable button nestled in the nook of the door frame. Upon pressing it twice, the shrill echo of an electric bell emanated from within the building. Against the backdrop of the tranquility of the night, the harsh ringing of the bell cut through the silence like a blade. "Perhaps we should have reconsidered making a visit during curfew," Morris commented, a touch of uncertainty coloring his words. He rubbed his forehead fretfully. "If we rouse the neighbors, it might incite suspicion. Your friend may not be in a position to hold on much longer, it's better to act sooner," Duncan countered coolly. "And as for raising eyebrows among the Death Church officials or alarming the city-state authorities, well, that's all part of the life of the stateless. Time you grew accustomed to that." Morris opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to respond, but no words came out. As he hesitated, Duncan once again pressed the doorbell twice. Their persistence was rewarded by the hurried sound of footsteps shuffling inside the building, accompanied by the telltale crash of something being knocked over. Moments later, the lights in the living room flickered on, casting a soft, welcoming glow onto the street outside through a nearby window. The door creaked open just enough to reveal a cautious eye scanning the scene outside. A young, quavering voice echoed from behind the door, "Who is it?" It was clearly a woman's voice. Duncan and Morris shared a surprised glance, the former taken aback, the latter seeming to put pieces of a puzzle together. "Is it Garloni?" Morris ventured. "Is Mr. Scott Brown at home? I'm an old acquaintance of your tutor." With a hasty whisper to Duncan, he added, "She might be Scott Brown's apprentice, I recall him mentioning her." Duncan reciprocated with a nod of understanding while, simultaneously, the woman behind the door seemed to mull over Morris's statement. After a moment's pause, she cautiously responded, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but it's very late, and my tutor is currently resting. Can we perhaps resume this conversation at sunrise?" Morris frowned in contemplation, the unfolding situation diverging from his initial expectations. He had not anticipated that Scott Brown's apprentice would continue to inhabit the property 6 years after his departure. After a moment of deliberation, he collected his thoughts and began to respond, "Unfortunately, we arrived quite late and have yet to secure lodgings. Besides, your tutor did extend an invitation to me in a prior correspondence." The scholarly man took a moment before he continued, "My name is Morris Underwood. Your tutor would likely have mentioned my name to you." The voice on the other side of the door fell silent. It seemed as if Garloni was deep in thought, attempting to remember. A few seconds later, her voice could be heard again, then, "Give me a moment. I'll remove the chain lock." The metallic sound of the lock being undone, coupled with the friction of the chain against the door, added to the orchestra of sounds that pierced the otherwise quiet night. With the chain removed, the door finally opened wide enough for Duncan to catch a glimpse of a figure bathed in the warm, inviting light inside. Garloni stood just a few centimeters shorter than Vanna. Her height of nearly 1.9 meters was an unmistakable characteristic. Unlike Vanna's slender stature, this young woman possessed a muscular build that was clearly visible. Her grayish-white skin resembled the hue of leathery rock, with faint golden patterns dancing beneath the surface. Aside from these peculiar, non-human traits, her face bore the familiar features of a typical young human woman and even exuded an air of delicacy. Awoken from her slumber, this warrior-like figure was dressed in a loose nightgown, her brown hair cascading haphazardly behind her. Leaning against the door frame, she scrutinized the unfamiliar faces before her with an air of caution. While Duncan's interest was piqued by her appearance, Garloni reciprocated the curiosity. In her eyes, Duncan, the burly stranger cloaked in a black trench coat and sporting a wide-brimmed hat, his face concealed beneath layers of bandages, was an oppressive sight, even for a frostborn accustomed to bandages. As she tensed up, Morris's voice broke the uneasy silence that had settled. Turning to Duncan, he announced, "This is Garloni, Brown's apprentice. She's an orca sight not often seen in the northern city-states." Facing Garloni, he continued, "This gentleman is Mr. Duncan." "He is." "Duncan," the man in question interjected, "I'm an adventurer and a friend of Mr. Morris. My interest in Mr. Scott Brown's work has brought me along for this visit. I hope we haven't caused any inconvenience. My tutor is resting, and I'm unsure when he'll awaken." However, he did mention that Mr. Morris might pay us a visit, Garloni replied. In contrast to her formidable appearance, her voice was soft, hesitant, and somewhat fearful, almost devoid of self-confidence. As she spoke, she avoided eye contact with Duncan and Morris, mumbling to herself while making room for them to enter, "You can come in first. It's cold outside." Upon their entry, Garloni shut the door, her action signifying the resumption of silence in the street. The living room was rather unassuming, its furnishings showing signs of a decade or two of use. To one side, the kitchen and dining area seamlessly connected to the main living space, while a staircase leading to the upper floor adorned the other. Beneath the stairs, a narrow door hinted at the possibility of a basement or wine cellar. The living room, brightly lit by the electric lamp, harbored no suspicious shadows or hidden corners. Every visible corner seemed inviting and normal. Neither Duncan nor Morris exhibited an excessive interest in their surroundings. Under Garloni's guidance, they found a place to sit in the living room. Subsequently, the tall orc woman retreated to the kitchen and busied herself preparing tea and snacks. "Would you like some sweet pancakes and sausages?" "That's all I have at the moment," Garloni's apologetic voice echoed from the kitchen. "Only a cup of hot water is necessary, there's no need to trouble yourself," Morris responded, waving his hand dismissively. He turned to Garloni when she re-emerged from the kitchen, casually asking, "Have you been living here all this time?" "Yes, I've been here the whole time," she responded with a nod. "My tutor was away for a period, and he entrusted me with his keys to look after the place. I relocated from my rented apartment and have been living here ever since. When he returned recently, I stayed to care for him." "Away for a period?" Morris echoed, furrowing his brow. "When was this?" "About 5 or 6 years ago, I think," Garloni replied uncertainly, her expression hinting at embarrassment. "I'm not very good with keeping track of time. My tutor often points that out." Morris and Duncan exchanged a knowing look. "When did Mr. Brown return?" Duncan probed nonchalantly. "About a month ago," Garloni replied, her tone suggesting she perceived the question as casual chit-chat. "He came back suddenly, saying he was weary from his travels and needed some rest." "Oh yes, he did mention after his return that he wanted to invite Mr. Morris for a visit. When I received his letter, I was quite taken aback," Morris continued. "I hadn't heard from him in years. The last communication I received from him mentioned a journey by sea. Ah yes, he was to board a small steamship known as the Obsidian." As he reminisced, Morris quietly observed Garloni's reactions. However, upon hearing the name Obsidian, Garloni simply shook her head after a moment of recollection. "I'm not aware of that. He didn't provide many details when he departed." Her tone and demeanor didn't betray any inconsistencies. Yet, her response seemed amiss. She was unaware of which ship her tutor had boarded. In an ordinary teacher-student relationship, such an oversight could be overlooked. But, Garloni's relationship with the folklorist was evidently much deeper. Scott Brown trusted her enough to leave his house keys with her, and she had been living there for 6 years, readily accepting the responsibility of caring for him upon his return. Given their close-knit and trusting relationship, it was unlikely that Brown would not have informed Garloni of his plans when he set out. With an air of serenity and indifference, Garloni faced her guests, her demeanor suggesting that everything transpiring was perfectly natural. Chapter 330, Legacy. Throughout the duration of their seemingly relaxed dialogue, Morris masterfully wielded his linguistic abilities to subtly address a range of issues with Garloni. Through this tactful exchange, he and Duncan gradually determined the strange cognitive state of Garloni, the female apprentice. Every trace of memory related to the shipwreck that Scott Brown had experienced 6 years earlier had been completely wiped from Garloni's mind. This erasure was not limited to the memories themselves, but it extended to the entire cognitive framework that had been constructed around those events. Death, with its far-reaching impacts, sets off a ripple effect in the social circles of the deceased. The subsequent management of the aftermath, periods of introspective reflection, emotional turmoil, as well as subtle alterations within the home over the course of 6 years, none of these can be addressed by a mere memory wipe and replacement. Incredibly, within Garloni's mental schema, the event of Scott Brown dying in a shipwreck 6 years ago had never transpired. Furthermore, the resulting emotional, social, and behavioral reactions that would normally have been sparked by such an incident were also absent. Garloni was under the impression that she had lived peacefully in this house for 6 years, patiently waiting for her teacher's return. In her mind, her teacher had indeed returned and was currently resting in a room upstairs. The shrill whistle of the kettle interrupted the conversation in the living room, and Garloni immediately stood up to attend to it, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'll go turn off the stove." Taking advantage of the brief moment when Garloni had left the room, Duncan turned to Morris, who was seated across from him on a separate sofa. "Her cognition has been tampered with. We need to thoroughly search this house," Morris suggested in a hushed tone. "If Brown is truly here, he must have left something behind while he was still in his right mind. He sent me another letter not too long ago, in which he had begun to piece together some of the truth." "Let Garloni rest for a bit," Duncan whispered back, almost too softly to hear. Morris agreed with a nod, and during their short exchange, Garloni had already returned from the kitchen. She brought with her a large tray laden with warm ginger tea and some cookies. The woman, whose skin had a stony grey hue, set the tray on the coffee table and looked at her two guests, apologizing for the delay and inviting them to warm themselves with some tea. "Thank you," Morris responded, before gesturing towards the nearby sofa. "Garloni, please sit here for a moment. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." "Ah, all right, Mr. Morris," Garloni replied. Although she found the request slightly peculiar, she did as asked and sat across from her mentor's close friend. "What would you like to discuss?" Morris met Garloni's gaze head-on, the Romanov inequality system. At the mention of this, Garloni's eyes widened. A tidal wave of knowledge, memories, and logical conundrums surged into her mind, overwhelming her. Before she had a chance to process the onslaught of information, she was overcome by a potent wave of fatigue, likely her body's protective response to the cognitive overload. She succumbed to the sleepiness, falling into a serene slumber, her snores steady and her sleeping posture peaceful. Duncan watched this unfold without betraying any emotion, pausing for a couple of seconds before asking, "How long will she sleep?" "That depends on her intelligence quotient. Heidi was out for 12 hours, and Garloni might take a bit longer," Morris shrugged. "Folklorists usually aren't very adept at mathematics." Duncan was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, he stuttered, "Why did you use this method on your own daughter?" Morris's expression was complex. "Heidi was convinced that she had surpassed me in her hypnotic abilities. As a father, I sometimes can't help but feel a strange urge to prove her wrong." Sensing that the conversation needn't continue, Duncan glanced at the stairs leading to the second floor after a thoughtful pause. "We can now carry out a detailed investigation. If Garloni's account is true, her teacher should be in the upstairs bedroom at this moment." They ascended the creaky old staircase, the electric light illuminating the second-floor hallway as Morris and Duncan set out to find the folklorist who had apparently come back from the dead. The second floor was straightforwardly laid out, with a single hallway connecting all the rooms. Most of the doors were unlocked, and they were able to quickly evaluate the situation in most of the rooms. They finally stopped in front of the last door on the left side of the hallway, the only locked area on the entire second floor. Morris stepped forward to try the door handle, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's locked from the inside." "Locked from the inside?" Duncan felt a prickle of unease, then remembered something. Garloni mentioned earlier that she takes food to her teacher's room daily. "That's impossible, this door hasn't been opened for several days, perhaps even a week or more," Morris cut in, his gaze meticulously studying the door before him, a slight glimmer in his eyes. "There's no sign of damage to the lock. So, Garloni believes she brings food to her teacher's room daily, but in reality, her teacher hasn't opened this door for many days," Duncan observed, glancing back towards the staircase leading to the first floor. "The cognitive interference seems to be ongoing." Morris didn't respond, instead, raising his hand and gently knocking on the light yellow door, to no avail. "Brown, it's me," Morris called out. "If you're in there, open the door. Whatever state you're in, don't worry, we can handle any issues you're dealing with." However, no response came from the room. Duncan looked at the door, feeling a sense of inevitability about the situation. Finally, he sighed softly, "Let me handle this, Morris. We might be a step too late." Morris looked tense for a moment as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. He simply stepped aside, saying nothing. Without resorting to any sophisticated methods, Duncan merely stepped forward and forced the door open. The not particularly sturdy wooden door gave way with a loud crash, the lock breaking. Before them was a room almost entirely cloaked in darkness. There were no lights turned on, and the windows facing the street seemed to have been obstructed by something, preventing any street light from illuminating the room. Only the light from the hallway made a small area near the door visible, and in the corners that the light didn't reach, shadows seemed to blanket both the ceiling and the floor. Duncan was the first to step into the room, a faint green ghostly flame flickering in his raised right hand while his left hand felt for the light switch next to the door. Once the lights were turned on, the entire room came into view. What on earth is this? Morris, who followed Duncan into the room, was taken aback by what he saw. A grey-black, mud-like substance was scattered throughout the room, smeared on the floor, walls, and even clinging to the ceiling. Half-melted mud dangled from the grimy ceiling, suspended in mid-air like grotesquely swollen blood vessels or oddly shaped stalactites. Duncan was immediately reminded of the scene he had encountered at the bottom of the ship, obsidian. These strange and horrifying mud substances bore an unsettling similarity to the conditions at the base of the ship. Morris's facial muscles tightened. In truth, from the beginning, he didn't believe that his old friend had genuinely come back to life. He knew there must be some kind of uncontrolled supernatural phenomenon at play, potentially related to a curse from the deep sea, but, even with a vague premonition before opening the door, the sight before him was a harsh shock. These deep-sea replicas, it seems they all eventually transform into this. Duncan's voice snapped Morris out of his trance. We were, ultimately, a step too late. It's a shame. Morris blinked and then shook his head forcefully, as if trying to shake off the disordered thoughts in his mind. He ventured deeper into the room, carefully avoiding the mud clusters on the floor, and eventually stopped next to a table. The table was also covered in the mud, the largest heap of which was positioned between the table and the bed. He wrote 2 letters, at least at that time. He still had some sanity, Morris said quietly. He must have noticed something was wrong with himself. His sanity held out at least until the moment he locked this room from the inside. After that, he lost control of the situation. Duncan also approached the desk, scrutinizing the hardened mud around him and speaking thoughtfully. These deep-sea replicas seem inconsistent. Some have no sanity at all, some even retain their original memories and can live like ordinary people for a while, and some, like the captain of the Obsidian, completely transform into an alien form yet retain their souls from beginning to end. Like some sort of unstable experimental product. Morris made a casual comment, when suddenly, something caught his eye. A piece of paper was wedged at the edge of a solidified mud cluster that vaguely resembled an arm. What is this? The aged scholar's eyes widened as he carefully extracted the paper, whispering, Mr. Duncan, take a look at this. Duncan immediately leaned in, and on that dirt-stained piece of paper, some almost indiscernible words immediately caught his eye. To the investigators, here are the changes that occurred in the final stage of my body. Chapter 331, Infiltrating the City. Once smooth and pristine, the paper was now marred and crinkled, splotched by an unusual grey-black substance that the layman might mistake for mud. This mud had invaded multiple areas of the paper, disrupting the ink and rendering some of the script smeared and fragmented. Yet, thanks to the scrupulous efforts of Morris, who treated the damaged document with painstaking care, a large portion of the words had been recovered and rendered just legible enough to be deciphered. The written record belonged to Scott Brown, and chronicled the bizarre physical transformations he experienced during his last clear and rational moments. Roughly at 4 a.m., which marked 12 hours since I had locked and secured the door, I was struck with intense ringing in my ear. Accompanied by sporadic bouts of dizziness, it impaired my ability to move around. I could only muster the strength to write during those brief periods when I felt marginally better. I detected what appeared to be blood pooling beneath my skin, accompanied by bruises that had surfaced without any apparent cause. At around 6:30 a.m., I experienced a sensation as if my internal organs were in complete disarray. It felt as though the structures within me had morphed, each assuming its own unique role, and started shifting. There was no pain, and the dizziness had also ebbed away. My fear began to dissolve, and in its place, vivid memories started to resurface. Close to 7 a.m., my memory served me with starkly clear images of my own death. The realization dawned upon me that the original version of me had already perished. Inexplicably, my left leg had fractured. It was as if a portion of the bone had suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. At 8:15 a.m., the disintegration of my left leg began. It started with spontaneous cracks appearing on the skin, followed by the internal tissues leaking out in the form of a grey-black fluid. The fluid appeared to display signs of life, wriggling and crawling on the floor and even climbing up the walls. I feared that the wooden boards I had nailed across the window would not be able to contain these eerie and terrifying entities, but to my relief, I found that they gradually lost their activity once they left my body. Moreover, even while active, they seemed to consciously avoid sunlight. This could be a critical piece of information, so I'm noting it down here. Despite my heart having ceased to function, my consciousness remained intact. I was aware that my body was no longer operating according to regular human physiological processes. When I tried to make a cut, instead of blood, a grey-black viscous substance oozed out slowly. What was my body composed of at this point? The dissolution process started spreading to my entire lower half. I had to strain myself to stay still and continue documenting these observations. I no longer felt any pain, had no breath, and my heart had stopped functioning long ago. At times, I could hear a humming sound, as if the substance that now formed my body was resonating. The viscous substance kept leaking out, turning the room into a mess. I hope Garloni is not frightened when she comes to clean the room. Although, as I pen down her name, I can barely remember what Garloni looks like. At 10:30 a.m., what I feared the most started to happen. My vision began to deteriorate rapidly, and my surroundings quickly faded into darkness. I had to feel the edges of the paper to keep my writing legible. I am not sure of the exact time now, but it must be somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. I heard a sharp, unusual noise that lasted for approximately 5 minutes, after which all discomfort began to fade, and the sensation in the remaining parts of my body rapidly diminished. I could vaguely feel the area below my chest sinking. Perhaps another hour has passed. "Do you need some time alone?" asked Duncan, his voice calm as he studied the old man. "I can wait for you outside." "No need, I've already mourned him once," Morris replied gently, shaking his head. "I just didn't expect to come across his academic records again after 6 long years. This information is valuable, isn't it?" Duncan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he leaned in closer to study the grey-black mud, now hardened and motionless, scrutinizing its edges meticulously. He then picked up the last record left by Scott Brown, carefully examining the areas where the paper was soaked thoroughly by the mud. The borders where the paper met the mud were slightly blurred and irregular. The distinct demarcation lines seemed to have vanished, and the two materials appeared to have partially fused. Upon noticing Duncan's actions, Morris queried, "Did you discover something?" "Primal matters." Duncan lifted his gaze to meet Morris. "The local church in Frost is conducting research on this type of substance. They believe that the viscous residue remaining after the decomposition of deep-sea replicants bears a striking similarity to the primal substances mentioned by the Annihilators." Morris paused momentarily, but by now, he had grown used to Duncan's uncanny ability to unearth new leads from the most obscure sources. He, therefore, didn't ask where this piece of information had originated from. After some contemplation, he responded, "I am familiar with the topic of primal matters. When you investigate the history of the cultists, you can't avoid running into this mysterious substance." He took a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing, "Just as the Suntists firmly believe that the ancient true sun will ultimately save the world, the Annihilators have a similar prophecy of salvation. They believe that one day, the Netherlord will awaken from his deep slumber and, in his wrath, will destroy the existing world, which they believe has been manipulated and deceived by the gods. They believe that the real world, represented by the mysterious deep sea, will rise from the depths of the earth and once again become a paradise for mortal beings. Before that day arrives, primal matters will surface in large quantities. According to them, it is the blueprint of all things, the fundamental essence of the world. It will envelop everything and restore the world to its original state." As the elderly scholar narrated the tale, Duncan maintained a silence that lasted for a few seconds before he raised his head and asked, "Appear in abundance, emerge from the deep sea." Morris didn't respond immediately. "I find these Annihilators increasingly fascinating. But it's not their prophecy of salvation that intrigues me. I'm more interested in understanding how they've established a connection with the place that's located 1,000 meters below Frost." Duncan shook his head. "The replicants originate from the deep sea, as do the obsidian and the submarine found on Dagger Island. Yet, this secretive group of Annihilators. How have they managed to make contact with the force that lies a kilometer beneath the water? Building a submarine that can navigate to and from the deep sea, a kilometer beneath the surface, is no easy task, even for a powerful city-state. At the very least, this isn't something a group of cultists could achieve," Morris began, lost in thought. "However, they might be indirectly channeling the power of the deep sea, or they might be communicating with the powerful presence of the deep sea through some sort of ritualistic practices. So, there must be a larger cult stronghold hidden in Frost, a concealed location large enough to hold extensive ceremonies, potent enough to harness the power of the deep sea consistently, capable of creating replicants within the city-state, and even infiltrating Dagger Island," Duncan stated slowly, casting his gaze around the room. The room's only window had been sealed off with wooden planks, and the ceiling, walls, and floor were coated with dried, lifeless mud. Every trace in the room seemed to tell a harrowing tale of a desperate fight for survival. Perhaps, in the end, we'll have to give the cultists here a little surprise from the vanished, he murmured softly, rubbing his fingers together. A tiny cluster of dark green flames fell from his fingertips, silently landing on the floor before rapidly disappearing. Of course, Morris noticed this, but he remained silent and glanced towards the nearby table. That was where Scott Brown had last worked. Perhaps it was a transient replicant, but as it hunched over to write while its body was collapsing, it still had a noble soul. So, what's the plan? The old scholar looked up at the captain. The traces in the room, the information Brown left behind, and Garloni downstairs. We've already collected enough evidence. Let's leave the rest to the people of Frost, Duncan said, his tone indifferent. Leave the room as it is, place the letter in a noticeable spot on the table, and prepare an anonymous tip-off letter. As for Garloni... Duncan paused, hesitating for a moment. Garloni's cognitive interference has yet to cease. Even after the replicants in this building have disappeared, she shows no signs of regaining consciousness. She continues to believe her teacher is resting in this room. This indicates that the source of the interference isn't her teacher, but something else that's still active and hidden deep within the city-state. She won't truly recover until that source is eradicated. As he spoke, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he was considering something else. And, we can't be certain how many other Scott Browns and Garlonis there are in this city-state. Morris' expression became grave. You mean? Rumors of the dead returning circulate in the city, while at the same time, completely contradictory news reaches Tyrion. Duncan looked at Morris. I fear that replicants and cognitive interference have thoroughly infiltrated this city-state. Chapter 332, Shadowing Duo. Each bedroom was then meticulously investigated in the expanse of the residence, yet they found no oddities in any of them except for the one last occupied by Scott Brown. To be specific, even the room tainted with a viscous coating of grey-black mud betrayed no indications of anything supernatural. Whatever was there, any elements or contamination, it had all disappeared following Scott Brown's disappearance. On the ground floor of the house, Garloni continued her undisturbed slumber. The towering figure of this orc woman, her skin a rugged texture of leathery toughness, reclined peacefully in the corner of the sofa, her pose suggestive of a serene dream of relaxation. Should Heidi have been present, she'd have brewed up some potions to ease the girl's transition from sleep to wakefulness. Morris observed Garloni's peaceful sleep from the sofa with a mix of emotions evident on his face. I can see she shared a deep bond with Brown. Dark times are fleeting, Duncan remarked, briefly pausing before withdrawing a small crystal pendant from his pocket. He muttered something under his breath to it and then gently placed it in Garloni's hand. May you have sweet dreams. Everything will improve. Morris silently observed Duncan's actions for a while before he finally asked, Did you bring those pendants here? Last time, I ordered more than required and ended up with half a box of leftovers. Distributing them for free even proved to be challenging, Duncan clarified, his face unreadable, primarily because it was swathed in bandages. I thought I'd hand them out during my travels. Would you like to have one? No, thank you, Morris declined promptly, waving his hand dismissively. I'm not really inclined towards such feminine adornments. Fair enough. Under the faint glow cast by a gas lamp at the intersection, the chilling breeze of the night brushed against Vanna as she cautiously scanned her surroundings in the quiet alley. Beside her, Alice stood, trying to imitate the vigilance of the Inquisitor by looking around, though it was clear she had no understanding of what Vanna was on the lookout for. The streets are eerily silent, not a soul is around. The doll lady finally broke the silence, likely unaccustomed to the pressing quietude. Miss Vanna, what are you trying to discern in our surroundings? Vanna answered calmly, I'm trying to spot any supernatural individuals or suspicious shadows lurking around the building. Ah! Alice stared blankly. Will there be any? Why do you think Mr. Duncan had us wait outside? After contemplating for a moment, Alice replied, Isn't it because he thinks I am a hindrance? Vanna. You're right. She found it increasingly difficult to explain the situation to this naive individual, and so decided to let it be. However, she understood the significance of her vigilance here. A duplicate that had returned from the deep sea had been active in the city-state for several days, and this duplicate resided in a nearby building. It was unthinkable that the Annihilators, the followers of the Netherlord, would remain indifferent to this. It could even be a conspiracy devised by the cultists themselves. Mr. Duncan and Mr. Morris had ventured inside the house for an investigation, both to gather intel and possibly to draw out any lurking cultists. Would the cultists be monitoring this location? Would the entity that resurrected Scott Brown reveal any activity tonight? Would there be hidden shadows in these alleyways? If unexpected guests arrived, would the shadows remain inert? Vanna controlled her breath and heartbeat, hiding her presence and power. After ascertaining the continued silence of the street, she retreated into the shadows of the buildings. Suddenly, she saw Alice lean forward as if she'd been brainwashed. The puppet girl raised her hand and, with a pop sound, removed her head. She then leaned against the wall, cradling her head in one hand while shaking it back and forth in the open. Even Vanna, the seasoned inquisitor, was taken aback by this sight. She stared and whispered, "What are you doing?" With another pop sound, Alice quickly reattached her head, looking innocent. "I was checking for any movements outside." "The next time you plan on doing such a thing, warn me first." Vanna glared at the puppet girl but stopped midway through her sentence, dismissively waving her hand. "Forget it." Alice looked puzzled, but as she was about to speak, she seemed to sense something and instinctively glanced outside. "Miss Vanna, I feel like there's someone nearby, but I can't see them." "Someone nearby?" Vanna instantly became alert. She didn't let Alice's typical unreliability affect her vigilance but instead honed her senses, evaluating the surrounding ambience and asked in a hushed tone, "Where?" "Just diagonally opposite, under that street light," Alice whispered, even crouching down to exhibit her caution, and pointed towards the entrance of the alley, "but I only saw lines, not people." At first, Vanna was perplexed and just looked in the direction Alice indicated. It took her a few seconds to understand what Alice meant, asking, "Lines? What lines?" "The lines on people, the ones that everyone has, floating from their bodies to the sky," Alice casually explained. "They're on the back of the head, on the hands and feet." As she spoke, she suddenly paused and added, "Oh right, Mr. Duncan doesn't have them, but that's normal since he's Mr. Duncan." As Alice continued to talk, her voice slowly faded until she became silent. Even Alice, as simple-minded as she was, could finally notice the odd expression on Vanna's face. "You can't see them." The puppet girl hesitated for a moment, considering the only possible explanation. I won't laugh at you. The captain said that everyone's eyes are different. I can't see them, but that's not the primary concern right now." Vanna refocused and concentrated intensely on the nearby streetlight. "Are the lines still there?" She understood the importance of prioritizing. Alice could see invisible lines floating on human bodies, and she had always naturally assumed this was a commonplace sight and that others could see them too. It was such a given that this ability only surfaced now through an offhand remark. This might be her unique power as Anomaly 099, or there could be a more intricate and extraordinary explanation behind it. Regardless, these matters shouldn't be probed at this time. Someone was hiding nearby, and they were now exposed in the puppet's line of sight. That was what mattered the most. "They're still there, wavering a bit left and right," Alice whispered as she glanced at the streetlight diagonally across from them. However, she then knitted her brows. "Ah, it seems like a few are missing." "Missing a few?" Vanna's heart clenched, and in the next second, her alertness reached a new high. Years of honed battle instincts and the warning of impending danger gifted by the goddess surged through her senses, directing her gaze to a specific spot deep within the alley. Darkness stirred within the eerie shadows untouched by the streetlight, and a skeletal figure emerged. In an instant, a grotesque monster materialized, attached to the skeletal figure with chains. It was a person, or at least it still had the semblance of one. However, their body was distorted and swollen to a horrifying degree. Their skin appeared as if burnt by intense flames, black and curled as their bones grew irregularly, forming a series of discontinuous bone plates on the surface of their body. Sharp bone spikes protruded from their back, reminiscent of a deep-sea creature's remains. Where their face should have been, there was only a hollow indentation with a flickering, dark red glow. Just from that glance, Vanna identified what it was: an annihilation priest, someone who had reached a deep symbiosis with a shadow demon and purified their body to an extreme degree. The Annihilators viewed their flesh and blood as a prison created by the gods. As such, their method of expressing loyalty to the Netherlord was to continually use demonic powers to transform their bodies, purifying their forms. This process caused them to develop more and more demonic characteristics, making them less and less human. Cultists who had purified themselves to a certain degree could no longer revert to a human form, even with temporary transformation spells, and could not function within human society. Instead, they relied on lower-ranking cultists for support. In return, they gained more potent abilities and a stronger, more direct connection with the shadowy depths. These cultists were indeed observing this place. As this realization shot through Vanna's mind, her body was already in motion. Given that she had to move around the city-state, she hadn't brought her blessed steel greatsword. But for a faithful priestess of the storm goddess, a sword was hardly an inconvenient item. Air compressed, water vapor condensed, and the breath of the sea and wind instantly formed an icy blade in her hand barely sufficient. Heretic. Chapter 333, Taking Action. Vanna's lithe body launched into the sky with the force of a hurricane, the freezing northern winds coursing through her veins, empowering her as though she was the embodiment of a tempest. As her form rose, a blade of pure ice crystallized in her grip, reflecting the ethereal glow of the world's creation and casting a shimmering frosty light in the cold darkness. With a grace born of countless battles, she swung the blade downward in a sweeping arc that split the air itself. As the blade cleaved through the atmosphere, the violent disruption caused the surrounding air currents to collide with such force that they generated waves of intense heat and visual distortion. Halfway through its descent, the icy blade took on a plasma-like appearance, its edge wreathed in incandescent flame that danced around the ice, a bewildering spectacle of fire entwined with ice. The sheer exotic beauty of the sight was enough to cause the devilish cultist to falter in his assault. For the Annihilation Priest, the scenario should have played out quite differently. He had meticulously planned his ambush, discovering the unexpected visitor early and using his arsenal of spells to shroud his existence. His unique demonic form allowed him to temporarily suppress his life signs, making him practically undetectable. Yet, against all odds, his impeccable camouflage had been uncovered by the prey. Now, the hunter had become the hunted, and the prey had transformed into a predator more formidable than he had ever anticipated. Vanna's blade descended like a meteor, leaving the Annihilation Priest with no time for a counterattack. In a desperate bid to survive, he unleashed a chilling, eerie shriek that was imbued with a powerful curse. Layer upon layer of black bone plates and rock-like shields sprung into existence, forming a formidable barrier between him and the impending onslaught. Moreover, a towering demon, constructed of jagged bone fragments, materialized under the command of a pact, standing like a guardian in front of its master. The monstrous figure opened its maw, preparing to release a corrosive breath attack. As the dust settled, the skeletal demon's true form fully emerged from the shadows. It was a gargantuan hound, a horrific shadowy beast that towered over any normal dog. Unfazed by the formidable obstacles before her, Vanna showed no intention of halting her advance. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the silent night, accompanied by a chorus of high-pitched, grating sounds. With a single, decisive chop, Vanna's icy blade shattered the energy barrier conjured by the Annihilation Priest, crumbled the rock shields, nullified the acid breath of the Dark Hound, and even cleaved half of the demon's skull, sending shards of bone flying in all directions. The impact's shockwave raced through the alley like a tempest, scouring away dust and smoke. The decapitated hound howled in agony as it was thrown backward, dragging along the Annihilation Priest who was bound by the symbiotic chain. The pair tumbled over the rough terrain before finally coming to a stop, struggling to regain their footing. The warped form of the cult priest shuddered violently, the blowback from his demon's injury rendering him disoriented. Under the dim light, it was difficult to distinguish between the hound and the once human priest, their forms so horribly twisted and merged. Despite having half its head cleaved away, the Dark Hound managed to rise, its life force surprisingly resilient. It growled defiantly in Vanna's direction as it continued to shed damaged bone fragments. Vanna, her expression as calm as ever, casually discarded the shattered remnants of the icy blade, its purpose served. The Annihilation Priest across the alley was making a tremendous effort to lift his head, struggling to regain consciousness. Strained demonic whispers slipped from his lips, setting the stage for the enactment of his curse. Vanna raised her hand, catching the solid mass of decaying bones and rocks hurled at her. She disregarded the wisps of smoke curling up from her palm and continued her relentless march. With her free hand, she seized the half-headed Dark Hound and stuffed the cursed mass into its gaping neck wound. The demonic hound fought back instinctively but was helpless against Vanna's superhuman strength. In its struggle, the hound tore off the remaining half of its own head while the cursed missile, empowered by its own life force, was forcefully shoved into its stomach. The bone plates inside the demon began to fracture, filling its innards with sparks of brilliant light. Vanna swiftly lifted her foot, kicking the primed-to-explode demon away, and casually grabbed the nearby Annihilation Priest, using him as a shield. With a resounding explosion, the kicked hound detonated mid-flight, and the fragments of bones rained down like lethal shrapnel, riddling the body of the priest held aloft by Vanna. But the priest was not dead yet, writhing in agony, his pain making him curl up into a pitiful ball. The entire encounter had been brief and intense. Your symbiotic demon is dead. According to your body's mutation level, you have approximately 6 minutes to live, Vanna said, tossing the cult priest to the ground and stepping on what seemed to be his head. I know that your kind would rather die than talk, but I'm willing to give it a shot. You have 3 minutes to say your last words, and based on what you say, I'll decide how you die in the remaining 3 minutes. Near the entrance of the alley, Alice had been observing the entire encounter, completely bewildered by the rapid sequence of events. She had watched as Vanna effortlessly dispatched an enemy, obliterated a grotesque creature that bore some resemblance to dog, and reduced the initial attacker to a state of near death. While she didn't understand what exactly had happened, one thing was clear: Vanna was incredibly powerful. This realization filled the puppet girl with excitement, and she began to clap her hands enthusiastically. Miss Vanna, you're amazing, she cheered. However, in her moment of distraction, she seemed to have forgotten about the few threads that were still floating under the streetlight across the alley. The air near the entrance of the alley warped subtly, signaling the entrance of the second attacker that's been lurking in the shadows. The showdown between Vanna and the Annihilation Priest had transpired too rapidly, and the ensuing chaos in the alley had greatly surpassed the hidden attacker's expectations. As the second cultist finally revealed himself, he found himself stopped short at the sight of Vanna standing over the fallen Annihilation Priest. The cultist hesitated, glancing between the brutal scene inside the alley and the blonde woman beside him. Then, without a second thought, the muscular man turned on his heel and sprinted away. But after just a few steps, he heard a voice from behind, "Hey! Wait up!" Suddenly, he felt a forceful tug on his body as if he had been ensnared. He came to a halt, unable to resist the intense pulling sensation that seemed to originate from his very joints. Terrified, the cultist turned around to see black smoke swirling around him. His demon, tethered to him, attempted to struggle and counterattack, but it was held back by an unseen force lurking in the shadows. He looked further and found the long-haired blonde woman in a dress, her hand stretched out, seemingly gripping something invisible. "Don't go yet," Alice said, holding onto the string and gazing at the fleeing cultist, trying to make her expression more menacing. "The captain said people like you are bad and shouldn't be let go. You'll harm others." Not too far away, a third annihilator who had just sprinted out of the alley hung suspended in mid-air, his body contorted into an odd and ridiculous pose, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. Fear filled his eyes as he glanced at the blonde woman. Summoning all his will to survive, he had barely managed to break free from the pulling sensation. He exerted all his remaining strength into a flick of his wrist. A prepared rune scroll slipped out from his sleeve. "Choose life, and devour," he mumbled the words with difficulty, his voice interspersed with demonic whispers. The pre-stored spell was triggered, and the rune scroll ignited mid-air before it could touch the ground. The spell had activated, and its target included every living being within its radius. Yet, nothing happened despite the scroll disintegrating into flames. The cultist's eyes widened in horror and disbelief as he witnessed the scene. Not far away, Alice looked just as surprised. She didn't breathe. She didn't have a heartbeat. And she had no idea what had just happened. But she quickly figured out that the cultist had tried to kill her. Fear gripped the lady, so she tugged forcefully on the string in her hand. "The captain said that when I'm outside, I have to protect myself." The cultist's body froze. The slight freedom he had managed to wrest was completely stripped away then. He could no longer move his wrists or lips. A peculiar numbness began to spread, his body rapidly stiffening and turning cold, transforming into something that was not flesh and blood. Before he knew it, the world around him turned dark. But the next second, something emerged from the darkness. A hollow, deep voice that seemed to emanate directly from his chest echoed in his ears, "Ah, a new attendant has arrived." Chapter 334, Alice's Mansion. A new servant had made his arrival. This proclamation seemed to set off a mechanical chain of reactions. Accompanied by a throaty, muted reverberation, a multitude of obscure forms began to coalesce from the surrounding murkiness before the figure known as the Annihilator. An indeterminable, flickering light bathed the expansive, time-worn, and grandiose hall, revealing its stately elegance. His eyes widened in awe, taking in the spectacle of the hall that seemed to boast the opulence of a palace, yet it also exuded an air of prolonged desertion as if untouched for decades on end. He observed a curved staircase gracefully spiraling skyward at the far end, bridging the elevated walkway and platform above. Enormous pillars stood like silent sentinels, their vague outlines just perceivable in the gloomy light. Plush draperies cascaded from the pinnacle of these pillars, dancing ever so gently in the phantom breeze. The walls of the hall were flanked by dark, desolate windows, firmly sealed behind criss-crossed steel bars. Between these windows, colossal, indistinct paintings hung, brimming with unsettling, vibrant patches, void of any identifiable figures or scenery. The Annihilator stood entranced by the scene. Abruptly, he realized that the restrictive feeling that had gripped his limbs had dissipated. Taking 2 tentative steps forward, he reveled in the regained control of his body, then instinctively sent a call for the demon sharing his soul. Yet, all that echoed back from the depths of his soul was a hollow, mournful wail, as if the shadow demon had been a figment of his imagination. There was no response to his summoning call. "Servant, proceed to the end of the carpet," instructed the deep, muffled voice, this time originating directly within his mind. "Who's there?" The Annihilator's eyes widened in terror, his gaze sweeping across the grandiose yet unsettlingly vacant mansion hall, yet he encountered no living soul. He cast his gaze towards the end of the hall, where a dark red carpet unfurled from beneath his feet, disappearing into the distance, ending at the staircase that curved like wings connecting to the second level. Somehow, his legs began to move involuntarily as his gaze landed there, almost as if heeding the command from the disembodied voice he had just heard. He proceeded towards the end of the carpet, halting a few paces from the staircase. Suddenly, an apparition appeared before him, a body garbed in a svelte black suit devoid of a head. This decapitated figure stood ramrod straight before the staircase, impeccably dressed. A meticulously folded handkerchief peeked out from the breast pocket, and a gold watch chain gleamed from another. One hand cradled a brass bell, while the other stretched forward as if extending a welcoming gesture to a newcomer. It was an image akin to a trusted steward dutifully overseeing the mansion's affairs. But he was devoid of a head. Where a head should have rested atop the black-clad body, there was only an exposed neck, resembling the joint of a puppet. What is this place? The man could not recollect why he had been drawn to this sealed mansion or even his identity or origins. All he was aware of was an instinctual fear, a creeping sense of unfamiliarity gradually gnawing at his heart. He stared at the headless steward before him and summoned the courage to query. Concurrently, he heard whispering voices and sensed unseen eyes observing him from all corners. "Welcome, new servant," came a voice as the reply. Stunned, he pivoted his gaze to take in the spectacle within the hall. Silhouettes, garbed as stewards and maids, scurried around, evident servants attending to the mansion's immense size. These headless figures flitted by the staircase, seemingly sizing up the newcomer with curious interest. Subdued discussions emanated from their decapitated necks. Where their heads should have been, there were only smooth, bulbous appendages, akin to doll joints, with the texture hovering between wood and porcelain. The new servant stared in bafflement at the busy stewards and maids populating the hall, momentarily disoriented. Had there been so many people here before? Had the hall been buzzing with activity when he had first arrived? "This is Alice's mansion, and you are the new servant here," the voice of the steward boomed out suddenly, disrupting the new servant's reverie. "Follow me, your next assignment lies upstairs." Automatically, the new servant nodded and trailed behind the headless steward. Unconsciously, he glanced down and realized that he was now dressed as a servant, identical to the male stewards in the hall. His mind spiraled into further confusion, and he felt as if his memories were being slowly stripped away from him, deemed unnecessary and impurities hindering his service in the mansion. With each stride up the staircase, his hesitation dwindled. Initially, he faintly remembered that he didn't belong here. Then, he only remembered being trapped in an enigmatic mansion. By the time he reached the final steps leading to the second floor, all he remembered were the steward's orders. Stepping onto the last stair, he lifted his gaze to the platform and the corridor within. Several stewards passed through the corridor, and despite lacking sight, the new servant couldn't shake off the sensation of being scrutinized. "Why is everyone observing me?" "Because you are the first servant with a head," the steward paused and turned around, his voice tinged with amusement. "And it's been many years since we've had a fresh face." "What should I do?" the new servant queried cautiously. "Serve our mistress and assimilate among us. You will instinctively learn your duties. But first, you must pay your respects to the mistress." The steward slowly elevated his arm, gesturing towards a black door at the end of the corridor. "Proceed, open that door, and greet the mistress." The new servant nodded and advanced towards the door. His steps were firm, and his countenance gradually steadied while his limbs moved, slowly becoming as stiff and mechanical as those of the stewards in the hall. He reached the door, extended both hands, and calmly observed his wrist, which had transformed into a spherical joint. With minimal exertion, he pushed open the door. The puppet ventured forward. In the opulent bedroom that bordered on monumental, a magnificent bed stood as the centerpiece, encircled by drapes adorned with intricate patterns and tassels. A silver-haired doll lay tranquilly on the bed, in deep slumber. Beyond the bed, where a wall should have been, was a boundless expanse of darkness, seemingly leading to an unfathomable space. The floor, walls, and ceiling seemed fractured and disintegrated, and the chaotic darkness, dotted with innumerable twinkling lights in the distance, undulated slowly, generating surreal light and shadow illusions. They swirled silently at the end of the bedroom, whispering and wandering within the darkness. The oscillating darkness and lights seemed to mirror the doll's dreams, as if an unseen force sought to breach the mansion but was held at bay by the doll's sleep. The new servant, now metamorphosed into a puppet, stood at the entrance of the bedroom, blankly gazing at the enchanting doll ensconced on the bed and the undulating darkness behind her. Assisted by threads extending from his limbs, he bowed deferentially towards the lady of the house. The threads floated momentarily before vanishing into thin air. Once done, the new servant slowly retreated until he exited the room. The door to the sleeping Alice slammed shut with a resonant, commanding bang. But the transformation was complete. The man's visage would never return to its original form. He had become a puppet, devoid of emotions or volition, forever destined to serve his mistress. A thud succeeded by a crash reverberated from the entrance of the alleyway. The Annihilator, in an attempt to escape, suddenly plummeted from mid-air. Upon hitting the ground, he made a loud noise, his body splintering like porcelain into numerous shards, clothes included. No blood stained the shattered ceramic pieces, as if he had always been a kill-baked clay puppet, his flesh and blood existence nothing more than a transient illusion. Alice was taken aback. Ah! A howl akin to a whirlwind emanated from behind her, and Vanna hurried to the alley's entrance. She stared incredulously at the spectacle and hesitated for a long time before turning to the puppet beside her. Is this your doing? I don't know, Alice blinked, her response lagging. Probably. What do you mean, probably? I caught his thread and then yanked it hard. He assaulted first, and I was scared. Alice's explanation was disjointed and replete with gestures. Her account was so efficient that Vanna grew more perplexed with each word. Do you understand? No, Vanna shook her head, then glanced back at the scorched wreckage at the depth of the alley, from where a faint black smoke was rising. Damn it, the priest I was dealing with remained silent until the end, and the one you were dealing with shattered completely, leaving no information behind. Does that mean the captain will be unhappy? We don't have time to think about that, we need to leave. Vanna spoke hastily, there was too much ruckus. Even if we're not in the central city area, the night patrol should be on their way. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the house not far away. Chapter 335, No Longer Real. The confrontation that unfolded within the gloomy confines of the alleyway was intense, but fleeting. Mere minutes elapsed from the instant the pair of shadowy cultists revealed their presence to the conclusion of their bitter fight. Vanna was firmly convinced that the brawl that erupted during this brief interval had undoubtedly echoed loud enough to rouse the night patrol guards of Frost. Despite this, Vanna harbored no fear of Frost's nocturnal protectors. Her status, as well as her abilities, far outmatched the average city guardian. Regardless, she had no desire to further convolute the situation at hand. Just as she was pondering over the best way to establish contact with Duncan and inform him of the fight, a sudden commotion from the folklorist's residence drew her attention. The front door swung open abruptly, revealing Duncan and Morris stepping out into the moonlit night. With a brisk gait, Duncan moved toward Vanna and Alice, waiting in the alley, while Morris secured the door behind them. As he did so, he was drawing peculiar, antiquated symbols in the air, as though invoking the god of wisdom for a potent blessing. The disturbance outside caught my attention, Duncan informed Vanna and Alice as he approached, surveying the scene in the alley with a quick glance. A hint of concern marked his features. What transpired here? We suspected cultist surveillance on this location, and Alice confirmed it. A brief skirmish ensued, Vanna answered without hesitation. The heretics have been eliminated, with no escapees. However, the clamor of our clash may have already alerted the night patrols, who should arrive shortly. Alice detected them. Duncan turned to the doll standing next to him with a look of surprise. He then noticed a certain peculiarity in Vanna's countenance and quickly discerned that the situation might be more complex than he had anticipated. Despite this, he chose not to inquire further, responding with a simple nod. This isn't the time for elaborations. We need to mobilize. I have effectively erased any evidence of our actions here, Morris chimed in, having completed his task. Garloni will have no recollection of the past 24 hours when she awakens. Even an expert mind physician would struggle to piece together the events. That's good to hear, Duncan replied, showing a hint of relief. He had never overly concerned himself with covering their tracks, but fewer disruptions at the commencement of their mission would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Raising his hand, he gestured into the darkness. The silence of the night was suddenly ruptured by the sound of fluttering wings. A dove, previously perched on a neighboring rooftop, swiftly took flight, soon disappearing into the black of the night. A green flame briefly illuminated the alleyway before the calm returned, disturbed only by the faint echo of the dove's departing wings. A few minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps and the sway of lanterns in the distance signaled the arrival of the anticipated night patrol. The departing dove, hadn't flown far, landing near an abandoned factory just a block away, inside a dilapidated tin shack. The shack, nestled close to the factory, bore a sizable hole in one of its windows. AI flitted through this opening, and as its spirit flame flared, the forms of Duncan and his companions materialized within the shack's confines. Vanna's gaze swept over the grimy, dust-covered interior of the makeshift refuge. A threadbare wooden bed, along with a crude table and chairs, huddled in one corner, while the other side of the room was heaped with a jumble of random items. A chill wind moaned outside, and the broken window whistled eerily in response. This was initially intended as a temporary shelter for the pump room maintenance crew. Usually, it remains vacant outside of the maintenance period. We don't know when the next maintenance is due, but for tonight, this place will suffice as a temporary refuge, Vanna said, turning her attention to the window. Through the grime-streaked glass, she could make out the silhouette of the old factory in the distance. Its lights shone brightly, and the hum of machinery was audible even from where they stood. The factory is still operational, and there's bound to be a priest on duty round the clock. If any supernatural conflicts occur nearby, the alert levels at the factory will inevitably escalate. That's not an issue. Just ensure we don't light any lamps. They won't detect our presence here, Duncan replied, seemingly unconcerned. We'll hold out here till dawn and then proceed. Is everyone okay with that? His gaze swept over his companions. Alice was a cursed doll, Vanna was an accomplished young warrior, and Morris, though seemingly frail, was an extraordinary individual gifted with divine powers. Duncan was confident in their collective strength, but he did worry that the bone-chilling winter nights of the northern city might not be kind to the elderly Morris. Rest assured, Morris responded, seemingly aware of Duncan's concern. A soft smile graced his lips as he traced the sacred rune of Lehem, the god of wisdom, on his chest. Until a couple of years ago, I frequently braved ancient ruins and cursed wastelands on perilous seashores. The challenges there were far more dangerous than our current situation. Scholarly pursuits have never been easy, especially when they involve delving into history. Duncan contemplated this and found himself agreeing with the old gentleman. In their world, historians and folklorists truly represented the hardcore professions. Even those confined to their homes had to possess extraordinary skills to confront the subjects of their studies, be they cursed manuscripts or possessed relics that refused to lay dormant in exhibit halls. Regarding an all-around scholar like Morris, Duncan mused he probably mastered combat and survival skills before venturing into the realm of history. We might also reach out to Captain Tyrion's informants stationed within the city, Vanna suggested. They could potentially arrange for lodgings and provide us with useful intel. I will get in touch with them, but not right now, Duncan waved his hand dismissively, his expression sobering. Henceforth, we need to be cautious with anyone we come into contact with in Frost, and this includes Tyrion's so-called informants. Taken aback, Vanna quickly grasped his implication, you're confirming that Scott Brown. He was a deep-sea replica, and he self-destructed before we could reach him. We were a step too late and only managed to uncover a handful of clues he left behind, Duncan stated, shaking his head ruefully. However, we did anticipate this scenario. Additionally, we found a female apprentice suffering from cognitive disorientation and memory loss in that house. She was an ordinary individual. Vanna's expression hardened at this revelation. That was Brown's student, Garloni. She has absolutely no recollection of her tutor's shipwreck incident, Morris added. Based on our assessment, this situation might not be an isolated incident in Frost. Tyrion started receiving odd, contradictory reports over a fortnight ago. These reports sometimes mentioned instances of the dead returning in Frost. At other times, they dismissed these incidents as mere rumors, claiming that the so-called deceased was, in fact, long-time residents of Frost. Occasionally, we'd receive conflicting reports from the same source, Duncan continued. Initially, Tyrion thought that the Frost authorities were manipulating the information flow and that the Death Church was acting to minimize the effects of these bizarre incidents on its residents. But now, it appears, it's more likely the result of cognitive distortion. You're implying that this cognitive and memory corruption has infected the entire city-state. Vanna comprehended the gravity of the situation. So, in this city-state right now, it's hard to gauge the ratio of replicas to originals. But that's a secondary issue, as I can swiftly distinguish the replicas upon meeting them. The real concern is the ordinary folk who are no longer ordinary, Duncan said, pausing briefly before shaking his head. In any case, Tyrion's informants in this city are no longer reliable. Some may have been replaced, some might have had their cognition distorted, and some could even be spies for the cult of obliteration. We need to exercise caution while dealing with them. Vanna nodded gravely, but deep within her eyes, a flicker of joy was kindling. The mysterious northern city-state, plagued by an undercurrent of replacement and suspicion. Former spies deemed unreliable. Seemingly harmless citizens gradually experiencing distortions in memory and cognition. Deceptive voices echoing throughout the city, with the corruption spreading like a hidden blight. She found this promising, as it all fell within her domain of expertise, purging heresy and cleansing corruption. She began to understand why Pope Helena had dispatched her to the Vanished. Even though the nightscape and plan now bore a tranquil visage, she would always have a role to play as long as she stayed with the Vanished. Duncan regarded Vanna with a curious expression. Is it my imagination, or did your mood just improve significantly? Ah, I was just contemplating the continuation of our crusade against heresy, and that makes me rather happy. Duncan was momentarily at a loss for words, not sure how to assess the young Inquisitor's enthusiasm. However, he quickly shifted his attention to another matter. His gaze landed on the doll who was daydreaming nearby. Now that Morris and I have shared our updates, it's time for you to fill us in on your side of things. Chapter 336, The Doll and the Coffin. In Alice's mind, the world's reality was experienced in a unique manner compared to most people. For her, the world had always been like a dynamic painting where the rules of reality twisted and turned differently. This unusual way of perceiving the world was an inherent part of her, a silent, ever-present companion that had been concealed from the world until now. Yet, Alice had not grasped the full extent of its significance. The tale of Alice's supernatural exploits during the back alley conflict had reached Duncan, courtesy of Vanna. She described an array of surreal events, from Alice identifying hidden enemies via spectral floating lines to the transformation of a fleeing cultist into a brittle figure resembling shattered porcelain. Duncan was left in awe, grappling with the reality of what he'd just heard. As the narrative unfolded, all eyes were drawn to Alice, now the central figure in this unfolding story. Every move she made, every reaction she exhibited, was closely observed and analyzed. So, it seems none of you can see these lines, Alice's realization dawned on her slowly, her voice carrying a note of genuine surprise. As she scratched her head in confusion, her wide eyes twinkled with wonder. I simply assumed everyone could see them since these lines ensnare everyone's head and limbs. With a serious expression carved on his face, Duncan stared intently into Alice's eyes and asked for further clarification, just to make sure, these lines you see, they surround everyone, right? Yes, they do. But you're an exception, Captain, Alice replied quickly, her voice brimming with confidence. Duncan fell silent, processing her response, before posing another question. Do you mean to say that these lines were absent in my original form, or is it that my current form lacks them? It's your current form, Alice replied truthfully, adding, and you also didn't have them when we were in planned. Duncan acknowledged her explanation with a nod, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. In Alice's peculiar perception of the world, these spectral lines surrounded everyone except him, and even the forms he had assumed in the past were devoid of these lines. Could these lines be linked to something more profound than physical bodies? Could they represent an individual's soul or perhaps their unique personality? Under certain circumstances, Alice could grasp these lines, using them as a tool to control or attack her enemies. But what was the origin of this supernatural ability? Was it an innate skill she had as Anomaly 099, a secret she had managed to hide until now, or was it a new development following her alliance with the Vanished? While he pondered over these thoughts, Duncan continued to watch Alice intently. His unwavering stare began to unsettle even the usually unfazed Alice. She squirmed uncomfortably under his gaze, expressing her unease. "Captain, you're staring at me too hard, it's making me anxious." Caught off guard by her complaint, Duncan immediately softened his gaze, a hint of embarrassment washing over his face. He then turned to Vanna, voicing his thoughts. "As far as I understand, Alice's official designation has now been updated to Anomaly 099 doll, correct?" Vanna acknowledged Duncan's observation with a nod, attempting to follow the trajectory of his thoughts. "Are you suggesting that Alice's abilities have evolved in line with this recent change?" she asked, curiosity piqued. "Perhaps." Duncan's voice was calm and measured as he explained his hypothesis. "The coffin and the doll might have inherently different powers. The coffin symbolized death, embodying a raw, brutal force capable of beheading. On the other hand, the doll, resembling a human figure, appears to be linked with the ability to manipulate humanoid entities. Originally, Alice was merely the resident of the coffin, hence the composite nature of Anomaly 099 predominantly displayed the coffin's characteristics. But now, the doll has become the leading component of Anomaly 099, and her inherent abilities have emerged. Different powers harbored within the coffin and the doll." Morris, who had been unusually silent till now, echoed the theory. "That does sound like a plausible explanation." A wave of emotion washed over Duncan as he mulled over their shared hypothesis. He had always thought that Anomaly 099's immense power had diminished. After Alice's transformation from her wooden box form, she seemed to have regressed into an eerily animated, mobile doll, displaying both frailty and timidity. He hadn't anticipated that she would manifest such a supernatural ability. It validated her place within the top 100, even though she was arguably weaker than the rest of the Vanished. Throughout this discussion, Alice, true to her simple-minded doll nature, didn't provide much input. She quietly listened in, occasionally looking around. Gradually, she started to understand the gravity of her situation. A look of concern clouded her features, and she asked Duncan in a hesitant tone, "Captain, have I done something wrong?" "Not at all, you did well," Duncan reassured her, shaking his head. "You displayed courage and defended yourself aptly. Cultists are never innocents." Feeling somewhat relieved but still unsure, Alice raised her hand in a hesitant gesture. Is my ability evil?" Duncan remained silent for a long while, observing the doll in contemplation. Eventually, he broke into a smile. "It's a gift." Alice looked perplexed. "Can you control it?" Duncan questioned further. "Yes, I can," Alice responded, nodding and making a waving motion with her hand. "It's quite easy, actually." "In that case, it indeed is a gift." Duncan's smile broadened. "Power itself isn't evil. Losing control of it is what causes chaos. Now, you're capable of contributing even more, Alice." Upon hearing this, Alice's face brightened up with a joyous smile, her body swinging back and forth in excitement. "That's great. Seeing everyone so serious, I thought something terrible had happened." To calm her down, Duncan gently patted Alice's hair, careful not to unseat her head due to her exuberant movements. However, despite the calming exterior, his thoughts were anything but at peace. While Duncan now had a better understanding of Alice's abilities and had developed a preliminary theory about the symbolism of the doll and coffin, he was well aware that he had barely scratched the surface of the mysteries she embodied. If anything, his newfound understanding only highlighted the depth of the secrets that the doll, Alice, kept hidden. Alice had been his companion for a considerable time. He had become accustomed to her bubbly demeanor aboard the ship and her innocuous antics as she scurried around him throughout the day. However, before her role as the cook for the Vanished, she was known as Anomaly 099, a formidable entity that had arisen from the frosty depths after the Frost Queen's fall. Fundamentally, she shared her origins with the grotesque and distorted copies. Yet, she differed significantly from any other copy he had met thus far, and he couldn't help but think that this difference wasn't merely a random occurrence. A chilling statement made by the cultist who had appeared following the seagull's explosion resonated in his mind. If it wasn't for that queen. Shaking off the swirling thoughts that threatened to consume his focus, Duncan looked up at Vanna and expressed his conclusions. The incidents tonight suggest that the copies that infest the city are indeed the handiwork of the cultists. They are not only working in the shadows, but also clandestinely observing the copies they dispatch into the city. It's as if they're collecting some form of data. Drawing from her past experiences, Vanna agreed, they seem to be laying the groundwork for a larger-scale operation. The copies currently in the city are likely just the initial phase, and the outbreak on Dagger Island might be a more expansive testing ground. They even attempted to transport the contamination from Dagger Island to Frost's main island. Though we managed to intercept their operation, it's a clear indication that their plan is reaching a critical stage. There's no need to worry, I'll step in when the time is right. But first, we need to pinpoint their base, Duncan stated nonchalantly. Simply eliminating a few cultists or priests or destroying a handful of meeting points won't be enough. Our experiences in Plant have already proven that. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, peering through the narrow opening between his bandages and the grimy window beside him. His eyes scanned the snow-covered rooftops and eaves of the city of Frost. Where are you hiding? With these words, the wind whipped up into a furious gale, and a new shower of snowflakes began to fall. The streets in the distance became blurred as they were hidden behind a curtain of snow. Yet, the darkness couldn't prevail forever. As the first light of dawn began to rise, the remnants of the glowing fracture in the sky withdrew, giving way to the warm, golden-red hues of sunrise that once again bathed the island. The formidable, heavy iron gate of the cemetery creaked in protest as it was forced open. The elderly caretaker, wrapped tightly in a heavy-duty coat, hung the latch used to secure the gate on the surrounding fence. He took a moment to survey the cityscape before him. A thick layer of snow had draped over the entirety of the visible surroundings. The far-off streets had blurred into indistinct outlines beneath the icy cover, transforming into an expansive landscape of pristine white. Despite the snowy blanketing, the city was far from dormant. Pipes bristling above the city streets expelled plumes of white mist as the thermal energy produced by the steam core was distributed to key locations. This effectively melted the accumulated ice and snow, clogging the vital hubs of the pipe network and power stations. Simultaneously, hefty snow removal machinery had been deployed. With their deep grumbles and plumes of thick smoke, these machines plowed down the streets, clearing crucial transit pathways. Following their recent visitors' departure, the cemetery had returned to its customary tranquil state, free of any abnormal incidents. However, neither the caretaker nor the church-appointed guardians had relaxed their vigilance. In the later part of the night, an urgent message had arrived via the high-pressure steam pipes at the caretaker's cabin. The message had been dispatched from City Hall and was peculiar in its content. It issued a call for an elevated state of vigilance among all city guardians, yet offered no explanation for the increased alert level. After receiving some confidential information shortly afterward, Agatha sent out a small team to Fireplace Street. Unfortunately, there was yet to be any news from the dispatched guardians. The wind and snow had only grown more severe in the latter half of the night. The violent gusts and tumultuous swirls of snowflakes seemed to be an ominous harbinger of some impending event. Damned weather, the old caretaker grumbled under his breath, pulling his coat even more snugly around him. Chapter 337, The Guest. The seasoned caretaker of the aged graveyard held no affection for those relentless snowy days. It was not merely because the icy temperatures aggravated his stiff and aching joints, but because such days were harbingers of sad reminders from his past. These bitter recollections were not pleasant. They were shadowed by events such as the insurgency that occurred half a century ago, the devastating frost calamity that struck 3 decades ago, or the monumental catastrophe that befell the southern urban district 17 years ago. It seemed as though heavy snowfall was inexorably tied with disastrous news. With chapped hands rubbed together for warmth, the elderly man turned his gaze back to the snow-enshrouded graveyard. The relentless snowfall rendered the cemetery pathways nearly invisible, leaving only the footprints, cutting a lonely path towards the morgue and the caretaker's lodge. The gas lamps had been doused, their dark, skeletal frames standing eerily like the remains of deceased trees amidst the blanket of white, portraying a bleak picture of isolation. A few steam-powered cars sat idle in the cemetery's open area, thoroughly obscured by the encompassing snow. Their guardians, clad in stark black, battled against the onslaught of snow, fervently trying to clear a passage for the vehicles, a chaotic spectacle. It was crucial to accomplish this task before the snow hardened and made the clearance work even more arduous. A harsh wind bellowed, carrying with it a fleeting wisp of grey smoke. From within this whirlwind, the silhouette of Agatha materialized. The youthful gatekeeper approached the old caretaker. "Half of our team will depart today, leaving only 2 squads behind to assist you in protecting the graveyard. All of them can leave if they choose." "It would be rather peaceful," the elderly caretaker retorted, his eyelids lifting to cast a glance at the gatekeeper. "Having such a crowd here is merely a wasteful extravagance." "Extravagance or not, it's not your concern. Don't worry about any manpower shortage on my end. Believe me, I'm far from idle enough to be bothered about your affairs, grumbled the caretaker. Nonchalantly, he mentioned, you dispatched an elite team late last night. Has there been some trouble in the city? Agatha examined the old man. Are you still concerned about occurrences beyond these cemetery walls? I'm just making conversation. Whether you choose to respond is entirely up to you, shrugged the old caretaker. There was an incident on Fireplace Street. A potent supernatural entity caused quite a stir. The patrol guards responded but came back empty-handed, Agatha narrated at a deliberate pace. For now, all we know is that a cult member was involved. They met a gruesome end, with one exhibiting a peculiar manner of death not aligned with any known supernatural abilities. The old caretaker's eyebrows visibly flinched at this revelation, and he took on a more solemn tone. Fireplace Street. Rest assured, no innocent bystanders were harmed. Agatha intuitively understood the caretaker's worries and promptly addressed them. Nevertheless, the squad reported multiple peculiar pieces of evidence from the scene. I might need to personally inspect it. The elderly caretaker offered no verbal response, only a gentle nod. But the intensity in his gaze revealed a shift in his demeanor. Despite her youth, Agatha's title of gatekeeper was not arbitrarily awarded. It was hard-earned through intense training and demanding evaluations. As the highest-ranking representative of the church in the city-state, her actions in themselves served as a clear indication of the urgency of the situation. What unfolded on Fireplace Street was likely far more complicated than the supernatural altercation she described, certainly not as trivial as her seemingly nonchalant attitude might suggest. If a team of elite guardians was dispatched only for the gatekeeper herself to ultimately step in, it suggested the incident was far from minor. Nevertheless, that was a situation beyond the confines of the graveyard, beyond what he, as a retired gravekeeper, needed to concern himself with. It was a task for the young gatekeeper and the guardians. After an arduous bout of snow clearing, the guardians managed to start the steam cores of the vehicles. 2 slate-grey steam cars departed the graveyard, quickly vanishing down the narrow road leading to the urban blocks. The old caretaker observed the departure of the 2 vehicles, shook his head, and readied himself to return to his graveyard duties. However, just as he was about to pivot, a familiar diminutive silhouette caught his eye at the road's end. A little girl, swathed in a bulky coat, was trudging towards the graveyard with noticeable difficulty. The old caretaker instantly halted, watching as the small figure drew closer. A trace of irritation surfaced on his weathered face, but the little figure also spotted him standing sentinel-like at the cemetery's entrance. She paused by the roadside, craned her face upward, waved her arm in a joyous gesture, and continued her uneven advance towards the old man. Eventually, she found her footing on the tire tracks left by the recently departed steam cars, making her steps somewhat easier. Bending down to dust the snowflakes off her clothes, she stood at the entrance of the cemetery, beaming up at the stern, even somewhat irate, "Caretaker. Grandpa Caretaker, I'm back." Annie greeted the old caretaker in her jubilant tone. Her outfit, a thick, white coat, matching boots, and a woolen hat, blended seamlessly into the snow-draped cityscape. "You should not be out in such inclement weather, especially venturing to a place like this," the old caretaker rebuked, his eyes wide and his tone severe. "You'll cause your family unnecessary worry." "My mom knows I'll be back soon," retorted Annie, her youthful face flushed from the biting cold, a broad smile accenting her rosy cheeks. "We're on school break, and I had planned to play with my friends. But they chose to stay indoors, so I decided to visit you instead. Rather than braving your way to the graveyard in this snow-laden weather, you should have stayed home like your friends," the elderly man replied frostily. "The cemetery is closed today due to the heavy snowfall. I suggest you go home." The girl, however, appeared not to heed his words. She tilted her head to peek past the caretaker and raised her face, a sense of anticipation twinkling in her eyes. "And my dad? He did not come," the old man stated bluntly. "With the weather in such a dreadful state, any scheduled funeral would be postponed." Annie paused, showing no evident disappointment. Her lips tightened as she queried, "So? I'll come back when the weather is better." "He will come then, right?" The old caretaker held his silence, looking deep into the young girl's hopeful eyes. A pang of regret washed over him for a promise made 6 years ago that her father would return. At that time, his heart had simply been too tender. After what felt like an eternity, the old man finally managed to utter, "Perhaps one day, you will receive news of him." This was the most gentle response he could muster. A 12-year-old child should be able to grasp the underlying meaning by now. A bright smile suddenly illuminated Annie's face. She dove into her small bag and retrieved a parcel, which she enthusiastically handed to the old man. Another batch of cookies, the old caretaker quizzically raised an eyebrow. No, it's ginger tea powder. My mom and I made it together and added some warming herbs to combat the cold. Annie said, her chest puffed up with pride as she thrust the package into the old man's hands. Since you're here alone guarding the cemetery, it must get terribly cold at night, right? The old man studied the package resting in his hands. He didn't particularly need it. The potions the church provided to the gravekeepers were far superior in efficacy to any homemade remedy. His humble caretaker's lodge was equipped with protective charms and special materials it could withstand the cold winds and any external disruption in case the cemetery's equilibrium was disrupted. His lodge was nothing short of a fortress of steel. Thank you, he finally said, accepting Annie's gift. A seldom-seen smile crept onto his face, slightly awkward due to lack of use. This will come in handy. His expression resumed its usual sternness. I've accepted your offering, now you should hurry home. And for the next few days, try to refrain from going outside. Why? The city is not very safe at the moment, the old caretaker relayed solemnly. The news Agatha had shared, particularly about the supernatural incident on Fireplace Street the previous night, weighed heavily on his mind. Return home and advise your mother to stay indoors as much as possible. If you notice anything unusual, seek assistance immediately from the nearest church or security officer. Annie, this is important, do you understand? Taken aback by the sudden gravity in the old man's tone, Annie hastily bobbed her head in understanding. I understand. Good, now head home, the old man sighed, gently shooing her away, while the weather is still. He abruptly halted mid-sentence, his gaze drawn upward. A striking figure, unusually tall and muscular, had materialized near the cemetery's entrance and was looking in their direction. He was garbed in a black trench coat and wide-brimmed hat, with bandages swathed around his face, his attire and bandages leaving no hint of his features exposed. Alongside this imposing figure stood a dainty woman adorned in a sophisticated, deep purple gown. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, a soft hat perched on her head, and a veil covered her face. Though her features were obscured, she emanated an aura of elegance and enigma. Despite her intriguing presence, the old caretaker's attention was almost entirely ensnared by the towering, bandaged figure. His gaze was riveted in that direction, seemingly tethered by an unseen force, making it a challenge to avert his eyes. A faint, incessant hum filled his mind, and his vision began to tremble and distort at the peripheries, a clear indication of his mind undergoing mild contamination and disruption. The seasoned caretaker immediately discerned what was transpiring. It was that visitor. From their previous encounters and his descent into madness under the effect of incense, a preliminary and essentially harmless connection had been forged with this enigmatic visitor. Consequently, the old caretaker didn't suffer complete paralysis as he had before. He still retained control over his movements, so he swiftly positioned Annie behind him. "Child, do not look in that direction," he warned. Chapter 338, What a coincidence! Annie found herself bewildered by the unfolding events. She had barely caught sight of two unfamiliar individuals standing ominously by the cemetery gate when her perspective was abruptly obscured by the worn and slightly stooped silhouette of the elderly caretaker. His voice, touched with an unusual tension, reached her ears. "Young one, avert your gaze from that direction." Panic fluttered in her young heart. "What's happening, Grandpa Caretaker?" she queried. "Hold still, and keep your voice down." "Everything is under control," the old man returned in a hushed whisper. His stare remained steadfast on the formidable figure approaching them. One of his hands was held out to his side, acting as a barrier to Annie's restless gaze, while his other rested on his chest. Nestled there was an amulet capable of activating the cemetery's emergency alarm, ready to be used if the situation demanded it. As the burly figure closed in, the elderly caretaker could feel his muscles involuntarily tighten. "Good morning," came a deep voice from beneath a mesh of thick bandages, the words reverberating as if echoing from a grave. "I believe this is my first formal visit." The message was clear, and the tone friendly. Much like their past interactions, this mysterious visitor seemed to adopt a peaceful stance. However, the old caretaker couldn't let his guard down. He had anticipated the visitor's return at some point, and he had mentally rehearsed his reactions for various potential scenarios. But he had never predicted such a bold appearance right at the cemetery gate, a face-to-face greeting. The old man was also uncertain about the impact of this encounter on Annie. His only option was to shield her while he figured out the best response. His anxiety was not lost on the visitor, Duncan. The old man seemed even more rattled than during their initial encounter. Was it the young girl he was safeguarding that caused this heightened tension? Calm down, Duncan suggested, a touch of mirth coloring his voice. I bear no malice and I assure you, the child you are protecting will not be harmed. I appreciate your peaceful intentions, but your mere presence could potentially unsettle those unaccustomed to the supernatural, the caretaker responded, choosing his words carefully to avoid offending the visitor. This young girl has not received any form of training to handle supernatural phenomena. Well, then she's in no danger, Duncan said. She can't see what doesn't exist, and you of all people should know that. The caretaker fell silent for a moment. He understood what Duncan was implying, and he knew that Annie, as an ordinary human, shouldn't be affected by certain unearthly forces in the same way he was. Yet, he couldn't fully relax and tentatively asked, "What brings you here this time? Isn't the priestess on these grounds?" Duncan's eyes scanned the depths of the cemetery with curiosity. "I have some crucial information that I need to share with her." "She just stepped out," replied the elderly groundskeeper, his caution escalating at the mention of Agatha. "What business do you have with her?" After a brief pause, he continued, "I can reach out to her when needed as cemetery wardens. We are part of the clergy and can directly communicate with the cathedral and the gatekeeper." "That's convenient. It'll save me some hassle," said Duncan. He reached into his pocket, a move that visibly heightened the cemetery caretaker's tension. Seeing this, Duncan chuckled and shook his head. "There's no need to be alarmed. If I harbored any harmful intentions, I wouldn't have to make a move." No sooner had he finished speaking than he pulled out a sealed envelope from his coat pocket and handed it over to the elderly man standing before him. "Pass this on to the gatekeeper Agatha or directly to your cathedral," Duncan said nonchalantly. "It's just a message. As long as it gets to its intended recipient, that's all that matters." "A letter?" "He brought a letter?" The old groundskeeper appeared genuinely startled by the object the visitor had presented, and he instinctively accepted it. Only after a moment did he comprehend what he was holding, his eyes blinking in surprise. He never anticipated that this enigmatic visitor would physically come to the cemetery simply to deliver a letter to him. He turned the envelope over, examining it closely. On the backside, he recognized the amulet and the number of a small local printing business. It wasn't an enchanted artifact steeped in supernatural power but a simple piece of notepaper likely purchased from a nearby newsstand, maybe even earlier that day. Looking back up, the old man's somewhat cloudy and yellow-tinged eyes reflected his visible bewilderment and curiosity. "Consider it my small contribution to the city-state's security," Duncan offered with a smile, although the friendly expression was hidden behind his bandage-wrapped face. His gaze then shifted beyond the caretaker to the little girl concealed behind him. "Did I frighten you?" "No," Annie replied, shaking her head while cautiously studying the tall, intimidating figure through the gaps between the old man's fingers. "I'm very brave. I have a niece who's also quite courageous," Duncan said, directing his attention back to the elderly man. "This child is just visiting the cemetery, an ordinary girl without any ties to the church," the caretaker quickly intervened. Upon realizing that Annie was truly unaffected by the proceedings, he began to relax slightly. "I was persuading her to head home. The weather isn't very pleasant today." "Snowy days can be treacherous," Duncan nodded in agreement before casually asking the young girl, "What's your name? How old are you?" The caretaker's heart clenched. He wanted to caution Annie, who had no previous experience with supernatural entities, to hold her tongue. After all, divulging one's name to an unknown supernatural being of high caliber could pose a significant risk. But his warning came a moment too late. "My name is Annie," the young girl announced without any hesitation, "Annie Babley, and I'm 12 years old." A hushed stillness immediately descended upon the cemetery gate. Duncan silently observed the little girl, who was now peeking out from behind the elderly caretaker. He scrutinized her eyes and noted the faintly recognizable features she shared with Captain Christo Babley. His question had been casual, unpremeditated, but he hadn't expected such an unexpected connection. The crunching sound of footsteps on the snow diverted his attention. Alice appeared surprised as she gazed at the girl who had identified herself as Annie Babley before turning to Duncan. "Wait, isn't the surname Babley familiar? Doesn't it belong to?" Duncan slowly stooped down, ensuring his line of sight was level with the girl's, and adopted a gentler tone. "Your family name is Babley." Perhaps sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Annie seemed to grow apprehensive, retracting slightly behind the elderly groundskeeper. Yes, that's correct. And what is your relation to Captain Christo Babley? He's my father, Annie confessed in a soft voice. She then instinctively clung to the old caretaker's clothes, lifting her gaze to him as if pleading for support. However, the old man was frozen in disbelief as if a thought had struck him. He stared at Duncan, his expression full of incredulity, and then darted a tentative glance towards the veiled, blonde-haired young woman. You're Captain Christo's daughter. Do you and your mother reside on Fireplace Street? Duncan inquired of the little girl before him. Annie nodded vigorously, then seemed to have a realization. Did you know my father? We've met, although we weren't particularly close, Duncan confessed gently. He asked me to keep an eye on you and your mother. I haven't had the opportunity to locate you until now, and I certainly didn't expect to run into you here. Surprise blossomed in Annie's wide eyes. The elderly groundskeeper by her side was equally taken aback. My father, Annie began, struggling to formulate her thoughts into words. After wrestling with her thoughts for a moment, she finally ventured, he truly is dead, isn't he? With a tender nod, Duncan confirmed her worst fears. Then, will his remains be brought here? Annie blurted out, adults say that believers in the god of death have their souls returned to Bartok's cemetery after passing, where they're guided towards that grand gate. The caretaker once told me that this cemetery is. Annie's voice dwindled as she spoke, becoming almost inaudible. She had ceased to believe in the tales the old man had once spun for her. After all, she was 12 now, old enough to know better. Suddenly, Duncan extended his hand, ruffling Annie's hair affectionately. Snowflakes that hadn't melted fell from her dense woolen hat, merging with the snow already blanketing the ground. Captain Christo was a remarkable man, and he has already found tranquil rest in Bartok's dominion. Annie looked up, blinking in confusion. She couldn't fully grasp the implication of Duncan's words. In fact, she was still wrestling with understanding the true essence of the towering, enigmatic figure before her. However, the elderly caretaker by her side did understand, and an epiphany dawned on him. With a swift motion, the old man placed his hand on Annie's shoulder, gesturing for her to refrain from further conversation. Then, locking his gaze with Duncan's, he asked, is what you're asserting the absolute truth? I believe it to be so, Duncan pondered for a moment. He didn't deeply understand the so-called Bartok's portal into the afterlife or what the human experience would entail post-death. But standing in front of a child, he recognized the words that needed to be spoken. These were also the sentiments he sincerely harbored. I personally escorted him to his final journey. The elderly caretaker's pupils dilated briefly, but he was quick to hide any alterations in his countenance. I ought to be departing soon, Duncan announced, casting a glance at Annie, who still appeared somewhat perplexed. He then shifted his gaze back to the cemetery caretaker. While there is much to discuss, I have numerous obligations waiting for me. There will be other opportunities for us to meet. And remember the letter. The elderly caretaker blinked, about to voice a response. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the spectral green flame disappeared in a swift burst. Chapter 339, Agatha's Investigation. The unexpected visitor had made a swift and abrupt exit, just as their arrival had been sudden and unanticipated. The seasoned caretaker of the old cemetery stood in stunned silence, his gaze still fixated on the spot where the spectral flames had evaporated into nothingness. His mind was a whirlpool of thoughts, trying to process the flurry of information that the fleeting interaction had thrown his way. He stood there, caught in the hold of this puzzling event, until a gentle pull at his sleeve brought him back to the present. Dropping his gaze, he found young Annie looking up at him with a troubled expression. Her eyes were a pool of uncertainty, anxiousness, and deep puzzlement. Even though she had come to terms with the harsh realities of life and death at such a tender age, the bizarre events that had just unfolded were beyond her grasp. The old caretaker crouched down, the winter chill seeping into his aged, stiff joints and causing a mild, familiar ache. He reached out, brushing off the falling snowflakes from Annie's shoulder, and assured her, Annie, there's no need to be scared, nothing untoward has happened. Grandpa caretaker, Annie started, her lips moving in a futile attempt to articulate her confusion. That person just now. Sweetheart, don't ask too many questions, don't overthink. Just like we're taught in school, don't delve too deep into knowledge that's beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. All you need to understand is that the visitor meant no harm, and now that they've left, our ties with them cease to exist. What about my father? Your father might have achieved something truly supernatural, something that we can't even fathom, the caretaker replied gently, patting her on the head. "Don't worry, Annie, your father is not lost at sea anymore. He's moved on to a better place. Go home and share this news with your mother, she has been anxiously waiting for it." Hesitant, Annie pressed her lips together before finally voicing her concern in a soft whisper, "Is it for real this time?" "Yes, Annie, it's for real," the caretaker smiled, "you're not a little girl anymore." Annie gave a nod of understanding, bidding the old caretaker farewell. She turned and began her journey towards the neighborhood, following the clear tire tracks on the otherwise snow-laden path, gradually making her way home and disappearing into the silver-white canvas of the city. The caretaker stood at the cemetery entrance, watching her recede into the distance until her silhouette was swallowed up by the intersection. The young girl hadn't stumbled on her way this time. He sighed a breath of relief and reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the letter that lay within. The unexplainable visitor had left behind an innocuous-looking piece of paper, but the caretaker had an inkling that it carried knowledge and mysteries beyond comprehension. What was the significance of this letter? His gaze turned grave as he turned around to walk back into the somber confines of the cemetery. As he left, he waved a hand behind him, and with a dull creak, the heavy iron gate swung shut. The gates of the cemetery were to remain shut for the remainder of the day. Agatha peered intensely at the fragmented remains scattered across the ground. Her long hair danced in the persistent icy wind that whistled through the narrow alley. The biting cold air sneaked its way into the crevices of her clothing and her bandages, seemingly cementing the terror and despair that marked the final moments of the two defeated cultists. Several guards dressed in black were bustling about nearby. The first response team that had arrived on the scene had swiftly cordoned off the alley entrance, and now, personnel were meticulously combing through the adjacent alleyways, scouring for clues. The evidence collection process was systematic, yet Agatha's heart remained riddled with perplexity. What sort of formidable force had the power to shatter a person into fragments, akin to a delicate porcelain doll meeting an untimely end? Up to this point, no known divine or heretical incantations were known to inflict such a peculiar effect. Even the most nefarious of curses wielded by the enigmatic demons hadn't shown signs of inducing such bizarre phenomena. A young gatekeeper maneuvered his staff, employing its metallic end to prod at one of the fragments. The ceramic-like, pallid piece teetered and flipped, creating a sharp, distinct sound as it made contact with the ground. Once flipped, it revealed a partial face, lips, the bridge of the nose, and a single eye. Although incomplete, it portrayed the last moments of the cultist with chilling clarity, an explicit expression of terror etched onto his features at the time of death. And was that a trace of a peculiar smile? Agatha knitted her brows together, her attention drawn to the uncanny upward curve on the porcelain-like fragment's lips. It appeared as if a tranquil smile was in the process of forming, yet it had been abruptly halted in its tracks. This ambiguous curve, juxtaposed with the fearful eye, rendered the facial fragment exceedingly eerie and unnerving. After a moment of contemplation, Agatha shook off her thoughts and proceeded further down the alley to another grim scene. A heap of charred debris lay strewn across the alley, the surrounding area showing signs of a fierce battle and ensuing explosions. The extent of the damage was vast, yet it was apparent that the fight had been heavily lopsided, the combat style distinctly different from the one that had resulted in the fragments at the alley's entrance. A priest, who had been examining the scene, rose to his feet beside the pile of remains. He stripped off his gloves and inclined his head towards Agatha. "This is the work of a fully cleansed annihilation priest. Judging by the degree of his flesh mutation, he was a formidable adversary. In theory, he should have been able to hold his own against a fully manned 12-person guard squad, possibly even managing to escape. Yet, he was swiftly neutralized, and there's scarcely any evidence of a counterattack." Agatha's brow furrowed deeper. "Can you discern who or what he was up against?" The priest shook his head. "It seems to be the most straightforward and brutal mode of attack, raw physical force. This makes it challenging to pinpoint the identity of the adversary. However, we did find a peculiar residue of condensed water vapor in the vicinity, which may be our only lead." "Condensed water vapor? Just that as a clue?" Agatha murmured, casting a glance back towards the entrance of the alley, two drastically contrasting styles of combat. Indeed, one is basic yet ferocious, and the other is peculiar and treacherous. However, both methods display one commonality: their formidable power. Cleric-level heretics didn't stand a chance, the priest agreed. The only sliver of good news is that these unknown entities appear to be adversaries of the annihilation cult. "An enemy of our enemy doesn't necessarily translate to our friend," Agatha responded, shaking her head. "Especially when they seem to be intent on concealing their activities, their reticence to reveal themselves is a troubling matter." She paused briefly before asking, "What have we learned from interrogating the surrounding residents?" The local residents heard the commotion of the battle but were largely too terrified to investigate. Their accounts help us ascertain the time and duration of the altercation. It commenced after 1 a.m. and presumably lasted less than 3 minutes. Is that the extent of our information? Isn't there anything else? For now, there's no more to share, the priest gestured expansively. I've dispatched teams to conduct door-to-door inquiries, including probing the more distant alleyways, for any accounts of unfamiliar faces lurking around. However, considering the vast expanse of Fireplace Street, it's unlikely we'll uncover anything substantial in the short term. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from the adjacent street. A guardian with a mop of short brown hair quickly made his way into the alley, delivering his report to the priest. Inside the building, the priest furrowed his brow as he listened to the subordinate's account, casting a glance up at the building that stood diagonally across the alley. Upon witnessing this, Agatha inquired immediately, "What's the matter?" "In house number 42, the priest responded, "an orc woman was found assaulted by an unearthly power, leaving her in an unconscious state. Moreover, a room on the second floor was discovered, tainted by an unidentified object." Meanwhile, within the confines of the cemetery's guardhouse, the elderly caretaker methodically secured the door. With a grave expression, he made his way over to the desk nestled in a corner. He had instructed the guardians stationed outside to remain vigilant in the vicinity of the guardhouse. Meanwhile, he had set up protective measures in the surrounding open space but was acutely aware that these defenses may not suffice. Upon reaching the desk, he drew out various items from a drawer: incense, essential oils, candles, and a collection of herbal powders, and began to meticulously construct a potent spiritual altar. He positioned candles at specific points, anointing them with the essential oils and sprinkling them with the herbal powders. Filling the room with the sanctifying aroma of incense, he positioned the incense burner at the core of the circular candle arrangement, symbolizing the creation of a sacred space. He executed each step with precision and skill, each movement an echo of countless repetitions past. Such was the precision of a seasoned warrior. Within mere minutes, the altar stood completed. The old caretaker took a moment to draw in a deep breath, his gaze lingering on the ghostly flames dancing atop the candles, and the thin tendrils of incense smoke twirling upward from the table. He could sense the divine presence of the god of death, Bartok, temporarily inhabiting the guardhouse. The holy essence hovered near the desk, serving to steady the progression of time and space, and in doing so, fortifying his spirit. No precautions were deemed excessive or over-detailed when dealing with knowledge that defied comprehension. He eased himself into the chair, silently reciting a prayer, then with a grave countenance, he withdrew the letter from his pocket for inspection. It was an item the mysterious visitor had entrusted him to deliver to gatekeeper Agatha, yet he had indicated that it would suffice to dispatch the message to the silent cathedral. There were no instructions forbidding others from perusing the letter. If his only responsibility were to relay the message, reading the letter himself and then passing on the information would be deemed permissible. After all, as the cemetery caretaker, he served as the primary line of defense to the cathedral. The elderly man drew in a deep breath, his preparations complete, and picked up the letter opener resting beside him. With utmost care, he breached the seal of the seemingly ordinary envelope, causing a folded piece of parchment to tumble out. His expression solemn like never before, a resolve akin to that of a martyr glistening in his eyes, the old caretaker gingerly unfurled the paper. The words "report letter" leapt into view, sending the old caretaker into a wildering pause. Chapter 340, Sinking into the Spirit Realm. The guardhouse fell into an unnerving silence that seemed to permeate the air as though the very atmosphere had congealed into an unsettling stillness. At that moment, the elderly custodian felt odd, as if reality had taken on a dreamlike quality, tricking him into believing that time had frozen in its tracks. It felt as if the shrine on his desk, the delicate flame of the candle, the gentle wafts of incense smoke, and the ambient spiritual energy suspended in the air had all momentarily ceased their natural progression. Could this be merely an illusion? Uncertain, the old man lifted his gaze, catching sight of the candle flame dancing within his field of vision as if it had only commenced its lively flicker the moment his gaze fell upon it. His eyes lingered on the pale, dancing flame for a long moment before slowly shaking his head, dismissing his strange sensations. His attention was then redirected back to the letter laid out in front of him. As his eyes began to scan the words, he experienced an uncanny emotion he had never felt before. However, after traversing through a mere few lines, he could no longer dwell on the peculiarities of his feelings. The content of the letter demanded immediate attention, forcing him to realize the gravity of the unfolding situation. Warnings indicating that their city-state was being slowly corroded and infiltrated by the profound forces of the deep sea. Clear evidence of the ominous annihilation cult orchestrating large-scale operations. Intriguing speculations regarding the mysterious saint's encroachment into the mortal realm. And finally, an alarming alert concerning Dagger Island. The old custodian studied the lines of the letter with an intense focus. He suddenly felt an unnerving realization that the recent inexplicable tensions permeating throughout their city-state had found their plausible cause. While he was uncertain whether he should trust this report derived from an inexplicable entity, he was sure about one thing: it was of utmost importance to inform the gatekeeper and the cathedral immediately. Meanwhile, Agatha was carefully observing the orc woman, who was soundly asleep on the sofa. Completely oblivious to the large assembly of guardians congregating in the room, the orc woman occasionally mumbled in her sleep. Chapter 341, 3 Questions and Answers. The words that slipped from the gatekeeper's lips held a potency that was palpable, resonating in the air with an imposing force. As she let her tin staff slam against the ground, the resultant echo was like a peal of thunder, making its way layer by layer into the cryptic and tumultuous depths of the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, the silent whisperers, whose presence had filled the room, ceased their murmuring, once again succumbing to silence. However, after a few moments of this quiet, a low, distant rumble began to permeate the atmosphere, suggesting the approach of some massive, lumbering entity. The gatekeeper, Agatha, lifted her hand to adjust her eyeball, shifting her gaze toward the origin of the noise. There, a window stood, its view obstructed by layers of wooden planks, where a pale glow eked out through the narrow gaps between them. Suddenly, the subtle glow flickered, then dimmed dramatically as if a gargantuan being had positioned itself outside the window. In the next heartbeat, the wooden planks barring the window spontaneously splintered, and countless pieces of the grayish-black wood cascaded silently, only to suspend in the air near the window as if trapped in suspended animation. From beyond the broken window, a behemoth made its appearance. Draped in a black robe that symbolized the grim nature of death, the giant's frame was swathed in bandages beneath the robe. Only its eyes, emitting a soft, yellow glow, were visible. The size of the giant was truly astounding as it stood next to the building, its stature comparable to a house's height. Then, it hunched slightly, bringing its impassive bandaged head level with the opening on the second floor. A hand was raised, displaying 3 extended fingers toward Agatha. 3 questions and answers, the colossal figure intoned with a voice that boomed like thunder. Agatha hesitated slightly at the sight of the gigantic figure before her. This entity was different from the familiar gatekeeper she often communicated with. It had a far more imposing physique. This figure was obviously a higher-ranking envoy. Why would such a powerful being respond to her summoning? Quickly though, she pushed her doubts aside. All envoys were servants of Bartok, the god of death, so it was unnecessary for her to probe further. Her priority at that moment was to ascertain what had transpired there. Chapter 342, Morris Clearing Technique. While Duncan and Alice journeyed to the cemetery, their comrades, Morris and Vanna, were far from being unoccupied. They had embarked on an important mission assigned by Duncan to the Citizens Assistance Center, a significant establishment in the southern region of the city's more upscale district. The task was not a simple one. They had to secure a dependable, lawful residence within the frigid confines of the city-state known as Frost. Furthermore, they were to establish 1 or 2 public personas if feasible. The assignment was crucial as their operations in this city-state might span over a prolonged period, and living covertly like the cult members was not an option they could afford. They needed to blend in, to live like the city's normal inhabitants. With the unreliability of the informants Tyrion had left behind in the city becoming apparent, Morris took it upon himself to find an alternative solution. The Citizens Assistance Center of Frost was a grand, domed edifice, its 2 extended wings encompassing the main construction. It was much more than just a support center for the local inhabitants. The center also functioned as a welcome facility for those entering the city-state, providing a myriad of third-party services. These included a platform for house rental and property sales registration, issuing of temporary passes, and even hiring short-term domestic helpers such as maids, gardeners, and laundry workers. The extensive wings housed numerous registration counters and offices, and the central dome enclosed a lively, bustling lobby. This constant hum of activity distinguished it from their former location of planned. As they stepped into the cavernous domed space, they were greeted by a comforting warmth. Frost's efficient high-pressure heating system did an admirable job of warding off the winter chill. Bright electrical lights hung suspended from the high dome, bathing the entire interior in an inviting glow. Though the center had opened its doors only recently, a sea of individuals had already thronged the counters. They were there to seek short-term employment or to register for property rentals and sales. Amid the clamor of the crowd and the mechanical sounds of air transport pipes constantly in operation, Vanna seemed to struggle with adapting to this new environment. She moved gingerly among the masses, muttering to Morris, "Back in planned, they didn't mix human resources and housing services in the same building." Morris replied with a hint of resignation, "Consider the cost of heating such a vast building and the time and effort needed to retrofit a heat exchange station. Frost has inherited much of its basic municipal infrastructure from the era of the Frost Queen. But those halcyon days are long gone." Following the rebellion, the city regained barely 70 to 80% of its former vitality, primarily due to the mining industry. Rebuilding the complex network of underground pipelines and steam power systems left by the Queen is a formidable task. Vanna's eyes widened in surprise, "So they'll continue to make do with these antiquated, half-century-old facilities." Chapter 343, Return Home. In the management area of the eastern military port of Frost, countless individuals had been working relentlessly throughout the night. The alarm bells had rung for over a day and night since the last contact was made with the naval vessel, the Seagull, and the heightened tension was palpable. Despite desperate attempts by the psychic personnel stationed at the port's chapel to reach out to the ship's spiritual advisor on board the Seagull, all calls fell upon deaf ears, only fueling the mounting dread. Hints and remnants of information they had at their disposal painted a grim picture, each detail suggesting dire circumstances. In the midst of this chaos, the harbor office, normally bustling with activity, was draped in heavy silence. A middle-aged man, clad in the distinguished uniform of a Frost Navy commander, with signs of his hairline receding, sat behind his desk with a stern countenance. Although not especially large, the room was packed with several other high-ranking officials. The atmosphere hung heavy with anxiety, mirroring the tension and anticipation of an impending storm. Yet again, no sign of the Seagull, announced a civilian officer, his light brown hair shaking subtly with the negative gesture of his head. "We've conducted thorough searches originating from the Seagull's last reported location towards Frost, and repeated them thrice over. Nothing surfaced from the ocean depths. Our most hopeful scenario is a failure of the Seagull's communication system, coupled with a possible accident involving the ship's priest that led to the vessel veering off course and out of control." Another officer sighed heavily before continuing, "But, truthfully, that's a highly optimistic assumption. A vessel of the Seagull's magnitude, even if adrift, could not have moved out of our search parameters in such a limited span of time. A more plausible explanation is that the Seagull encountered a disastrous event and now lies at the bottom of the sea. Previously, a nearby patrol vessel reported faint sounds of explosions and distant flashes of light piercing the dark sky. It's conceivable that was the Seagull. But a vessel that size would take hours to sink, wouldn't it? We deployed search teams instantaneously when the Seagull ceased communication," countered the light-haired civilian officer, a frown creasing his forehead. "Moreover, there would be considerable oil spillage contaminating the sea's surface. How could all traces vanish so abruptly? Could the entire ship have plummeted to the ocean floor in a blink? A search party should be dispatched to Dagger Island to investigate," suggested a female officer. "Perhaps the Seagull did not set its course towards Frost as planned and was instead delayed near Dagger Island due to unforeseen circumstances. Dagger Island is currently in a sensitive state. Any attempt to send personnel there will require a complicated set of procedures." Chapter 344, Interception. Agatha's gaze remained fixed upon the approaching vessel over the vast expanse of the ocean, her voice resonating with an icy chill. "Excuse me, did I hear you correctly?" The young officer standing next to her seemed perplexed, struggling to process the words he'd just heard. Ignoring the junior officer's confusion, Agatha pivoted towards Colonel Lister and reiterated, "Sink it. That's the attacker, an immense vessel carrying unknown contaminants. I can't confirm what it's carrying, but I'm certain it's not the Seagull." She paused briefly, her knuckles blanching as she tightened her grip on her staff. "I am ready to shoulder the consequences of this decision." Colonel Lister remained motionless, his face a rigid mask. He stood immobile in the icy breeze for what seemed like an eternity until the far-off sound of a ship's horn echoed once again. The sound was louder, more urgent, and it bore an eerie sense of impending doom. Breaking the prolonged silence, he queried, "Madam, are you confident your intelligence is accurate?" "I trust my own judgment, Colonel," Agatha replied, her voice slightly strained as she exhaled a soft breath, "and I am ready to accept the repercussions." "You're in no position to accept any consequences. You may be a gatekeeper, but you're not the one overseeing the port operations directly," Lister calmly retorted, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. "Sink that ship. I'm prepared to face the consequences of this decision." Far off in the distance, the ship known as the Seagull continued its course at full throttle. Its intimidating bow sliced through the waves, its flag flapping fiercely in the wind. Large plumes of white mist billowed from the towering smokestack situated in the middle of the ship. Within this thick fog, a multitude of hidden sounds clamored together, adding to the eerie atmosphere. From the stern of the Seagull, a dark, thick substance seeped into the waves, appearing like blood flowing from a gargantuan beast. The ship's horn blared yet again, and more billowing white clouds erupted from the steel warship's top. The pressurized steam cut through the air, resembling a monstrous cry from the depths of the sea. Silhouettes moved hastily near the railings, pacing to and fro in their frost navy uniforms, appearing to be engrossed in their duties. However, the surfaces they tread upon were slick and pulsated oddly, reminiscent of a creature's veins. Occasionally, the dark, sludgy forms that constituted these figures would dissolve, merging with the ship's structure. Simultaneously, new sailors would appear, separating from the deck and hull in a disturbing spectacle of wriggling, crawling, and stumbling as they cleaned the deck, handled the flags, and lit the lamps. They were all headed home, and so was the Seagull. Yet, the vast coastal defense systems came to life at the distant port. Gates securing the colossal cannons on cliffs, sea walls, and steel-reinforced concrete walls of the port unhinged one after the other. The intimidating gun barrels protruded outwards, their massive turrets rotating slowly, driven by an intricate assembly of gears and levers. Underground elevators groaned under the strain as they laboriously transported shells from the subterranean ammunition stores to the formidable cannons above. Amidst this mechanized orchestration, urgent tolling of bells and blaring of horns echoed within and outside the port, instructing the vessels still at sea to evade swiftly and commanding all facilities within the port to brace for combat. The Seagull, almost as if sensing the impending threat, increased its speed before the alarm even rang out at Frost. Billowing steam erupted out of the ship, and its horn resounded incessantly. The entire vessel roared to life from within, a sound like a beast awakening from slumber. Sailors scurried across the deck, and amidst the clouds of white mist that blanketed the smokestack, streaks of black and red became discernible. The ship's velocity surged, its steam engine pushed to its absolute limit, roaring like a thunderous beast stampeding across the boundless ocean. The waves, colliding with the hull, grew louder and echoed across the sea like the resounding roar of a ravenous beast. It was at this point that the coastal defense cannons of Frost commenced their onslaught, releasing intense flames and explosions. A salvo of conventional armor-piercing shells was discharged, their sharp whistles piercing the air as they traced a fiery arc across the sky before plummeting towards the remote ocean. As the shells made contact with the water, towering columns of water mushroomed around the Seagull, and a fine mist began to blanket the sea. Some shells merely grazed the ship, but its velocity remained unaffected. The powerful vibrations from the coastal defense guns shook the platform beneath Agatha's feet. It felt as though the entire watchtower trembled, buckling under the impact of the relentless barrage. Simultaneously, she heard someone reporting close by. The initial round was mostly misses. The ship's speed exceeds our calculations. Engage at will, switch to armor-piercing incendiary shells, and maintain the assault until the target is sunk, Colonel Lister commanded emotionlessly. The standby fleet should be ready to intercept if the coastal defense line fails to halt the vessel. Even if it necessitates a collision, prevent that ship from reaching Frost. Affirmative, sir. His expression hardened like stone. Colonel Lister focused on the rising water columns and the smoke dispersing in the distance, his gaze locked onto the Seagull as it accelerated towards Frost. There was no longer any indecisiveness in his eyes. From what he had observed so far, it was clear to him that this ship was not the familiar Seagull. Confronting the relentless artillery assault from Frost, the ship didn't display any signs of slowing down or signal its intentions with the necessary flags and lights. On the contrary, it accelerated even more, pushing itself far beyond its intended design capabilities. It was not a Frost warship, it was a monstrosity. It was a monster craftily masquerading as a conventional vessel. All coastal defense guns roared into action, and amidst the thunderous volleys, armor-piercing incendiary shells painted countless bright streaks across the sky. Like a torrential downpour, they rained down on the waters where the Seagull defiantly sailed. Immense columns of water erupted one after another, and amidst the forest of water sprouts, the shrieking, roaring ship pressed forward like a beast in fury. As the distance between the ship and the guns decreased and the artillery bombardment was adjusted, shells finally began to hit their mark on the Seagull. Tremendous explosions ripped through its armor, decimated its masts, and cleaved large sections of the deck from the ship's hull. A dark, mud-like substance erupted from beneath the false exterior like arterial spray, coating the ocean's surface. By the god of death! What in the world is that? Someone couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Through their binoculars, the observers on the watchtower could only vaguely discern the strange form emerging beneath the shattered remnants of the Seagull's deck. But Lister remained unflinchingly focused on the unfolding spectacle, his facial muscles taut with tension. The ship didn't slow down even after the coastal defense guns decimated the ship's stern deck, dislodged its chimney and bridge structure, and obliterated the section where ammunition and the steam core were theoretically housed. The coastal defense guns roared in response, unleashing one devastating salvo after another onto the stubborn enemy ship. The innumerable gun turrets focused their lethal fire on the Seagull, dealing a colossal amount of damage in a remarkably short span of time. Such damage would have rendered any conventional ship incapacitated if not sunk. Even if it hadn't sunk, it should have ground to a halt by now. Yet it continued to surge forward at full speed. Before long, others observed the peculiar situation unfolding on the waters, and a palpable sense of apprehension began to permeate the atmosphere. "Maintain the bombardment until it vanishes beneath the surface," Colonel Lister commanded through gritted teeth. He then turned suddenly towards Agatha beside him. "Ma'am, please alert the cathedral at once. If we fail to halt its advance here at the harbour, we might need to." "Don't resign yourself to defeat just yet, Colonel," Agatha interjected, shaking her head. "Our attack is having an effect, it is starting to weaken." Her gaze remained fixed on the distant sea as she spoke, a faint spark of determination flickering within the young gatekeeper's eyes. The spectacle captured in her view was not of the tangible world but that of the ethereal spirit realm. She beheld the distorted, black silhouette disintegrating, its chaotic lines of light and shadow swiftly peeling off from the monstrous figure upon the roiling sea. The relentless bombardment from the coastal defense guns may not have directly annihilated the impostor, but it had effectively nudged it towards the critical brink of self-destruction. Agatha blinked, the brief glimpse into the spirit realm receding from her sight, supplanted by the stark reality unfolding before her. The coastal defense guns persevered in their onslaught, and soon additional volleys of gunfire erupted nearby. The fleet anchored in the harbour had finally completed their battle preparations and joined the effort to repel the attacker. The collective roar of the battleship's primary armaments firing in unison became the terminal burden that shattered the Seagull's resilience. As even more armor-piercing incendiary shells rained down upon the now unrecognizable vessel, it began to crumble. First, large chunks of the deck and outer hull sloughed off, revealing the convoluted, dark, and grotesque structure concealed within. Then, the entire ship writhed in agony, tearing itself asunder from bow to stern as if attempting to rend itself into fragments. The entity that had once mimicked the Seagull spewed innumerable streams of dark muck while swiftly fracturing. In the end, its steam whistle succumbed to silence, and the haunting, grating sounds gradually faded away. In addition, its forward momentum started to dwindle, depositing vast trails of dark impurities as it disintegrated and crumbled on the sea surface. This terrifying, bizarre assailant, which had endeavored to breach the threshold of the civilized world, finally ground to a halt a mere few miles from the shores of Frost. Chapter 345, Touching Down. The ominous entity known as Seagull had been brought to an abrupt halt, coming to a standstill in the midst of a violent turmoil. Following a relentless and ruthless onslaught of attacks, it was left in a horrific state of destruction, nearly obliterated into a heap of scattered debris. The once robust structure of the ship was no more, with every deck and piece of architectural wreckage now completely demolished. Shredded pieces of hulls and the remnants of the ship's interiors were scattered across the surface of the water, signaling the aftermath of an intense battle. Amidst the chaos, slow-spreading globs of dark mud floated in the water amongst the remains, along with residual flames that sporadically ignited parts of the wreckage. Thick plumes of filthy, acrid smoke spiraled upwards from the inferno, tainting the surrounding air. The course that the Seagull had traversed was distinctly marked by an uncanny trail of a mud-like substance, which stretched over 10 miles across the sea. This trail eerily mirrored the revolting trail left by a soft-bodied creature emerging from the water, its slime undulating with the rhythm of the sea waves and stubbornly refusing to dissolve away. The previously deafening roar of the coastal defense artillery ceased, and the pungent, lingering aroma of gunpowder smoke permeated the entirety of the nearby coastline. Colonel Lister found himself captivated by the distant sight of the flaming ship wreckage on the water's surface. Only now did he dare to entertain the notion that the monstrous entity had indeed been brought to a complete halt. With a hesitant breath, he dared to shatter the newfound silence, asking, "Is it over?" It might just be the commencement of something far more complex, replied Agatha, her voice slightly raspy. Her gaze flickered occasionally with an ethereal light as she continued to monitor the spirit realm, cautiously observing for any movement within the wreckage that could indicate a continued advance towards their city-state. Remember, the troubles with the seagull began after it returned from Dagger Island. Lister's face darkened at this comment. When was the last communication we received from the island? A few hours ago, a telegram was received assuring everything was normal, Lister shared, a frown creasing his brow. There were also no reported disturbances in the church's psychic communications. Colonel, we must quarantine Dagger Island immediately. From this point forward, we can't afford to trust any messages from that island, Agatha advised gravely, releasing a sigh. I must return to the cathedral now. I anticipate a more extensive quarantine mandate will be enacted soon. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Agatha. It's all in the name of preserving our city-state's tranquility, Agatha whispered. She then recited a brief proverb from the Book of the Dead, order in all things. Just half an hour before these events, the distant rumbling of thunderous sounds had steadily increased in intensity, each wave of noise more concentrated than the last. Based on the direction from which these sounds were emanating, it seemed to be located near the eastern coast of the city-state. Duncan lifted his gaze to the sky in the direction of the booming sounds. There, he could vaguely discern the emergence of rising clouds. What's causing that noise? Alice queried nervously, clutching her head in her hands as she turned to Duncan with a look of bewilderment. Could it be thunder? The noise, it's reminiscent of heavy-duty cannons firing, Vanna uttered, her expression betraying a tinge of apprehension. Could those be the sounds of coastal defense artillery? What could be occurring? Why would they be firing in such quick succession? Duncan's features transformed into a contemplative mask. His mind immediately recalled the report he had recently handed to the seasoned guard. The subsequent thought was the direction of Dagger Island. Had his prediction been accurate? Abruptly, the sound of fluttering wings pierced the air. A nondescript, rotund dove burst out from the shadows of a nearby building, taking to the skies with rapid speed, its destination out of sight. Don't fret, I've dispatched AI to survey the situation, Duncan reassured, his gaze moving toward the somewhat aged building standing before them. Please, carry on with your description of this house. Morris swiftly composed himself, prepared to resume his interrupted introduction. The ominous rumbling sound from the distance still resonated in the air, but the captain's composure suggested that there wasn't any immediate cause for alarm. Vanna and I selected this house from a pool of 4 potential rentals. The other 3 were either inconveniently situated near the city center, which would make traveling quite cumbersome, or the houses were in such a state of disrepair that they were unfit for habitation. Despite its age, this particular house has been well preserved by the landlord, and the interior is kept exceptionally clean. The residence sits at 44 Oak Street adjacent to Fireplace Street, where the landlord maintains another property and won't intrude on us during the weekdays. A quaint path connects the 2 blocks, with a charming little church nestled in a square between them, located a comfortable distance away from our place. We've negotiated a short-term rental agreement, which does come with a slightly higher daily rent than a long-term lease, but it offers us the flexibility to vacate at any time. We've already paid half a month's rent up front. Vanna and I have had the chance to meet with the landlord, who is a well-educated and affable lady. After learning of my identity as a traveling scholar, she graciously provided some basic necessities. As Duncan listened to the old man's exhaustive account, his eyes surveyed the temporary dwelling that was to be his home. It was a characteristic northern city home with a coarse grayish-white outer wall covered with insulating porous plaster. In addition, the structure was 2 stories high, featured narrow windows, and had a dark door accompanied by a wall lamp and a mailbox slit. Its roof, constructed in a steep angle and clad with black tiles, was designed for easy snow melting and shedding. Thick steam and gas pipes protruded from the massive pipelines above the block and made their way into the building along the gable. While it wasn't a lavish abode, it certainly sufficed as a temporary residence. In fact, it offered more room than Plan's 2-story establishment, which served dual purposes as both a store and a dwelling. Leaving the task of organizing accommodation to Morris and Vanna was indeed a wise decision, as the other crew members would have likely struggled to handle such a responsibility effectively. Morris led the way, pulling a key from his pocket and deftly unlocking the front door, with Duncan and Alice trailing closely behind him. Once inside, they were greeted by a welcoming foyer designed for removing footwear and changing out of outdoor clothing. The foyer opened into a fairly spacious living room. Its walls are adorned with subtly yellowed wallpaper sporting light, intricate patterns. A dining area was adjacent to the living room, beyond which was a bedroom. Directly across from the front door, a staircase promised access to the second floor, which seemed to be where most of the bedrooms were located. The hardwood floor beneath their feet emitted a soft creak with each step, an auditory testament to the passage of time. Simple but well-maintained furniture, tables and chairs stood gleaming in the wash of sunlight streaming through the windows. The space was remarkably dust-free. On the dining table, a vibrant bouquet of flowers, obviously crafted from fabric or plastic, lent a touch of cheer to the room. "The landlord presented us with this," Morris explained, gesturing towards the bouquet. "It's a tradition here in Frost. To welcome new tenants, landlords offer a bouquet of flowers that won't wither during winter, symbolizing health and safety." "Every place has its own unique traditions," Duncan responded with a faint smile. "I quite like this place, and given its distance from the main road, it should provide a quiet haven." As he spoke, his gaze drifted up towards the second floor. "It appears we have sufficient space to bring Nina and Shirley here to do their schoolwork. They've already begun voicing their discontent about the monotony on the ship." A subtle twitch played at the corners of Vanna's mouth as she remarked, "Shirley might indeed be lamenting her boredom, but I suspect she isn't eagerly awaiting the opportunity to do homework in the city." Duncan waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless of her personal motivation, it's important she puts more effort into her academics. Dog is already capable of reading the newspaper with relative ease, while she still grapples with the spelling of a dozen common vegetables. It's a situation that gives me cause for concern about her future. If this continues, she won't even be able to keep pace with Alice." Alice, whose academic performance was not significantly better than Shirley's, scratched her head and offered an innocent, somewhat sheepish grin. "Hee hee." Duncan responded with a deadpan expression, "Don't mistake my comment as praise. The fact that you and Shirley together know fewer words than Dog is not something to be proud of." Alice was briefly taken aback, her brows furrowing in contemplation as she tried to gauge whether she and Shirley indeed had a smaller vocabulary than Dog. Meanwhile, the distant thunderous rumbling that had subtly underscored their conversation gradually began to dissipate. "The sound has ceased," Vanna noted, her ears attuned to the allaying reverberations from afar. Duncan remained silent, but through their unique mental bond, he was already privy to what AI had discovered at the distant source of the commotion. Over a significant period of adjustment and acclimatization, Duncan's connection with AI had developed to an unprecedented level of intimacy and clarity. With sufficient concentration, he could not only share AI's sight and a range of other senses but could also channel a portion of his own power without needing to depart from his physical form. In the eastern port area of Frost, a rotund white dove perched atop a tower, its round eyes riveted to the sight of the smoke-veiled sea and bustling port. The frenzied activity of soldiers darting about the port, as well as the spreading black oil pollution tainting the sea, were reflected in its eyes, which occasionally flickered with a faint green flame. "There's no immediate cause for concern," Duncan declared, retracting his focus from the distant scene and offering a slight nod to Morris and Vanna. "It was an attempted invasion, but the defenders of Frost have managed to repel it." Vanna's expression shifted perceptibly at the mention of an invasion. "Invasion? If my understanding is correct, the threat originated from Dagger Island. The Frost authorities must have grasped the gravity of the situation by now, making it increasingly difficult for anything dangerous to emerge from the island," Duncan stated calmly. "Now, with Tyrion's mist fleet also nearing Dagger Island, their presence will only serve to heighten Frost authorities' state of alert. Given the heightened vigilance throughout the city, the covered cultists of annihilation are likely to emerge from the shadows. Detecting their activities will be considerably easier then." Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected knock on the door, prompting a look of surprise to fleeting across the ghost captain's face. Could they already be receiving guests this soon after moving in? "I'll answer the door," Morris offered, making his way to the entrance. Upon opening the door, he let out a surprised exclamation, "You are?" Standing in the doorway was a young girl, bundled in a white, heavy-duty coat and donning a woolen hat. Chapter 346, Blockade. A young girl, barely surpassing the age of 11 or 12, was stationed by the door. She was petite in stature and enveloped in a comforting white coat. Atop her head rested a woolen hat, from which a faint wisp of steam gently rose, suggestive of her brisk journey. The hastiness of her trip was evident in her heavy breaths, still evident as she laid eyes on Morris. Her initially panting expression swiftly transitioned into a radiant smile. "Are you Grandpa Morris?" she inquired. "My mom requested me to deliver this to you." With this, she stretched out her tiny hand, revealing a key. "This is the key to the basement." Mom confessed that she inadvertently omitted to hand it over when she departed. Oh, thank you, young lady, Morris replied appreciatively, receiving the key with a nod of his head. Would you care to come inside to get warm? Just as the girl was poised to respond, a familiar voice resonated from behind Morris. It was imbued with a touch of surprise. Annie. Peering over the old scholar's shoulder, Duncan observed the little girl standing on the doorstep, his face reflecting astonishment. The girl was Annie Babely, the offspring of Captain Christo Babely of the Obsidian. Duncan had encountered her previously at the cemetery gate. With a jolt of realization, Duncan grasped the unfolding situation. Whether it was a simple coincidence or a testament to the compactness of their city-state, Duncan had once again crossed paths with the Obsidian captain's daughter. The dwelling that Morris and Vanna had hastily procured within a single day happened to be the abode of Annie. Upon identifying the towering figure that suddenly materialized before her, Annie's eyes instantly widened in shock. The unexpected turn of events left the young girl somewhat disoriented. It took a few seconds for her to overcome her initial hesitation and awkwardly acknowledge his presence. Ah, it's the uncle from the cemetery gate, hello. Her final greeting was steeped in hesitation as her mind recalled the events that transpired at the cemetery gate. The memory of flames soaring skywards as Duncan made his exit was particularly vivid. Although she hadn't attached much significance to it at that point, the episode had undeniably left a lasting impression on the young girl's psyche. Despite her tender age, Annie was aware that these events were the work of supernatural powers. This knowledge was deeply ingrained in the curricula of all city-states and disseminated among all citizens. Basic comprehension and protective techniques against supernatural forces constituted the fundamental survival skills for ordinary people in their world. However, the precise nature of the power remained elusive to Annie. It wasn't discussed in her textbooks, the cemetery caretaker hadn't elaborated on it, and her mother hadn't furnished any details when she relayed the story upon her return home. The situation seemed shrouded in a mystery, typically concealed from the comprehension of children. Annie found herself transfixed by Duncan, standing opposite her, her mind slightly muddled. The caretaker's earlier caution echoed in her ears, prompting a sense of unease. The towering figure suddenly stepped aside, his voice carrying a peculiar mix of firmness and softness. Please come in and take a break. It appears the snow has begun to fall once more. It was only then that Annie turned around to observe the renewed flurry of snowflakes descending from the heavens. A few adventurous flakes found their way onto her neck, carried by the chilly breeze, inducing a shudder. Under the spell of the moment, she meekly stepped inside, her gaze darting around the unfamiliar surroundings. A strikingly beautiful blonde woman, possessing an air of nobility, stood in the living room next to the dining table, casting curious glances in her direction. She had removed her veil to reveal an enchanting visage, arguably the most beautiful face Annie had ever beheld. My mom asked me not to trouble the tenants unnecessarily, Annie stated tentatively, meticulously wiping the slush and grime off her petite boots onto the doormat. She told me that Grandpa Morris is a distinguished scholar, and it would be discourteous to bother him unnecessarily. You're not causing any disturbance. We were merely acquainting ourselves with our new surroundings, Morris interjected, having pieced together the situation by now. Moreover, with the snowfall outside, it wouldn't be safe for you to venture back via the narrow path. Why don't you take a break here? Vanna will accompany you home later. Annie craned her neck to glance up at the towering figure of Vanna and nodded almost reflexively. She then turned her attention to Duncan, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally voiced her question, so, do you also need a house to live in? Certainly, I too reside in a house, Duncan responded with a chuckle, leading Annie to the plush comfort of the living room sofa. In a conversational tone, he continued, aren't you worried about wandering around alone like this? Doesn't it concern your mother? From Duncan's perspective, Annie was taking undue risks. Her solo excursion to the cemetery early in the morning and her navigation through adverse weather conditions to deliver keys to unfamiliar new tenants seemed incredibly audacious and worrisome. No worries. Everybody around here is familiar with me. My mom always says that half the people residing in these 2 streets are friends of my dad, Annie responded nonchalantly. Perched on the sofa, she swayed back and forth, her hands providing support to her thighs. Also, Mom tends to be quite occupied. She handles accounting and paperwork for others, and sometimes she assists at the local chapel. I'm accustomed to my independent adventures. After contemplating for a moment, Duncan queried, so, did you share with your mom what I told you when you returned home? I did tell her, Annie confirmed with a nod, her expression morphing into a peculiar one. Initially, she dismissed it as childish rambling. But when I recited the words of the cemetery caretaker, she secluded herself in her room. When she reappeared, there were signs that she had been weeping. Yet, she managed to put on a brave smile and told me we were having fried fish and sausage stew for dinner as it was a day worthy of celebration. Annie ceased her rhythmic swaying, her face clouded with confusion. Looking up at Duncan, she voiced her puzzlement with an air of curiosity and uncertainty. I don't quite comprehend. That's all right, you will come to understand with time, Duncan reassured her with a smile. Some things may be too intricate for you to grasp at this stage. Uncle, you sound a lot like the caretaker. He tends to say things like that too, Annie commented, shaking her head in thoughtful contemplation before raising her gaze once more. Uncle, do you prefer not to be disturbed? Duncan, intrigued, inquired, what makes you say that? Based on the way you dress and the way you vanished after leaving. My mom mentioned that the elusive members of the cathedral or reclusive folks in societies behave in such a manner. I believe behave is the term she used. Duncan found himself at a loss for words in response to Annie's insights, but she did not wait for an answer. After mulling it over briefly, Annie abruptly announced, I won't tell a soul. The caretaker issued the same warning to me. He advised me to pretend I've never seen you and refrain from discussing it with anyone, except my mom. Duncan couldn't help but break into a smile. Before he could utter a word, Annie hastily added, May I share it with Grandpa Caretaker, though? Inform him that you're residing in our house. Upon hearing Annie's words, Morris and Vanna, who had drawn closer to the sofa to partake in the lively conversation, exchanged knowing looks. Simultaneously, Alice turned to look at Duncan. They all sensed a certain strangeness surrounding the situation. However, Duncan only exhibited a moment's hesitation before nodding in agreement, gracing her with a warm smile. It's all right, I have no objections. Concurrently, in the vicinity of the eastern port, the task of collecting samples from the wreckage of the Seagull had commenced. A fleet of light speedboats launched from the dock, cautiously navigating towards the area where remnants of the polluted mud and residual flames lingered on the water surface. Each speedboat was outfitted with a priest, holy artifacts, and nitroglycerin explosives for emergency situations. Along the shoreline, the port's garrison had mobilized in preparation for the salvage operation. An unoccupied warehouse was selected as a provisional storage facility. Priests and guardians, who had promptly arrived from the silent cathedral, had completed the sanctification and preventive measures across the entire area. In addition, gatekeeper Agatha had left behind a squad of elite followers to handle any unforeseen incidents during the wreckage sample collection process. Standing at the edge of the dock, Lister kept a watchful eye over the salvage operation unfolding on the water, while his reliable aides kept tabs on the progression of the recovery work. Is it truly safe to bring those entities ashore? Asked one of the followers with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Of course, I'm not challenging gatekeeper Agatha's discretion, but those things. Just a few hours ago, they were hurtling towards Frost at a terrifying speed. Are they truly dead now? Miss Agatha has repeatedly confirmed via spiritual consultations that these entities no longer display any signs of activity, Lister clarified with a composed demeanor. They can indeed be neutralized. Judging from Agatha's approach and action plan, I'm inclined to believe that the main church might have even confronted similar occurrences in the past. Similar instances? They've already infiltrated the city-states, a junior officer questioned, taken aback. I haven't heard anything of the sort. If you haven't been informed, it implies that the information isn't deemed fit for public disclosure, at least for the time being. The church and city hall exercise their own judgment, Lister dismissed with a shake of his head. In any event, Agatha is dependable. She wouldn't jeopardize the city's safety. Our duty is to trust the expert's judgment. Priests are far more adept at handling these peculiar occurrences than soldiers. The follower held his tongue, but at that precise moment, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupted the calm. A soldier was seen racing towards the dock. Commander. The soldier, panting, approached Lister, saluted, and handed over a document that had been expedited via a high-pressure air pipeline. Orders from City Hall. It seems the formal order to impose a blockade on Dagger Island has arrived, Lister announced, accepting the document. However, as he skimmed through the contents, his expression altered dramatically. One of the followers picked up on this and queried, Commander? What seems to be the issue? It's an order to enforce a blockade on the shipping lanes, but it's not limited to Dagger Island, Lister relayed, his voice heavy with seriousness. To be precise, it's not restricted to Dagger Island. The order calls for the blockade of all shipping lanes leading into and out of Frost and mandates all garrisons to adopt a state of high alert. A blockade, encompassing the entire Frost waters. The Mist Fleet has surfaced in the nearby waters, Lister stated with a weary sigh, his face a shade darker than the gloomy sky overhead. The entire Mist Fleet. Chapter 347, Silent Cathedral. The infamous and dreaded Mist Fleet had finally arrived, launching a full-scale mobilization. This ominous armada had long been perceived as a constant, looming threat by the inhabitants of Frost, and its arrival signaled a shift in the frosty tranquility that had prevailed for the past 50 years. The fleet was the enduring legacy of the Frost Queen and the seemingly immortal spectre of the significant rebellion that occurred half a century prior. Towering in the frigid waters of the cold sea, the fleet resembled a massive, ice-encrusted monster. Its frosty and unyielding exterior concealed the enigmatic intentions of its undead pirate commander. Anyone with a rudimentary knowledge of history was aware that the successful rebellion, known as the Frostbite Rebellion, half a century ago and the victory of the ragtag group of rebels over the dominant Queen's armada was not a result of justice or protection. The only reason for their victory was that the Queen's most formidable primary fleet was not stationed in Frost's archipelago at that crucial time. The mystery of why the Mist Fleet had departed remained unanswered, much like the undisclosed truth the Frost Queen had discovered from the depths of the ocean. Only one fact was common knowledge: the fleet was still functional and active under the Queen's name. For 5 decades, the formidable Mist Fleet had haunted the northern seas, appearing and disappearing like an apparition. Numerous attempts were made by different city-states to dismantle or reclaim the fleet, all of which ended in failure. Despite the devastation caused by the cursed warships piloted by the undead in the cold sea, most encounters with them were settled with a tribute to avoid further destruction. This protection fee seemed a more compassionate and economical levy than the severe losses resulting from a direct confrontation with the Mist Fleet. The northern city-states were more inclined to pay for peace than risk settling the debts incurred by the Frostviens half a century earlier. However, the Frostviens were all too aware that the Mist Fleet was destined to return one day. This notion had morphed into a sort of curse, even a prophetic legend that was passed down to each generation. The rule of the Frost Queen over the city-state was not over as long as the flag of the Mist Fleet continued to flutter. The engine of the Sea Mist ship remained active, signifying that a reckoning for the great rebellion of the past would inevitably befall the city. The impact of these inherited curses and legends was significant. The menacing shadow of the Mist Fleet grew more and more dreadful under the influence of these narratives, and even the most experienced and disciplined soldiers could not disregard the increasing pressure. Holding a document in his hand, Lister's grip tightened, causing his knuckles to whiten with the gravity of the situation. As he finished speaking, a chilling and indescribable silence pervaded the entirety of the bustling dock as if the cacophony of activity had been abruptly muted. The defense commander was well aware that there was no point in concealing any information about the Mist Fleet. The colossal flotilla was brazenly sailing in proximity to Frost, drawing steadily near both the Frost mainland and the isolated Dagger Island. By tomorrow morning at the very latest, inhabitants living near the coast would merely need to push open their windows, gaze southeast through a telescope, and they would catch sight of the ghostly outlines of the ominous fleet. Word of this unsettling development would rapidly proliferate throughout the entire city-state. Could the sudden emergence of the Mist Fleet be linked to recent events on Dagger Island? An officer close to the commander suggested. Could it be connected to the unexpected arrival of the Seagull? I wish the two events were interrelated. That would mean we only have a single problem to grapple with, Lister replied through clenched teeth, but the more dire probability is that we're dealing with two distinct crises. Another officer, known for his loyalty, queried apprehensively, could the Mist Fleet exploit the existing chaos? Given that Frost is currently under threat from an unidentified force, judgments at this stage would be premature. Carrying out our orders must take precedence, Lister interjected swiftly, curtailing his subordinates' rampant conjectures. Commence the blockade immediately, transmit martial law signals to the surrounding city-states and to all vessels in the vicinity, and ensure all coastal defense artillery positions are on high alert. We could be in the midst of a substantial predicament. In the core of the Frost city-state, as is the norm in many maritime city-states, a grand cathedral towered over its surroundings, occupying the loftiest and most central spot. The local denizens referred to it as the Silent Cathedral, or simply the Cathedral. This imposing, ancient edifice was constructed primarily from varying shades of grey and black bricks. A complex of spires and slender structures constituted its main body. On days when the winter snowfall was particularly heavy, these intricate, overlapping spires created a hazy image against the snowy backdrop, reminiscent of grave markers and obsidian blades shrouded in mist, pointed heavenward. Visitors to Frost experiencing the cathedral for the first time often found its aura rather gloomy and intimidating, bordering on the terrifying. However, to the Frostians, who predominantly revered the god of death, Bartok, the somber cathedral signified only grandeur and sacredness. The locals held a belief that the profusion of cathedral spires served as a bridge connecting the realm of the dead and the world of the living. During the days of heavy snow, the envoys of the death god would secrete themselves among these towering spires and rooftops, vigilantly watching over the city-state with their omniscient gaze, guiding the aimlessly wandering souls back to their place of eternal rest. Consequently, the Frostians marked the first day of heavy snowfall as the day of departure for long-lost souls. On this day, they would shutter the graveyards, halt rituals intended for the newly departed, and clear the path for the long-lost souls to navigate their way to the silent cathedral. Today was such a day, marked by the relentless onslaught of heavy snowfall. The surrounding burial grounds were shut, and the cathedral became exclusive to the clergy, barring entry to the general populace. As a result, the snow-blanketed paths of the courtyard were unusually silent, so much so that one could distinctly discern the soft sound of snowflakes descending from the tree canopies. Donning a broad-brimmed hat and clad entirely in black, Agatha navigated past the gate of the cathedral's courtyard, proceeded through the audience hall, and journeyed deeper into the hallowed confines, eventually reaching the serene sanctuary of the meditation chapel housing the bishop. In accordance with the religious tradition in planned, Frost also divided the highest ecclesiastical spokesperson's responsibilities into two roles. The gatekeeper was tasked with maintaining the city-state's security and managing worldly matters, while the bishop primarily undertook clerical duties and facilitated communication with higher divine entities. Within the meditation chapel, candles cast their wavering glow from numerous niches densely packed along both walls, the collective illumination from countless such flames rendering the room conspicuously bright. At the far end of the chapel stood an elevated stone platform devoid of statues or seating, hosting only an antique-looking black coffin. This was the residence of the city-state's bishop. Mounting the platform, Agatha cast her gaze downwards and announced, "I have returned." Her words were met with silence from the coffin. After patiently waiting for a few moments, Agatha elevated her voice, "Bishop Ivan, have you been informed about the Mist Fleet?" Yet, the coffin offered no response. Frowning, Agatha cast a sweeping glance around before finally raising her staff to rap on the coffin, "Are you present?" After striking the coffin thrice, a raspy, elderly voice finally emanated from within, "Yes, cease your knocking, exhibit some respect for your elders." Agatha retracted her staff, "Were you slumbering while engrossed in meditation and prayer to the god of death?" "I was so absorbed in my meditation that the voices of the mortal world failed to reach me." "Yet, your snoring managed to permeate the coffin and resonate in the mortal world." "Ah? Was it truly that loud?" Agatha heaved a sigh, "You were undoubtedly asleep, Bishop." The voice inside the coffin abruptly fell awkwardly silent. After a few moments, the stillness was broken by the faint noise of friction as the obsidian coffin lid slid open marginally, revealing only a slim gap. The elderly, grating voice became somewhat more audible, "Your mind is awash with tumult, Agatha. It appears that the situation in the city-state is far from ideal. During my return journey to the cathedral, I was notified of the Mist Fleet's approach towards the city-state." Agatha spoke deliberately, "I fear this news will soon. The predicament of the Mist Fleet should be left to the concern of the Navy and the municipal administration. Your priority should be to maintain the equilibrium of the supernatural realm and foster tranquility within the city-state." Ivan Romansov, the Bishop of Frost City-State, stated from within the coffin, "Let's first discuss the circumstances in the city-state." Agatha acknowledged with a nod, momentarily shelving the news about the Mist Fleet while her expression took on a grave demeanor. "There has been an emergence of a new primal element contamination site at the location of 42 Fireplace Street. Based on an array of indicators, it seems an imposter comprised of primal element had resided within that building for an extended period, only to disintegrate and vanish recently. Moreover, a civilian, who was unmistakably subjected to cognitive manipulation, was found at the scene." "Cognitive manipulation?" Bishop Ivan interjected Agatha's narrative. "What manner of cognitive manipulation?" Agatha took a moment to structure her thoughts before elaborating. Upon cross-referencing the local residential registry, it was unveiled that the person whom the impostor was impersonating had in fact perished in a shipwreck 6 years prior. Yet, during the period of the impostor's activities, the female apprentice cohabiting with it failed to recognize this glaring discrepancy. She was under the impression that her mentor was recuperating upstairs when the impostor disintegrated, and by the time the investigators reached the scene. Pausing momentarily, Agatha resumed, Furthermore, our findings were not confined to just these. Not merely these. An unidentified third-party force, seemingly possessing tremendous power, appears to be delving into the primal element matter as well. Their warriors eliminated 2 formidable heretical priests in a neighboring alleyway, and their reconnaissance team searched the building prior to the arrival of an elite group of our guardians. Regrettably, we discovered no leads, nor were we able to trace the origins of this third-party entity. The coffin descended into silence, and after an indeterminate duration, Ivan's voice resonated once more. Is there additional information? Yes, Agatha took a gentle breath. Do you recall the visitor that surfaced in Cemetery No. 3? Has it manifested itself again? Yes, it has reappeared, and not only has it emerged, it also left behind a correspondence of report. Chapter 348, Bishop Ivan's Secret. Agatha gingerly held the dispatch, a seemingly unremarkable piece of parchment slipped inside an envelope made by a local paper mill, inscribed upon with everyday ink. However, the origin of this parcel was far from ordinary, having made its journey from Cemetery No. 3. If it weren't for her faith in the old guard's inability to toy with her in such a way, Agatha would have questioned whether this missive had actually been transmitted to her by an entity of a higher supernatural order, one that defied human comprehension. She could not detect any spiritual energy radiating from the letter, but after conducting several basic investigative procedures, she verified its otherworldly provenance. A subtle crinkling of fabric resonated from the shadowy recesses of the hefty coffin, and the lid began to creak open, unveiling a distinct, haunting aroma. An entity swathed in bandages, resembling an ancient mummy, gradually arose from the coffin's depths. This spectral figure was none other than Ivan, the Bishop of Frost. Decades prior, a catastrophic event had disfigured his physical body, yet the potent magic of Bartok enabled his spirit to persist. The majority of his existence was spent in the seclusion of the meditation hall's soul coffin, only making appearances in public during significant religious ceremonies. Despite his limited exposure, he remained the most admired and trusted bishop in Frost's history. His deep understanding and significant contributions to the metaphysical field were unquestionable. He ascended from his coffin and accepted the dispatch from Agatha's outstretched hand. His single visible eye, left uncovered by the swathes of bandages, scrutinized the parchment with an intense gaze. He fell into a lengthy silence, causing an eerie quietness to permeate the room. You, Agatha stammered, attempting to puncture the oppressive silence. Grant me a moment, the venerable and well-versed bishop requested, his voice muffled and distant. Agatha's impatience eventually took the better of her, and she asked again, Are you feeling better now? Are you certain this is the source? Bishop Ivan inquired without answering the question, his gaze finally lifting from the letter to meet Agatha's, a hint of bewilderment clouding his yellow-tinted eyes. Did you? Agatha, well aware of Ivan's concern, responded promptly. It seems extraordinarily mundane, yet when I sought to interpret the inscriptions on the parchment through my spiritual lens, I experienced a 15-minute memory lapse. She nodded solemnly, continuing, It's shrouded in an overwhelming energy, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Its simplicity could merely be an eccentricity of the entity that has sent it. Upon processing Agatha's words, Bishop Ivan fell silent once more, appearing to still be gathering his strength. After a prolonged pause, he spoke in hushed tones, The revelations contained within this letter are deeply disconcerting. You've already encountered the seagull, and if the claims made in the dispatch are accurate, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The uncontrollable events on Dagger Island signify just the commencement. Whether it be the cultists embedded in our city, the contamination resulting from the raw essence, the return of the seagull, or the irregularities on Dagger Island, every sign seems to be directing us towards the dark depths of the sea, alluding to the Abyss project that was initiated half a century ago. I've dispatched an alert to City Hall and have requested to access the classified archives sealed away for the past 50 years. Later today, I also plan on examining the church's historical records. Moreover, I've delegated additional resources to intensify the citywide search and apprehend any lurking cult members, Agatha declared, her words filled with determination. However, this is not sufficient. It is imperative that we ascertain the current situation on Dagger Island. The major source of contamination appears to emanate from there. Bishop Ivan contemplated for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. If all the signs indeed lead back to the Abyss project, then the recent emergence of the Mist Fleet in the vicinity of Frost seems less of a mystery. Agatha furrowed her brow in consternation. Could all these occurrences be part of the Frost Queen's grand scheme from the past? Could it be due to a directive she left behind for that Iron Admiral that has caused the mist fleet to surface now? I cannot say with certainty. Bishop Ivan shook his head, then, with a sudden intensity, turned to look at Agatha. In your perspective, Agatha, who was the Frost Queen? Caught off guard by the question, Agatha paused to gather her thoughts before responding, a once great sovereign who, after a short-lived yet glorious reign, was tainted by the abyssal powers of the deep sea and transformed into a perilous mad queen. Her obstinacy led the erstwhile Frostbite kingdom into forming ties with the monstrosities lurking in the ocean depths. Even after 50 years, her terrifying plan necessitates being sealed away, hidden from the eyes of the common folk. Her life was a blend of tragedy and danger. Bishop Ivan nodded at her analysis, a conventional response. As a member of the younger generation privy to some classified information from that era, your summary is fairly accurate. He then steered the conversation in a new direction. However, you haven't truly lived through it. Agatha didn't respond, choosing to remain silent, her gaze fixed on the bishop before her. I, on the other hand, have. I was merely 26, serving as an ordinary bishop at a humble chapel in the dock area, you see? That quaint church was situated right next to the Abyss Project testing grounds. I even conducted blessing ceremonies for some of the soldiers and officers. I later discovered that these individuals sought blessings as they were designated to operate the submersibles. As Bishop Ivan narrated his past, his voice took on a nostalgic tone, resembling a small stream flowing from the river of forgotten memories. With each word, he slowly unveiled long-concealed, untold tales hidden beneath his layers of bandages. After the rebels infiltrated the palace, most of the information related to the Abyss Project was classified. The ensuing chaos, triggered by the cliff's collapse at the execution site, resulted in further destruction of valuable records. Thus, even you, a gatekeeper with privileged access, are only privy to the very tip of the iceberg of information. What if I were to reveal to you that on the eve of the City Guard rebellion, the Frost Queen had visited that small church and requested me to conduct a soul-sending ceremony for her? What would your thoughts be? Agatha's eyes grew wide in astonishment. She was labeled the Mad Queen, and truly, her actions in her final months could only be described as insanity. She stubbornly drove forward with the project despite it hurtling towards disaster, with individuals disappearing, losing their lives, or succumbing to madness daily. She shut the doors of the palace, incarcerated the remaining ministers who dared offer counsel, commanded the gendarmes to seal off the port, and detained anyone attempting to escape the Frostbite kingdom. With such actions, it was inevitable that the rebels would revolt, and her fate as a queen was bound to be a tragic one. However, despite all of this, I cannot believe that she went mad. On the contrary, she seemed incredibly lucid, and even. Bishop Ivan abruptly halted as if the effort of dredging up these ancient memories was overwhelming, or perhaps he was struggling to find the right phrasing to express the oddity he had perceived all those years ago. After a moment, he resumed, even amid the chaos, it was as if she was the only one in the city who truly remained awake. Intrigued, Agatha instinctively leaned closer. Why do you say that? She entered the church devoid of any entourage, her gaze lucid, as if she had already accepted her impending fate. She approached the statue of Bartok on her own, lit the incense herself, and then gently patted my shoulder much like this. Bishop Ivan raised his arm, seemingly recreating the encounter from half a century prior. She patted me and said, "Wake up, you're the only one in this city who is truly awake with your eyes wide open. Assist me with something, I'm on the brink of death." Agatha felt her breath hitch suddenly as if caught in a bout of sleep apnea. In the following moment, she instinctively reached up to touch her forehead, feeling her heart thudding violently within her chest. Struggling to digest the revelation, she voiced the confusion foremost in her mind after a few moments of stunned silence. What did she imply by saying you were the only one with your eyes open? I haven't completely unraveled that mystery, Bishop Ivan confessed with a sigh, his voice muffled by his bandages. She told me to awaken, but I was already awake. After that, she offered no explanation and merely instructed me to follow her commands. She lay on the mortuary slab, as still as a corpse, and then I performed the rites typically reserved for the deceased. But how can a living person undergo a funeral rite? Agatha gaped in disbelief. Did you actually follow through with the ritual? Certainly, a living person cannot participate in a funeral rite. I simply conducted the entire procedure as she commanded, and naturally, nothing transpired when the ritual was completed. Bishop Ivan shook his head. I assumed the ritual was meaningless, but it appeared that the Frost Queen had accomplished her objective. She departed without further ado, leaving behind a final directive before she exited. One final directive. She instructed me to remain silent about the events of that night, stating that the rebels would surely take my life if they discovered the truth. As she delivered this warning, exactly 24 hours remained until the first city guard launched their attack on the armory. Agatha lapsed into silence, and after a lengthy period of contemplation, she finally murmured, "You never shared any of this with me." "I never disclosed this to anyone," Bishop Ivan said with an air of tranquility. "At the time, I was merely a humble bishop. But subsequently, you rose to the rank of city bishop, and no one could hold you accountable for your actions during that era. This secret. I had resolved to carry this secret to my grave, so why would I unveil it now?" Bishop Ivan raised his gaze, his slightly clouded yellow left eye quietly meeting Agatha's gaze. "I understand the gravity of this revelation. The knowledge that the Queen anticipated the rebels' actions in advance and even faced her impending demise with a calm acceptance could shock many, but aside from its shock factor, it serves no practical purpose. The Abyss Project would remain sealed, and the preservation of the city's stability is paramount to the vast majority of its citizens. The final thoughts or actions of a queen who was executed half a century ago hold little interest for anyone. But there's a more critical reason." Bishop Ivan paused momentarily, then released a soft sigh. "A more pivotal reason: the Abyss Project has concluded, the reign of the Queen has ended, everything has found its resolution, or so I thought, for the past 50 years. Chapter 349, Snow, Fog, and Secrets. In an ancient coffin's dim and confined space, an aged bishop lay swaddled in layers of bandages reminiscent of an Egyptian mummy from a long past. After years of silence, he finally unveiled a secret that had been closely guarded for 5 long decades. Following his revelation, a period of profound silence engulfed the space, an almost tangible tension hanging in the air until Agatha, unable to bear the quiet any longer, voiced her thoughts. However, it seems evident that this situation is far from over. The old bishop remained quiet, the weight of years apparent in his silence. Undeterred, Agatha pressed further. "In your judgment, do you think the strange incidents happening regularly within the city-state and the ominous shadow cast by Dagger Island are part of the Frost Queen's intricate web of strategies?" "The Queen, she is no deity," began Bishop Ivan, shaking his head with a sense of disbelief. His mind, swirling with fragments of the past, struggled to recall the intricate details of events that occurred 50 years prior. She might have predicted that there would be dissenters seeking to disrupt her perceived reckless actions, but she couldn't have foreseen the events unfolding here half a century later, he confessed, his voice layered with regret and faded memories. "In all honesty, I can't recall with absolute clarity what the Queen uttered to me on that fateful night. During the ritual of soul sending, she appeared to converse with me continually, but you must understand that performing such a ceremony demands unwavering focus, and one must inhale potent incense beforehand, so, my recollections are sadly unclear." Taking a brief pause, he spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, there should be no dialogue between the deceased lying on the ceremonial platform and the priest performing the rites concerning the ceremony experience. Agatha was silent, her mind actively processing the information, trying to piece together the puzzle before her. After a moment, she ventured, "Can you expand upon the circumstances of that time? Before the conclusion of the Abyss Project, what else did you witness within that church?" "From what I remember, it was a day of intense snowfall, reminiscent of this year, and for a considerable length of time, the relentless snowfall showed no signs of stopping. The accumulated snow often concealed the roads around the humble chapel, making the boundaries indistinguishable. Many folks slipped and fell," recounted Bishop Ivan in a quiet, slow cadence. His muffled and distant voice drew one's imagination back to that frigid winter half a century ago. Wounded individuals often sought refuge and aid in the church, as the local clinics were already overwhelmed with patients. Back then, the Abyss Project was the source of considerable unease within the city. Unlike today, it was not a topic that was swept under the rug. Even though the core aspect was kept covered, the average citizen was aware of this oceanic exploration project. Thus, individuals frequently visited the church and recounted the unusual phenomena they had observed. "Unusual phenomena?" Agatha interjected, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, peculiar occurrences. Some recounted seeing mysterious glimmers emanating from houses long deserted, while others claimed familiar faces of their neighbors abruptly transformed overnight. Some even reported witnessing the graveyard gates creak open under the moonlight, and the dead, interred during daylight, were seen strolling out of the cemetery at night, boldly and without hesitation. Such chilling and uncanny tales were rife, occurring constantly during that time. Naturally, given the city-state's most sinister undertaking was the Abyss Project, people began attributing all these anomalies to it, and eventually, the blame fell on the Frost Queen. People interred in the cemetery boldly emerged, Agatha echoed, listening to the old bishop's tales. Her forehead furrowed in thought as if his words stirred an uncomfortable parallel with the present. And inexplicable lights appearing in abandoned houses, it sounds strikingly similar to. It does bear a striking resemblance to the artificial corpse discovered in Cemetery No. 3 and the eerie room you encountered at 42 Fireplace Street, doesn't it? Interjected the old bishop slowly. But you've seen tangible evidence and even collected what appears to be primal matter. Back then, all we had were scattered rumors. People would daily approach me with their tales of the uncanny, but despite deploying city guardians to investigate, they all returned empty-handed. Every single one returned empty-handed. Agatha inquired, disbelief creeping into her voice. Yes, we followed up on the residents' claims. Even half a century ago, we adhered to stringent procedures. I dispatched numerous individuals to probe these chilling accounts, and the cathedral's gatekeeper at that time even personally undertook investigations akin to yours, yet we uncovered nothing. Apart from the increasingly agitated citizenry, the city-state itself remained oddly normal. However, the testing ground for the Abyss Project began to close off gradually, and within its sealed confines, horrors began to unfurl. As for the true nature of the occurrences there, you must have gleaned from the archives the inexplicable emergence of clone submersibles, the arrival and departure of unidentified strangers, and explorers meeting their demise in the fathomless depths. Agatha fell silent momentarily, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. An inexplicable feeling nagged at her. There was something jarring in the old bishop's narrative, a missing piece, or perhaps a misaligned one, that had evaded detection for 50 long years. So, even though the Abyss Project stirred widespread panic at the time, in reality, all the abnormal incidents were confined within the testing ground, and the city-state, for the most part, carried on as per usual. Despite the citizens being under considerable psychological duress due to the Queen's extreme edicts, the city's operations faced hardships, and people ceaselessly reported strange occurrences. But from the standpoint of supernatural influences, the corruption from the depths never extended beyond the sealed boundaries. At least that's my recollection of it, the elderly bishop agreed, nodding gently. Yet, he quickly veered off into a different direction. Nonetheless, I do not mean to absolve the Frost Queen of that era. Even if the city-state maintained its routine, her Abyss Project strained Frost's economy and the nerves of its citizens to the brink of collapse. Whether the Abyss Project remained under her firm control or spun out of hand, an uprising was an inevitability. Agatha appeared to have glossed over the bishop's concluding statements while lost in her own thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. Let's focus on the here and now, Bishop Ivan. I'm interested in hearing your views regarding the current situation within the city and this report that I hold. You've uncovered signs of annihilators in the city and gathered evidence supporting their involvement, which is encouraging. When faced with supernatural contamination, the most unnerving aspect isn't necessarily the identity of your adversaries, but the uncertainty of not knowing who they are. Bishop Ivan articulated slowly, holding up the document in his grasp. The report you presented also alludes to this, speculating that the annihilators in Frost have established contact with the deep-sea powers through some clandestine ritual, leading to the direct spillage of the marine pollution into the city-state. Thus, our priority should be locating the sites of these cultist ceremonies. Agatha fixed her gaze on the bishop's eye, visible amidst the swathes of bandages. Do you believe the visitor who penned this report can be trusted? At the very least, every assertion within the report is backed by factual evidence, and even those parts that cannot be confirmed at present align logically. Bishop Ivan nodded his affirmation. Of course, I can't vouch for the trustworthiness of the writer's existence. The sentiments and viewpoints of higher beings differ vastly from mortal comprehension, thus we can never engage with them through human emotional logic. I can only suggest that when they temporarily display neutrality or amicability, we can cooperate or even proactively collaborate with them. But, should they abruptly find the game tiresome and opt to oppose us, we must not allow ourselves to be taken aback or confused. After all, the only truly trustworthy and loyal higher beings in this universe are the four gods, all else are neither foe nor ally. The old bishop's words resonated deeply with the wisdom of 50 long years. Even though their statuses were on par, Agatha felt compelled to offer a respectful nod in acknowledgement. The next time the visitor makes an appearance, I shall endeavor to initiate engagement and gauge their current disposition. That would indeed be beneficial, Bishop Ivan responded, nodding in agreement. Agatha paused to reflect, her gaze flitting to the document held securely in the aged bishop's grasp. That leaves us now with just one complex problem to unravel. Following her lead, Bishop Ivan's gaze also gravitated towards the report's final section. The entirety of the letter was lucid and comprehensible, save for the final part, which seemed to confound both the cemetery keeper who initially received the correspondence and now Agatha and Bishop Ivan in discerning its underlying implications. The two preeminent representatives of the Church's supreme command in the city-state congregated, their trio of eyes veiled beneath swathes of bandages, transfixed on the letter's conclusion. The mysterious visitor had encrypted a puzzle into their clandestine message. What could these numerical values signify? Bishop Ivan asked hesitantly. Agatha slowly shook her head. I am equally bewildered. Perhaps we could employ the services of a diviner to infer their significance, or assemble a team of mathematicians and mystics to work in tandem. It could potentially be a cryptic numerical code hinting at the city-state's future. That's a plausible hypothesis. At the fringes of the upper city, adjacent to Fireplace Street, at 44 Oak Street, Duncan stood gazing out of the slender window at the end of the second-floor corridor, transfixed by the encroaching darkness. After a pause, he abruptly swiveled his head, glancing at Vanna, who was lost in a world of her own nearby. Do you reckon they've forwarded the payment by now? Roused from her daydream, Vanna appeared disoriented. What? Drop by the bank for me tomorrow and check if they've processed the payment, Duncan instructed earnestly. In that report, I included an anonymous account number dedicated solely to receiving rewards for my submissions. Vanna, in response, what? Chapter 350, Sea Mist Surrounding the City. As the dusk gave way to the darkness of the night, a gentle flurry of snow began to whisper down from the heavens. In addition, the ethereal glow emanating from the world's creation bathed the surrounding environment in a chilly luminescence, creating a serene atmosphere that was starkly different from what one would typically experience in planned. Vanna stood by the narrow window as her gaze became lost in the winter tableau outside. After a long moment of silent contemplation, she released a weary sigh. I am convinced that they haven't proceeded with the payment yet. And by now, they have likely assembled a team of experts to decode the secret number you left in the letter. Duncan swiveled his head towards her, his brows furrowed in puzzlement. Is it really such a monumental issue? Turning towards Duncan, Vanna scrutinized her temporary boss with a serious expression. Did you mention in the letter what purpose those numbers served? He replied, somewhat confidently, no, but isn't that the usual practice for a report letter? Duncan elaborated, at the conclusion of the report, one simply includes the account number, and the respective city hall will process the payment. That's how it works in planned. I have also heard that many jurisdictions purposefully avoid any remarks before the account number to maintain a sense of discretion and tactfulness. I thought it prudent to follow suit. A long, silent stare was Vanna's response before she finally let out a resigned sigh. Perceiving her reaction, Duncan pondered for a moment before expressing his doubts, somewhat sheepishly. Is it not quite clear to them? Vanna replied, an undertone of fatigue evident in her voice, as long as you comprehend what you have done, that's satisfactory. The captain lowered his gaze, deep in thought, before hesitantly suggesting, would it be detrimental if I were to write a second letter now? You should just hope they can decipher the true intention behind the report letter as soon as possible, Vanna replied, rubbing her temples as a sense of exhaustion washed over her. She found it amusing how Captain Duncan, a man of power and fear, had such a peculiar and humorous side to him. Unfazed by Vanna's thoughts, Duncan asked nonchalantly, how did things fare at Annie's house when you took her home today? Vanna promptly responded, everything at the child's home is normal, with no evidence of any supernatural disturbances. There were no signs of any annihilators or any suspicious individuals in the vicinity. Mrs. Belloni, that is, our current landlady, appears to be. Stop, Duncan interjected, gesturing with his hand. I asked about her home environment and living conditions, not for you to report as if you were investigating heresy. Rein in your professional habits. Vanna was momentarily taken aback. She quickly realized her faux pas and coughed twice to cover her embarrassment. I apologize. I let my professional instincts overtake the conversation. Everything is indeed quite normal at their end. I only stayed there for a short while and had a fleeting interaction with Mrs. Belloni, but it was evident that they had managed to move past the haunting shadows of their past after 6 long years. Annie is currently enrolled in a public school within the city-state, and in order to generate some income, Mrs. Belloni rents out rooms. She also undertakes some clerical jobs to supplement their household income. Furthermore, they are, after all, the family of a captain. Just like in other city-states, Frost authorities also look after the dependents of such esteemed personnel. All in all, there's no need for you to worry about their living conditions. Duncan listened quietly, nodding in understanding. Vanna hesitated for a bit, then, despite her better judgment, couldn't help but voice her concerns. Aren't you worried that Annie might disclose the happenings of this place? Is it really wise? It might not be long before the cemetery caretaker discovers that you are residing openly in the city. If that were to happen, the news would surely be conveyed to the cathedral in no time, raising alarm bells for both the gatekeeper and the bishop. And then what? Duncan asked nonchalantly, his demeanor unaffected. Then, there could be some complications. Vanna ventured, her confidence faltering under Duncan's steady gaze. The city authorities might step in. And what form would their interference take? Would they dispatch a team of guardians to apprehend us? Duncan chuckled at the thought. Or would the gatekeeper himself come over for a chat? And why should I be worried about their reactions? Should I fret over my location being disclosed or about potential hostility from the authorities? Duncan shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't bring the vanished here. Vanna opened her mouth to object, but she found herself unable to formulate a counter-argument to Duncan's casual dismissal of her concerns. After a lengthy pause, she managed to articulate, I have a sneaking suspicion that you actually find some perverse amusement in this situation. Exactly. Vanna was left speechless. A grin tugged at the corner of Duncan's mouth as he turned his attention back to the mesmerizing vista of the night outside the window. He didn't immediately acknowledge the myriad of emotions playing out on Vanna's face. After a few minutes of silently enjoying the nocturnal panorama, he casually observed, Vanna, I suddenly realize that you are becoming less and less akin to an inquisitor. Shouldn't your primary instinct be to see the city's church and authorities as reliable allies? Vanna's mouth twitched visibly. Words bubbled up within her, aching to be expressed, but in the end, she swallowed them all down, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, far from the icy clutches of frost, a formidable fleet moved at a measured pace across the expansive, inky expanse of the boundless sea under cover of night. Amidst the cold fog and the ice floes that dotted their path, the fleet maintained a steady, low-speed course. The imposing steel bow of the flagship, Sea Mist, loomed through the pitch darkness, its silhouette partially illuminated by the faint glow of navigation lights. More light spilled from the sides of the ship, casting a spectral illumination on the dark surface of the sea. In the glow, one could discern the fleeting reflections of broken ice, rising and falling with the undulating waves. Every seafarer venturing into these freezing waters had heard the ominous adage, when the wafer-thin fog suddenly materializes, and ice rises from the mist, encircling your vessel like icy chains, brace yourself, the sea mist is upon you. In this instance, the sea mist was indeed present, and along with it, the entire mist fleet had descended upon Frost's threshold. Perched on the bridge of the ship, Tyrion stared intently through the broad window into the endless dark distance. Frost itself was too far away to be seen directly. However, he could discern a faint glow against the backdrop of the night sky, a beacon marking the city's location. While the Mist Fleet's actual destination was Dagger Island, and Tyrion himself had no plans of setting foot on Frost, the difference was negligible to the anxious inhabitants of Frost, who had been living on edge for the past 50 years. The mere sight of the Iron Admiral's flag on the nearby sea was enough to send a wave of unrest through the city. He could almost picture the frenzied flurry of activity among the city's defenders at this moment. The sound of footsteps broke his reverie as First Mate Aidan approached him. The sturdy, bald man wore a rather satisfied expression as he reported, "Captain, the Sea Crow and Fjord have led their escort vessels away. They are expected to reach the predetermined location and block the route within 12 hours. The Sea Mist has lifted the light control, ensuring Frostjens won't be enjoying a peaceful night's sleep." Tyrion responded with a slight nod and a hint of a smile, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding sea. In the obsidian darkness, the vast ocean was eerily silent, save for the sea mist. It stood out prominently, akin to a gas lamp in the night, having lifted its light control. Under normal circumstances, warships on nighttime military missions would maintain light control to avoid exposing their location and muddling friendly signal lights. However, the sea mist made a bold statement, revealing its location brazenly as if to taunt the people of Frost, proudly announcing its existence. Tyrion wasn't the least bit concerned that this audacious display would provoke Frost Navy or lead to an accidental conflict. In this world, no force could triumph over the sea mist, the living ship, in a nocturnal battle, save for the mythical Vanished. Should Frost Navy be foolhardy enough to instigate an attack, the 6 other concealed warships flanking the sea mist would not hesitate to impart a painful lesson. However, Tyrion's bold posture wasn't merely a display of defiance to stir Frostfiends. It was chiefly to carry out his father's orders, to create a state of heightened anxiety in Frost, intensifying their fear and paranoia to the point where they would completely block the city, closing off all entrances and exits. From what he had observed thus far, this objective had been accomplished. The Frost's naval force had imposed a blockade on the port and communicated with neighboring city-states to cease all shipping activities. Everything was unfolding as per his father's meticulously laid plan. Suddenly, a noise echoed from a nearby copper pipe, prompting Aiden to engage in a swift exchange with someone stationed at the other end of the tube. He returned to Tyrion with a grin. "Captain, it seems Frostfiends are getting fidgety. A small boat has been sighted in our vicinity." Tyrion's eyebrow quirked upward in intrigue. "A small boat?" "Yes, it appears to be unarmed and is conspicuously displaying 3 yellow and 1 white signal light, seemingly in an attempt to avoid any misunderstandings," Aiden explained. "The boat is maintaining a cautious distance from our searchlights, seemingly endeavoring to observe without instigating any hostility or interaction." "Observing, that's acceptable. They appear to be showing some restraint," Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. "Allow them to observe, but if they venture too close, fire a warning shot." "Understood, sir," Aiden affirmed promptly. As he turned to relay the command, Tyrion halted him. "Wait. Do you have further instructions?" "Send them a light signal," Tyrion suggested. "A light signal?" Aiden hesitated. "What message should we convey?" A playful grin spread across Tyrion's face. "Message? No specific message. Just have the signalman flash the lights randomly." Aiden appeared puzzled. "Excuse me?" "Instruct the signalman to flash the lights in a random pattern," Tyrion clarified, a gleeful twinkle in his eyes. "Give Frostfien experts an intriguing puzzle to decipher. A cryptic enigma that's been around for centuries." A grin spread across Aiden's face at the suggestion, and his bald head appeared to gleam in anticipation. "Aye, Captain."